A black, viscous river stretched as far as the eye could see, its surface reflecting the red moon hanging ominously in the sky. Faint whispers rose from its depths, the painful screams of the damned. The air hung heavy with the scent of life and decay. Along the riverbank, countless devil eggs of various shapes and sizes were stacked atop one another. This place was the River of Oblivion, the birthplace of all devils, where life and death intertwined. Among these countless eggs, one stood out. It pulsed to a strange, irregular rhythm, as if it possessed its own heartbeat. Who am I? A thought echoed within the egg, and fragments of memories burst into the unborn devil's mind. These memories belonged to a human on a distant planet called Earth, following their birth, childhood, adulthood, and finally, death. Am I that human? The unborn devil wondered, then instinctively shook its head. No, that was my previous life. Then, who am I? As this thought surfaced, faint red lines crept across the egg's surface, twisting eerily like living veins. And then, the unborn devil understood. I see. I'm a devil. Upon having this realization, a surge of raw power coursed through its body. Instinctively, it waved its tiny hands, striking the thin membrane surrounding it. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, followed by more snapping and cracking noises. Fractures spread across the egg, glowing faintly with crimson light. Bang! The shell shattered completely, revealing the devil inside. It was a small humanoid creature less than a meter tall, with red skin and sharp claws. Its facial features were impossible to define, as if they were a mix of countless faces. The moment the devil opened its eyes, it raised its head toward the red moon and shouted, "My name is Liora Vathalis Dranthra Vexera." Countless, unintelligible syllables poured from her mouth, revealing her true devil name. The devil, now Liora, knew this meant that she had received the approval of the demon world. But this didn't mean that she was safe just yet. Her crimson eyes scanned the surrounding eggs, each containing a little devil yet to be born. The River of Oblivion was the birthplace of all devils, but also the first trial given to them by the demon world. Countless devils were born from the River of Oblivion every moment, yet only a few managed to leave this place alive. This was because devils grew stronger by feasting on the souls of other beings, including their own kind. Feeling the instinct engraved on her blood, urging her to slaughter the devils around her, Liora didn't resist. Though she retained memories of her human life, her devil nature was stronger. Hunger flared, and she approached the nearest egg. Her sharp claws pierced the membrane, reaching into the egg, but failed to kill the devil inside. The attack awakened the devil, whose body moved as if ready to be born. Liora didn't hesitate. Seeing that her first attack had failed to kill her prey, she attacked again. A second strike, sharper and more precise, smashed through the shell, crushing the devil within. A faint white mist, the devil's soul, rose from its body and drifted toward her. Liora seized the soul and moved it to her mouth, devouring it slowly before swallowing it down. The soul melted on her mouth, like a supreme delicacy. Its taste was superb, far surpassing anything she had eaten in her previous life. She expected her strength to increase after devouring the soul, but something unexpected happened. A translucent panel appeared before her eyes. True name, Liora Vathalis Dranthra Vexera. Rank, Little Devil. Strength, 1. Agility, 1. Vitality, 1. Mana, 1. Race, undetermined. Abilities, Combat Instinct, Soul Devouring, Low-Level Regeneration. Evolution Points, 1. Current Absorption Efficiency, 10x Normal Devil equals 1x. The moment her eyes landed on the panel, Liora understood immediately. Unlike other devils, who evolved purely through instinct, she could control her evolution through the evolution system. Every soul devoured granted her evolution points, which could be allocated to enhance stats, improve abilities, or even create new ones. Moreover, the system's efficiency in devouring souls far surpassed her own soul-devouring ability. First reincarnation, and now a system, Liora whispered. Then, without hesitation, she clicked on the plus sign next to strength. Immediately, a warm current surged through her, improving her strength. As a result, her shape also began to change. Her body grew from 1 meter to 1.2, becoming more slender, almost human in form. Her facial features sharpened slightly, though still blurred. Feeling her newfound power, Leora's eyes gleamed. She turned to the remaining devil eggs, her mouth watering. She leaned down and shattered another egg before killing the devil within and devouring its soul. Then, she continued to the one next to it. Then the next one, and the next. With each soul devoured, her strikes became sharper, faster, and more precise. Soon, the River of Oblivion witnessed the first feast of a newborn devil. Time held almost no meaning in the demon world. At the banks of the River of Oblivion, Liora couldn't tell how long it had been since her awakening. Minutes? Hours? Perhaps even days. The only thing she knew was that, during this unmeasured span, she had been crushing eggs and devouring souls, the number of her victims unknown. Her movements looked relentless, unstoppable, until she suddenly froze. Her crimson eyes scanned the surrounding devil eggs. Their stirring and the imperceptible cracks on their surface caught her attention. They are waking up. Her expression darkened. Once those devils hatched, her advantage of having been born prematurely would disappear. I need to grow stronger, she muttered, summoning the system panel with a thought. Name: Liora Vathalis Dranthra Vexera. Rank: Little Devil. Strength: 2. Agility: 1. Vitality: 1. Mana: 1. Race: Undetermined. Abilities: Combat Instinct, Soul Devouring, Low-Level Regeneration. Evolution Points: 52. Current Absorption Efficiency: 10x Normal Devil equals 1x. After increasing her strength, Liora noticed that the evolution points she could gain by killing the unborn devils had decreased. She guessed that it was because of her improved power. As such, her evolution points remained unspent. Should I enhance my base stats? She pondered, but quickly shook her head. The first improvement had cost her only 1 evolution point, but raising her strength from 2 to 3 would require 3. To reach 4 would cost 4, and so on. It's not efficient to enhance my base stats. And my current abilities are not strong enough to play a role in combat, even if improved. With that in mind, Liora turned to the last function of the system, creating new abilities. Many ideas instantly popped up in her mind. She thought of various abilities such as armor, camouflage, and wings. But in the end, her instincts as a devil led her to make a decision. She should create something offensive, something that could help her kill. As soon as this thought was born, a translucent window appeared in front of her eyes. Create new ability. Suggested abilities. 1. Shadow Claws. Coat your claws in shadow energy, increasing damage and speed. Recommended cost: 50 EP. 2. Soul Strike. Directly target the soul of an enemy for true damage. Cost: 45 EP. 3. Weapon of Flesh passive. Manipulate your body to form weapons made of flesh. Cost: 30 EP. 4. Abyssal Grasp. Command the shadows to bind enemies within a certain range. Cost: 50 EP. 5. Create your own ability. Cost: EP. Confirm ability creation? Yes/no. Leora's gaze lingered on the panel, her mind racing. The faint cracking of the eggs echoed in her ears as fractures spread across their surface. The devils were ready to be born. Time was running out. She ignored the 5th option, creating an entirely new ability, her attention shifting to the suggested ones. Shadow Claws, she whispered to herself. The word recommended inside the brackets made this option appear extra compelling. In the end, she trusted the system and tapped the first option. The moment she confirmed her choice, Leora's entire body was enveloped in a dark aura that twisted eerily beneath the crimson moon. Her body stretched from 1.2 meters to 1.6, her frame growing more sleek and slender. Her rough crimson skin softened, gaining a pale wheat tone, while her blurred facial features sharpened even further, starting to resemble those of a human. A few strands of red hair sprouted atop her head. Shadows clung to her arms, writhing like serpents made of ink. She flexed her fingers. Power surged within, making her claws sharper, faster, deadlier. Perfect, she murmured, her crimson pupils flashing with excitement and primitive hunger. A soft crack shattered the silence. One nearby egg had fully hatched. The first devil to awaken matched Leora's size at birth, only a meter tall. Mottled black skin, molten gold eyes, and jagged claws were its main characteristics. Its limbs contorted unnaturally, as if it were getting used to its body. When Liora saw the devil's gaze also locked onto her. It did not attempt to communicate with its kind, instead choosing to lunge at her. Such was the instinct possessed by every devil at birth. The will to slaughter, devour, and destroy every living being occupied their minds. Unfortunately for it, it had chosen the wrong opponent. Seeing the devil attack, Liora didn't show any hesitation. Her shadow-coated claws struck first, slicing cleanly through its torso with surgical precision. The devil roared in pain, but before it could react, a second swipe finished its job. Its body split into two and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. A soul rose and rushed to Liora, vanishing into her mouth. The soul tasted sweet like honey, more exquisite than any she had before. Does the taste of the soul depend on the creature's strength before its death? Liora closed her eyes and licked her lips. Unfortunately, she had no time to fully savor this feeling. Her battle had alarmed the remaining eggs. Cracks spread across their surface, and one by one, they shattered. Devils erupted from their shells, diverse in shape and form. Some were humanoids, others animalistic, while some were difficult to describe, grotesque monstrosities beyond imagination. They lunged at each other, slicing, tearing, and biting, using every method in their arsenal to slaughter their opponent. This was the ability that every devil was born with, combat instinct. Chaos soon took over the riverbank. The screams and shrieks of the newborn devils reverberated into the crimson sky. The true, terrifying nature of the River of Oblivion revealed itself. As she stood among the countless eggs, Liora also became one of the devil's targets. Not only did her superior aura fail to help her, but it also marked her as a public enemy, drawing attacks from all sides. Unlike other creatures, little devils, driven by bloodlust and primal instinct, were not intimidated by powerful foes. Instead, it excited them. They knew that killing a strong enemy and devouring their soul would significantly accelerate both their evolution and advancement. Only after a devil reached the young devil stage would this instinct slowly fade away. Of course, at the moment, this fearlessness was an advantage, one that could determine the winners of this trial. Facing the attacks from every direction, Liora didn't panic, her expression unshaken. She sidestepped a claw strike and waved her hand, slashing at the attacker's neck and decapitating them. Their soul rushed into her mouth as she simultaneously fended off the others. Blood, flesh, and broken limbs soon scattered around her, staining her arms crimson. This blood was not her own, but her enemy's. Liora's ruthless actions shocked even the mindless little devils. They could not understand why a devil that was born alongside them could possibly be so strong. Yet, they didn't stop, but kept swarming her. Their numbers did not dwindle. The carnage attracted more and more devils, who rushed there wishing to take part. Under such conditions, even Liora felt the pressure mounting, especially when the devils, who had devoured their opponent and grown stronger, arrived. That pressure doubled. "Things can't go on like this," she whispered and summoned the system panel amidst the ongoing battle. At its bottom, the evolution points column flickered rapidly, the number beside it rising rapidly. In such chaos, creating new abilities is useless. The shadow claws are already more than enough. Rather than wasting points on abilities that may or may not be useful, I'd rather enhance my base stats. Liora instantly did as she thought. With her right hand, she grabbed the head of a goat-looking devil and crushed it to pieces, while she allocated the evolution points with her mind. The points were distributed evenly among the strength, agility, vitality, and mana stats. The entire system panel flickered, her strength rising at a tremendous rate. Outside, her body changed as well. Her frame lengthened into a more human silhouette, while every movement carried a new fluidity, grace, and lethal weight. The surrounding devils sensed her transformation, yet they pressed forward relentlessly, as if the death of their own kind was not enough to scare them. One devil stood out among the swarm. It was tall, with blood-red skin and a long jaw filled with serrated, razor-sharp teeth. Its eyes gleamed with a spark of intelligence, and its mouth twitched as it launched itself forward. In a blur, the split-jawed devil vanished. Half a heartbeat later, Liora felt a sharp pain in her forearm, and when she looked down, she discovered that a deep gash had unknowingly appeared there. So fast, another strike followed before she could think any further, slicing toward her abdomen. But this time, Liora didn't remain still. She caught a glimpse of its movement before it struck, a red light flashing at the edge of her vision. Immediately, shadow energy rippled across her arms. When the split-jawed devil's blow was about to land, its claws did not meet flesh but a strange dark mist. Liora intercepted the strike mid-air, causing dark sparks to scatter upon the collision. Then she fought back. The two devils moved like reflections of each other, strike, counter, dodge. In the eyes of the other devils, it seemed like two comets were flashing all over the place, tearing through everything that dared block their way. Suddenly, the split-jawed devil vanished and flashed behind Liora once again, its jaw opening unnaturally wide. It looked like it was about to bite her head off. But Liora had anticipated this. She turned and, without hesitation, thrust a claw straight into its mouth. The claw shattered its sharp teeth and reached the back of its throat, piercing through its flesh as if it were made of paper. The split-jawed devil froze. Its body twitched as it hung in the air, only supported by Liora's arm. The next second, the liveliness in its eyes disappeared, and it went completely limp. Too weak. Too weak. Liora spat coldly and withdrew her hand, letting the body fall to the ground. She grabbed the soul of the split-jawed devil and devoured it, drops of saliva dripping from her mouth. Kill! 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 Turning to the remaining devils, her expression twisted, and the crimson in her eyes deepened. A strange grin spread across her face, making her look like a monster that had not eaten for months. Liora didn't give the devils time to react. Instead, she rushed forward. She tore, devoured, and destroyed everything and everyone she met along the way, bathing her body in their warm blood. Time ceased to exist amid this mindless slaughter. Only the blood and painful screams remained, silent witnesses to the bloodbath. Then suddenly, the chaos stopped. The air seemed to tremble, as if the world itself was holding its breath. A strange power locked onto Liora, sealing her and preventing her from moving. Only then did Liora have the time to pay attention to the state of the battlefield. A sea of corpses had unknowingly formed around her, while in the distance, even more corpses lay on the ground. In the entire riverbank, only 100 figures, 100 devils, remained standing. Compared to when they were first born, these devils had changed dramatically, whether it was in shape, aura, or, more importantly, in power. "Is it over?" Liora whispered, having a faint guess about what was happening. A mere second later, this guess was confirmed. A vast will that seemed to have existed since the universe's creation descended on the River of Oblivion, dripping with bloodlust, madness, and chaos. The will looked down upon them before a voice echoed inside every devil's soul. "You have survived the trial. Teleportation begins in 3, 2, 1. The world twisted. The sky shattered. The souls in the River of Oblivion screamed toward the crimson moon. As the countdown ended, Liora felt reality itself spiral around her. When Liora regained her consciousness, she found herself in a dark void. Around her, countless shining stars revolved, as if she had become the center of the universe. Despite the strange spectacle unfolding around her, Liora remained calm. She had inherited knowledge of devils and the demon world upon her awakening, so she immediately recognized this place. After their birth in the River of Oblivion, the little devils fought until only 100 remained. These survivors were then teleported here to receive the demon world's reward, helping them evolve into young devils. Above the little devils were young devils, followed by lesser devils and true devils. To truly awaken a race bloodline, a devil had to advance to the lesser devil stage. However, by accepting the demon world's blessing, young devils could awaken a prototype of the bloodline, catching a glimpse of the power that awaited them. The surrounding little stars were precisely that, a bloodline prototype granted by the demon world to the devils. Each devil had the chance to choose only one among them, relying solely on their instincts, feelings, and luck. Recalling this information, Liora gazed at the stars surrounding her, hesitating over which one to choose. She knew she had to consider carefully, as her choice would determine her future. A poor reward would leave her weaker than the devils of the same stage. while a good one could help her take off. Just when Liora was hesitating, a familiar translucent window flashed before her. Advancement to the rank of Young Devil detected. Override function available. Would you like to analyze available bloodlines? Liora blinked. Can the system interfere with the demon world's blessing? Her heart quickened. Being a devil, she understood the power of the demon world better than most. This was not a low-level plane, but an apex world, infamous throughout the heavens. If the system could really intervene with its will, it meant that it was at least comparable in nature, even if slightly weaker. With the idea of giving her a try, she whispered, yes, and immediately the dark void trembled. The countless stars around her rippled, their surfaces no longer vague and mysterious. One by one, they revealed their true nature in front of Liora's eyes. At the same time, more system messages appeared. Analysis complete. Available reward options. 1. Abyssal Shadow Bloodline Prototype. Improved affinity with shadows and void. Enhances concealment and grants the ability to blend into darkness. Compatibility, 81%. 2. Crimson Fang Bloodline Prototype. A predatory bloodline. Improves physical strength and regeneration. Can devour vitality. Compatibility, 78%. 3. Soulflame Bloodline Prototype. Flame of the Soul. Increases soul power and resistance to illusions. Compatibility, 51%. 4. Ironclad Bloodline Prototype. Hardened flesh and bones. Improves defense and resistance to the elements. Compatibility, 67%. 5. Bloodline Prototype. Unidentified anomaly. No records detected. Compatibility, 98%. 6. 7. A long list of bloodlines materialized, each bloodline accompanied by a short description and compatibility rating. Liora's eyes scanned the list briefly before returning to the surrounding stars. Each star pulsed faintly, exuding an aura that resonated deeply with her soul. As she focused, the world seemed to shift. Her gaze fell first on the star representing the Abyssal Shadow bloodline. A gentle darkness flowed from it, wrapping around her like liquid. She felt as if she had returned to her mother's embrace. The darkness was neither cold nor menacing, but gentle and soothing. Liora felt her body dissolve into it, becoming one with the shadows. It took a lot of effort to resist the urge to do so and step back. Still, the sensation lingered, like a quiet whisper tempting her to choose it. Liora shook her head, steeling her resolve, and looked at the Crimson Fang bloodline. A thunderous roar echoed in her ears, and the blood in her veins boiled. Fangs grew out of her mouth, and vitality surged through her body. Red flashes danced at the edges of her vision, while intense, primal hunger swept over her. Liora had the urge to give in to that hunger, to destroy and consume. However, she quickly suppressed that impulse, and her eyes regained their clarity. Such experience made Liora immediately dismiss this bloodline. She understood that it could make her strong, but would also affect her character. The next moment, the stars around her vanished, leaving only the star representing the unknown, which shook before rushing into her body. The moment it entered, a tremor of energy surged through Liora. The void darkened even further, and gray rays radiated outward, weaving intricate patterns. The patterns combined around Liora, forming a large cocoon of light and shadow. It pulsed with life, stretching and contracting as if it were breathing. Liora floated inside, suspended. The gray energy wrapped around her like liquid, cold yet invigorating, pressing against her skin and sinking into her bones. Her nerves, muscles, and even her soul strengthened as raw energy flowed through her body. Her heartbeat started echoing the rhythm of the pulsing cocoon. Time lost all meaning. Liora felt her very essence being reforged, her form reshaped, her senses sharpening, and her soul expanding. Suddenly, the cocoon shivered violently. Cracks of silvery light appeared along its form. A sharp, resonant crack rang through the void. From within, a slender palm burst through the cocoon, scattering fragments of gray energy which soon dissolved into nothingness. Liora was left standing alone in the void. Her new form was truly breathtaking. What had once been a small, ugly little devil was now a beautiful, young woman with long, silky red hair. Her frame was slender, and a black armor draped over her, outlining her beautiful, proud figure. Two small, curved horns extended from her temples, seemingly made of obsidian. Her eyes glowed crimson, matching the color of her hair and giving her an eerie beauty. Every movement of hers radiated grace and hidden power, the air trembling around her as if in response. Liora felt her own strength and couldn't help but curve her lips upward, revealing a captivating smile. The warmth of the unknown bloodline pulsed through her veins, and although it was merely a prototype, she could sense that it had granted her several new abilities. "Is this the transformation from little devil to young devil?" she muttered. "In this state, I can kill hundreds of my former self," she added, feeling the immense power hidden in her unassuming body. Just as she was about to experiment with her new abilities, the void suddenly shuddered. The space in front of her shattered like glass, and a door-like passage appeared, inviting her to go in. Although unwilling, Liora knew that she could not defy the will of the demon world at the moment and could not remain here any longer. After all, this space didn't exist for the devils to live here, but as a middle ground where they could evolve and receive blessings. Having become a young devil, she was now obligated to enter the next stage of her training, the Crucible. Taking a last look behind her, Liora stepped forward and entered the passage. The moment she did, the dark void crumbled into nothingness. Before long, no trace of the void nor Liora remained. A lush green forest stretched across the land, filled with towering trees, vibrant flowers, and the youthful chirping of colorful birds. The animals within the forest did not hunt, fight, or chase one another. Instead, they stayed together, calm and harmonious, as if they were a family. The scene was serene, tranquil, and breathtaking. Unfortunately, this harmony was destined not to last for long. Suddenly, without a warning, a comet tore across the sky. It streaked a trail of red light, its trajectory headed straight for the forest. The next instant, it struck, hitting the ground. Yet, instead of shattering the earth or leaving a crater, it touched down softly, like a feather descending from the heavens. When the light surrounding it faded away, the true form of the comet was revealed, a red-haired woman clad in black armor, with a beauty that was more than enough to charm any human being. But if anyone were to take a look at the woman's temples, they would shudder. A pair of pitch-black, curved horns grew from there, betraying her identity. "Is this the Crucible?" Liora muttered as she opened her eyes, observing the scene around her. The sight surprised her. As a devil, she knew exactly what the Crucibles were. Each Crucible was an isolated world fragment, a mixture of battlefield, trial ground, and feeding pit, where young devils would be teleported upon their promotion. As such, every Crucible was fierce, horrifying, and steeped in the aura of death. This forest, however, looked nothing like that. If anything, it was the opposite, a paradise. Liora stared at the beautiful flowers growing beside her feet, and suddenly discovered something unusual. "So that's how it is. No wonder," she whispered, and the next moment, her body turned into dark smoke. When she reappeared, she stood in another part of the forest, close to its center. A towering, ancient tree stood in front of her, exuding an aura of life and vitality, as if it were the elves' world tree. But Liora's gaze was able to penetrate its exterior appearance and see its true form. Its trunk, once smooth and ancient, now vibrated with a strange rhythm, as if veins ran beneath the bark. Its roots writhed slowly like serpents beneath the earth. They made chewing noises, as if they were devouring something below. Faces, twisted and eerie, flickered across its bark for a moment before vanishing, replaced by other faces. A faint whisper brushed Liora's ears. It was not the wind, but the muffled, painful cries of trapped souls. "What a strange evolution. Something like a tree devil," she murmured. "It has completely lost its ability to move, but gained the power of domain. This entire forest is under its control. There existed countless bloodlines that devils could awaken. Most of them were ordinary, like flame devils, shadow devils, bone devils, etc., possessing average strength but having no immediate drawbacks. On the other hand, some special bloodlines, while granting immense power, came with severe drawbacks. The devil in front of Liora had obviously awakened one of these bloodlines. Its ability to construct a domain and influence its surroundings was extraordinary, yet it could not move. There actually exists such a weak devil bloodline. This devil must have just arrived at the crucible. Otherwise, it would have been devoured by other devils long ago, Liora guessed. Of course, now that the tree devil had met her, its fate was sealed. She didn't show any mercy towards its plight and directly activated her shadow claws. Dark energy gathered around her hands, forming a pair of sharp claws, and she struck forward. Her attack carved deep, claw-shaped marks into the trunk. Blood and an unknown liquid oozed out of the wound, dripping to the ground and corroding it. What a powerful defense, Liora murmured in surprise. Even though Shadow Claws was an ability she had created when she was a little devil, its power had improved dramatically with her promotion to a young devil. Combined with the increase in her stats, her strike just now carried tremendous force, enough to tear tigers apart. Sure enough, no matter how weak a bloodline appears to be, it's bound to possess some outstanding effects. Yet, Liora didn't panic. Her demonic energy boiled like magma, and she activated one of her newly awakened abilities, Soul Tear. A silver shimmer flashed at the edges of the black claws, wrapping them in a silver veil. Then, she struck again. Though injured, the tree devil didn't show any reaction to her previous attack. But this time, the moment the claws touched it, the illusory faces etched in its trunk screamed in agony. Pain, anger, and hatred flashed in their faces, as if they were cursing life itself. Liora remained calm, ignoring their cries, and continued her attacks. Her blows, targeting both the body and the soul, seemed to have grasped the tree devil's weakness, bypassing its otherwise formidable defense. With each of her strikes, the illusory faces became less distinct, and the forest trembled. Minutes later, a loud, piercing shriek resounded throughout the forest, and the tree decayed rapidly. In mere moments, it crumbled to ash, blown away by the wind. Despite its death, the tree devil was bound to go down in history, having perished in the most humiliating way possible, without so much as putting up a fight. Grabbing the fallen soul, Liora put away her shadow claws and surveyed her surroundings. With the tree devil's death, the peaceful forest had vanished, unknown if it had been an illusion or simply tied to the devil's life. In its place now stood a desolate, scorched red land, devoid of any plants and signs of life, intelligent or not. The smell of blood and sulfur hung in the air and drifted into Liora's nose. Faced with this terrifying sight, scary enough to frighten any normal person, Liora didn't feel fear. If anything, excitement surged within her. Now this is the demon world I know, she whispered as her lips curved upward. The crucible was mostly empty, and one could walk for hundreds of miles without seeing a single sign of life. It took a lot of time for Liora to find anything remotely resembling a landscape among this nothingness, a massive molten rock that sizzled from the high temperature. A heat wave blew against her face, yet her crimson hair and pale skin remained untouched by it. Ignoring the temperature, Liora sat down and crossed her legs, while summoning the system with her mind. True name, Liora Vathalis Dranthera Vexera. Rank, Young Devil. Race, Unknown Prototype. Strength, 45 plus 15. Agility, 60 plus 30. Vitality, 40 plus 10. Mana, 50 plus 20. Abilities, Shadow Assimilation, Soul Tear, Void Instinct, Shadow Claws, Combat Instinct, Soul Devouring, Low-Level Regeneration. Evolution Points, 42. Current Absorption Efficiency, 15x Normal Devil equals 1x. The increase in her base stats was obvious, partly as a result of the slaughter she unleashed in the River of Oblivion, and partly because of her advancement. At the same time, 3 new abilities had appeared, namely, Shadow Assimilation, Soul Tear, and Void Instinct. Liora didn't need an introduction to these abilities. She already knew their effects and had even used them during her battle with the Tree Devil. Shadow Assimilation granted her mobility, giving her the ability to travel through shadows while leaving a phantom behind. Soul Tear granted her attacks true damage, striking directly at the opponent's soul, while Void Instinct enhanced her perception, allowing her to sense things she otherwise wouldn't. Offense, mobility, perception. Pretty much every aspect of combat is covered. Liora whispered, becoming more and more curious regarding the origin of her unknown bloodline. Because of the inherited memories, every devil was born familiar with the devil world. As such, Liora knew of many the scorching flames of the flame devils, the gale slash of the wind devils, the blood manipulation of blood devils, etc. Yet, none of the inherited memories mentioned anything about the unknown bloodline or its abilities. It was as if it appeared out of thin air. Shaking her head, Liora noted this matter down and set it aside for the time being. Although 42 points are enough to create 1 or 2 abilities, such abilities are destined to be weak, not even as useful as Shadow Claws. My current goal should be to become familiar with the Crucible and devour a few devils along the way. Based on her encounter with the Tree Devil, Liora could roughly judge her current place among the Crucible ecosystem. Although she had just become a young devil, her strength was not weak. It was in the middle upper part among the devils here. Compared to the other devils who had just arrived, her strength was many times stronger. Closing the system panel, Liora returned to reality, and while admiring the beautiful scenery, she thought about her plans regarding the future. The Crucibles, much like the River of Oblivion, were also shaped by the chaotic nature of the demon world. In them, only young devils were allowed while stronger devils were forbidden from entry. This was a form of protection for the young devils, but it was also a shackle imposed upon them. To leave the Crucible and enter the real demon world, a young devil had to satisfy at least one of the 3 conditions set by the demon world. They could either advance and become lesser devils, survive 1,000 life and death battles, or stay at the top 100 of the Crucible ranking for a year straight. The first option was the easiest and most straightforward, while also being the path that most devils pursued. But leaving through becoming a lesser devil is more like taking advantage of the rules rather than satisfying the demon world's conditions. A devil who leaves the Crucible through this method will not receive the demon world's blessing. Liora, having just obtained that blessing, understood its value very well. Exactly because of that, she would never choose this method unless necessary. Her current plan was to try both of the other methods simultaneously and see which one would end up being easier. Having made her decision, Liora didn't linger any longer. Rising to her feet, she quickly left this place. Liora had to admit that the Crucible deserved its name. As she traveled through its lands, she met many devils along the way. Despite their intelligence, these devils didn't speak, but chose to attack her. Unfortunately, they misjudged their strength. Although their combat power was higher than the Tree Devils, their raw power was not much different. As such, their souls soon became Liora's meal, leaving their lifeless bodies rotting in the desolate land. It was unknown how much had passed, but Liora's path remained straight throughout this whole time. She followed the instincts engraved on her blood, her destination clear. It was only a few days later that her travels finally came to an end. Standing on a hill, Liora raised her head and looked ahead, observing the city in the distance. It was composed of many uneven, grotesque-looking buildings, as a small wall made of hellstone surrounded it, a type of stone unique to the demon world. 4 entrances existed, one for each side of the wall, while a tall, black, square-like instrument stood right next to each of them. Looking at this city, which seemed to be a rare sign of order among the chaos of the demon world, Liora knew that she was at the right place. Unlike little devils, who are mindless beasts with little rationality, young devils possess a certain amount of intelligence. Although they still yearn for destruction and are guided by hunger, they can suppress these instincts if need be. This was how the various cities in the Crucible came to be. They were established by powerful young devils who wished to form a force and further their goals through it. Keeping that information in mind, Liora quietly approached the city. After tossing a wisp of white mist, a soul, into the instrument beside the gate, she strolled into the city. At the same time, though, her mind couldn't help but wander. Each devil's entry into the city costs 1 young devil soul. I wonder how many souls the devil in charge gathers each day. Thinking of thousands of souls being delivered to her door each day, Liora had to resist the urge to drool. As Liora walked into the city, the familiar metallic, corrupting smell hit her nose. At the right side of the gate, corpses were piled one upon another, while the faint sounds of distant battle could be heard. "Lady, do you need a guide? It'll only take a single soul." Just as Liora was observing the environment, a gentle, seductive voice echoed in her ears. The voice contained a strange power that caused her heart to stir, reaching directly into her soul. A trace of lust encroached upon Liora's mind, and a quiet whisper tempted her to give in. But the very next second, her demonic energy boiled, hot like magma and fierce like wildfire, jolting her awake. As soon as her eyes regained their clarity, Liora saw the owner of the previous voice and understood what had just happened. The person was a young woman in her early 20s, wearing a short black dress that stuck to her body, accentuating her figure and revealing her proud chest. She had a faint blush on each of her cheeks, while a heart-shaped tail extended from her back and swung around like a pendulum. The moment Liora saw her, she recognized this woman's identity. A succubus, she whispered, recalling the various legends circulating about this race in her previous life. Lust, temptation, manipulation, these were the words that most people would use to describe them. However, Liora was not too worried. She didn't know what the status of succubi was in the real demon world, but in the Crucible, their status was abysmally low. After all, although young devils were intelligent, they were still mostly driven by the instinct to plunder, destroy, and devour. As such, succubi, a race whose entire purpose was to tempt and take advantage of other beings' lust, had a hard time surviving. Having said that, Liora didn't dare to underestimate the woman in front of her. Since she was still able to stand here alive, there must be something special about her. At the very least, she was not a weakling that one could easily manipulate. Not letting down her guard, Liora nodded her head, accepting the succubus offer. That's good. A genuine smile flashed across the succubus face, making her beautiful appearance even more captivating. Anyone faced with such a smile would surely want to sink into it. Yet Liora didn't lose her mind. She tossed a soul to the succubus casually, then said coldly, "Let's go. Lead the way." Her words woke the succubus up. Glancing at the soul in her hands with reluctance, she carefully placed it away and did as told. "Follow me," she said, and after turning around, she walked straight into the city. Following half a step behind her, Liora observed her surroundings as the succubus' sultry voice rang in her ears. "My name is Ashara." She introduced herself. "I don't want to brag, but I've been staying here for more than half a decade. There are very few people who can claim to be more familiar with the City of Embers than I." Ignoring her boasting words, Liora took her gaze off Ashara's swaying hips and took a look around her. Just like the cities in her memories, this city also had streets, alleys, shops, and houses. Pedestrians could be seen going in and out of the various buildings, giving Liora the illusion that she had returned to Earth. Of course, that was true only if she were to ignore the so-called pedestrians' horrifying appearances. Spherical monsters with murky tentacles, walking placentas covered in fur, and chimeras composed of human, goat, boar, pig, and many other species parts. Many different devil races fell into her eyes, perhaps affected by her past life, or perhaps she was simply special, but Liora held a deep disgust toward these repulsive creatures. With a point of comparison, Ashara became more and more pleasing to the eye. As you can see, there are many shops in the City of Embers. Just like everything else in the demon world, you'll need to pay with souls if you want to buy something. Ashara explained and pointed at the other side of the street, where a building with the words Hell's Cape Eatery written in devil language hung above its door. The word eatery initially sounded tempting, but when Liora spotted the bloodstains all over the floor and heard the painful cries of lingering souls, she shook her head. Unlike other devils, she had not fallen so far as to eat her own kind, even though her own kind was actually a bunch of monsters. With Ashara leading the way, the two walked deeper into the city, and with her introduction, Liora gradually grew familiar with the City of Embers. Sometime later, having explored most of the city, they arrived at its center. Surprisingly, although this area was crowded, there were no sounds of battle or painful screams. Liora understood why that was. Raising her head, she stared at the towering stone tablet in the distance, which was covered in twisting symbols and writhing patterns. This was the Crucible ranking list, an object related to the conditions set by the demon world. 100 names were written on the stone tablet, each accompanied by a blood-red number. The number beside the first name of the list was higher than 1,000,000, while the last one was in the hundreds of thousands. The moment Leora's gaze fell upon the tablet, a small string of crimson numbers flashed on the corner of her vision. 221. The number read. Slaughter points, she murmured, clearly recognizing these numbers' purpose. Slaughter points determined each devil's position on the crucible ranking. As the name suggested, the way to acquire slaughter points was fairly simple. Kill other devils and take their points. For example, if Liora were to kill the devil ranked first, she'd immediately take their place at the top of the ranking. Thinking of this, Liora felt her hands itching, and she had the urge to find someone to kill. But as soon as this impulse arose, she quickly suppressed it. She understood that this was the unintentional influence of the demon world, driving her to kill, slaughter, and get stronger or die trying. Seeing her regain her senses so quickly, Ashara showed a hint of surprise, but quickly hid it, returning to her job as a guide. Legend says that 100 such stone tablets suddenly descended upon the crucible. Around them, cities quickly formed, each ruled by a powerful devil. Take the city of Embers, for example. The city lord ranks 76th on the crucible ranking, she said. After she expounded on some things and gave Liora a few final reminders, Ashara stepped aside. That should cover everything you need to know. It was a pleasure doing business with you. She gave a last smile and turned around, heading back toward the city's entrance. Her heels clicked against the stone floor, while her hips swayed as she walked. Not long after, back at the city's gate, Ashara saw another person walking in. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately stepped forward. "Sir, do you need a guide?" she asked as her eyes sized up the potential customer. It was a short, three-legged creature that looked like an imp, with soft pink skin and short arms that barely reached past its chest. As soon as Ashara's voice reached its ears, a pink mist flashed in its eyes, and its movement stagnated. "Good. Finally, a good meal," Ashara exclaimed excitedly, and she approached the little imp. Leaning forward, she opened her mouth wide and swallowed it whole in one bite. The imp vanished into her mouth. Her jaw moved, and crunching noises came out as she chewed, her cheeks bulging from time to time as the imp struggled. A few seconds later, Ashara's tongue licked her upper lip, savoring the taste and cleaning the blood off her mouth. Liora didn't know that the little imp became Ashara's meal, but even if she were to find out, she would not be surprised. No matter how innocent, naive, or harmless a young devil might look, they were still a member of a race built entirely on predation. The intelligence of devils was not like that of humans, but a deceptive cunningness that they used to prey on their enemies. After Ashara left, Liora didn't continue to wander in the city. Instead, she searched for the closest inn and entered it. Inside, a towering creature with a dozen eyes and a bulging belly waited behind the counter. It grinned creepily as soon as it saw Liora and extended its clawed hand. Without saying a word, Liora tossed 2 souls onto the counter. In exchange, the grinning devil slid a black key across the desk. Feeling the coldness of the key in her palm, Liora cast a last glance at the grinning devil, and following the number carved into the key, she found her room. She opened the door with the key and stepped inside. The room was small and bare, just enough to house a single person, while its walls and floor were made out of rough black stone. It had no bed, chair, or anything like that. Only a small pool of blood lay at its very center, as if it were a swimming pool. I didn't expect that devils could be this considerate. Liora couldn't help but sigh, taking her seat beside the blood pool. Staring at her reflection on the red liquid, she fell into thought. Liora had long known that souls were a currency in the crucible and could be exchanged for almost everything. Yet, even though she had already prepared some before entering the city, the rate at which she spent them far exceeded her expectations. Having paid 2 souls to the grinning devil, she only had 3 left. Fortunately, with my current strength, obtaining a few souls won't be difficult at all. After all, the demon world is hardly short of devils, she thought. She had heard from Ashara that fighting was not prohibited in the city, and that as long as one didn't damage public property, the city lord did not care. This meant that all she had to do was find some weak devils and borrow some souls from them. Their souls. "But first, I have something else to do," Liora whispered. Her focus shifted back to the crimson basin. Leaning a little closer, she stretched her right hand and submerged her index finger into the pool, the blood sticking to her skin. Then, using that same finger as a brush and the blood as paint, she began drawing on the stone floor. Her finger moved astonishingly fast, yet each stroke was precise, slowly outlining intricate symbols one after another. Even a brief glance at these symbols would cause the head of an ordinary person to burst, as if they contained inexplicable power. In fact, this was true. These symbols were devil runes and possessed the power to communicate with the will of the demon world. The devil runes that Liora used were not advanced, and following her inherited memories, she quickly inscribed the final one. The next moment, the many devil runes on the floor flashed with a crimson brilliance and blended together, turning into a circular array. Standing at its center and enveloped in its light, Liora felt her skin tingling. But this sensation didn't last for long. A mere second later, she vanished. When Liora regained her consciousness, she found herself standing in a massive arena that looked quite like a coliseum. It stretched for hundreds of meters, and many seats surrounded it. But at this time, these seats were empty. Liora was not the only person in the arena. On the opposite side, there was a tall, muscular devil facing her direction. He possessed two thick, forward-curving horns, while his body was clad in thick bone armor. His forearms and legs were bulky, covered in wriggling black veins, and seemingly contained boundless power. As soon as her gaze landed on this horned devil, a string of information flashed in Liora's field of vision. Wins, 98. Draws, 3. Winning streak, 32. Similarly, the horned devil obtained her information too. Wins, 0. Draws, 0. Winning streak, 0. Immediately, his lips parted into a large grin, revealing the uneven, chipped teeth inside. Ha! I didn't expect that I'd meet a rookie. It seems that my luck is good today. He laughed loudly, his rough voice reverberating throughout the arena and causing the air to tremble. The horned devil's eyes burned with cruelty and bloodlust. What kind of race are you? Some kind of succubus? He asked. However, without giving Liora any time to reply, he rushed forward. Demonic energy surged through his legs and horns, propelling him forward at a terrifying speed. Having not lowered her guard, Liora reacted instantly. Yet, even so, she barely had time to respond. Despite what his massive, fearsome frame would suggest, the horned devil moved with surprising swiftness. In a heartbeat, he had closed the distance of tens of meters and stopped right in front of her. Die! The horned devil shouted and swung his fist forward, using the momentum of his charge to further increase its power. The raging punch aimed straight at Liora's head. A cruel smirk spread across the horned devil's face. He could already imagine his opponent's skull shattering. Unfortunately, he was wrong. The moment before the impact, Liora's body dissolved into dark mist and reappeared behind him as if she had teleported. Shadows clung to her arms, forming sharp claws that slashed along his waist, targeting the gaps in between the bony plates. What? The horned devil exclaimed, taken aback. But his reflexes were very sharp. He twisted his body and turned around, bringing his arms up to his chest to block the incoming strike. A shrill screech rang out as the dark talons scraped against his armor, leaving only a faint, claw-shaped mark behind. That's it. Too weak. The horned devil smiled mockingly. But this smile didn't last long. Behind him, the dark mist that should have dissipated by now remained there, and it moved. A pair of claws, identical to Liora's, formed on the phantom's arms, and it struck forward. Its movements mirrored those of Liora, aiming for the horned devil's waist, or to be more accurate, at the gaps in his armor located there. Shock and fear flashed across his face as he braced himself to meet the strike. The claws landed, but contrary to his expectations, they only left behind a small scratch, barely penetrating his skin. Ha! You can't hurt me. Before he could finish, pain assaulted his mind. He felt as if countless beasts were clawing at his soul, wanting to tear it apart. His pupils shrank in terror, and he lowered his head, only to see a faint silver glow running across the dark claws behind him, illuminating the dim arena. Seeing this, he understood. Soul attack, he muttered, but the words died in his throat. His body crumbled to the ground, disintegrating into dust and becoming fertilizer for the arena. Even in his final moments, the horned devil couldn't understand. How could a mere rookie wield such power? With his death, the arena hummed with a sinister vitality, as if joyous. Then, a voice echoed directly in Leora's mind. Congratulations. You've emerged victorious from your first life and death battle. Record updated. Victories, 1. Draws, 0. Winning streak, 1. Before Liora had time to take in that information, the familiar sensation of teleportation washed over her. The teleportation didn't bring Liora back to the City of Embers, but to an empty stone chamber that was barely a few meters wide. Countless devil runes floated throughout this place, and each time Liora stared at one of them, information would pop up in her mind. Challenger 1. Victories, 45. Draws, 1. Winning streak, 12. Challenger 2. Victories, 31. Draws, 0. Winning streak, 31. Challenger 1. Victories, 311. Draws, 2. Winning streak, 156. Challenger 2. Victories, 129. Draws, 2. Winning streak, 57. Information flowed as her eyes wandered over the runes, as if she were searching for something. She continued looking until suddenly, she found something that interested her. Challenger 1. Victories, 1121. Draws, 2. Winning streak, 867. Challenger 2. Victories, 1070. Draws, 1. Winning streak, 901. Both parties are close to getting 1,000 consecutive wins. This is it, she whispered and made her decision. The next second, her mind extended to the devil rune, whose glow soon swallowed her whole. When her vision cleared, Liora was no longer in the stone chamber, but back in the life and death arena. She stood in a sea of darkness under a blood-colored moon, surrounded by countless devils whose howls shook the sky. Go, tear him apart, kill her, slaughter her. Their loud voices reverberated throughout the arena, almost making her eardrums burst. Devils of all shapes and sizes filled the seats, but no matter their appearance, they were all filled with the same wild delight. Liora found an empty seat and sat down, as her gaze drifted toward the arena below. At this time, two figures clashed at its very center. One was a canine creature with gray, wrinkled skin, while the other was a humanoid devil composed entirely of black ink. Their attacks were fierce, and the impact caused the entire arena to tremble. The ink devil's movements were fluid and sharp, weaving through the canine devil's claw attacks with surprising ease. Yet, when its own blows landed on the canine devil's gray skin, they failed to cause any damage. The fight was brutal, but evenly matched, with neither side being able to overwhelm the other. Trash. Hit him harder. Tear her apart. A voice rang beside Liora, and when she turned to look, she discovered that it was a blob-like devil. It looked fragile and weak, yet, faced with the two devils who could easily tear it apart, it cussed at them without any fear. Liora knew exactly where its confidence came from. During life and death battles, other devils could come and spectate. Fighting was strictly prohibited in the stands, and as such, they didn't have to fear for their lives. Even if they offended a powerful devil, it wouldn't matter. They were untouchable here. As for seeking revenge in reality, the devils here came from all over the Crucible, and it was almost impossible to track down their real location. While Liora was thinking, the battle in the life and death arena continued. The two parties, the canine devil and the ink devil, collided hundreds of times, bringing destruction to everything around them. Observing their fight, Liora had to admit that both of these people were stronger than her. If she were to face them at this time, she'd have trouble escaping, much less defeating them. Just as Liora and the rest of the devils were watching the fight, the whole life and death arena suddenly trembled. A ripple of crimson light spread across its floor, and all the noise died instantly. Liora immediately sensed something unusual and raised her head. But what she saw surprised her. Blood began to drip from the crimson moon, thick and slow. Each drop glowed before stopping midair and merging into two enormous, ominous numbers. 60, then 59, 58. A brief silence spread throughout the audience, but it was soon broken by louder, more frenzied shouts. Ha! It's starting. The punishment countdown, Liora heard the blob beside her say, and the eyes embedded in its soft body burst with uncontrollable joy. She didn't ask what its cryptic words meant. She already knew. Similarly, both combatants knew as well. With the numbers' appearance, their movements turned even more savage, perhaps even desperate, using every method they possessed to try and kill their opponent. The canine devil's body burst with gray energy and swelled, while the ink of the ink devil transformed into weapons and rushed toward its opponent. Still, despite both of them going all out, neither of them could do anything to the other. Seconds bled away. 3, 2, 1. When the countdown hit 0, the crimson numbers liquefied, turning into droplets of blood that rained down upon the arena. In the audience, Liora could see that this rain was not aimless, but specifically targeted the two challengers. Drops of blood fell onto them and continuously sank into their bodies. Then, screams tore through the arena. Ag! No! No! Mercy! The canine devil's body convulsed violently, and its muscles bulged and twisted as if something was crawling underneath its skin. Cracks split open along its body, leaking with gray smoke that carried the stench of burnt soul. The ink devil didn't fare any better. Its liquid body boiled and churned, forming collapsing faces that screamed in agony before melting away. The inky substance that made up its form began to evaporate, as if scorched by invisible flames. Liora didn't look away despite this gruesome scene. I yield. Mercy. The ink devil's pleas were desperate, but the arena showed no intention of stopping. Mercy was not a concept that the life and death arena recognized. A hoarse, cruel laughter erupted from the audience seats. The blob beside Liora slapped its soft body against the ground like a drum, its laughter trembling with joy. Burn! Burn! The crowd's roar grew. Some devils cheered, some laughed maniacally, while others simply watched in quiet satisfaction. Watching the devils, who could easily kill them, receive punishment right in front of them, made them tremble with ecstasy. The arena glowed faintly, as if savoring the devil's agony and pain. Minutes passed slowly. The ink devil's body had almost completely dispersed, and what remained had turned into a puddle of yellow pus that hissed on the ground. Suddenly, even that stopped. The ink devil was dead. On the other hand, although the canine devil was suffering, it still burst with signs of vitality. Its body had shrunk, its strength had weakened, but it still breathed. Its eyes, wild and hollow, flashed with a hint of relief. I survived. It struggled to speak. Its voice was low, but still reached Leora's ears. Sitting on her seat, her gaze alternated between the canine devil and what remained of the ink devil, and she understood that the punishment was finally over. So this is the demon world's punishment, she whispered. Although the canine devil had survived, Liora knew that its fate might not be any better than the ink devil's. The demon world's punishment had not only brought it immense pain, but had also stripped away part of its power. Once it returned to reality and news of the draw spread, it would have to fight again to ensure its survival. Leora's eyes remained cold. She felt no sympathy for the canine devil, just as it would have shown none to her. This fight has opened my eyes, she thought. She surveyed the arena one last time, then closed her eyes and communicated with the demon world. The next moment, she vanished, leaving only the roaring, excited screams of the audience behind. Finished watching the battle between the canine and ink devils, Liora didn't choose to spectate or fight any further, but instead returned to reality. Sitting beside the blood pool, she closed her eyes, and her thoughts drifted to what she had previously seen. She silently analyzed everything she encountered, from her life and death battle with the horned devil to the demon world's cruel punishment. Before long, she opened her eyes, having arrived at the simplest but also most logical conclusions stemming from these events. I should improve my strength, she thought, and immediately summoned the system with her mind. True name: Liora Vathalis Dranthra Vexera. Rank: Young Devil. Race: Unknown Prototype. Strength: 45, Agility: 60, Vitality: 40, Mana: 50. Abilities: Shadow Assimilation, Soul Tear, Void Instinct, Shadow Claws, Combat Instinct, Soul Devouring, Low-Level Regeneration. Evolution Points: 578. Current Absorption Efficiency: 15x Normal Devil equals 1x. Since she had not spent any of her evolution points throughout this time, most of the displayed information remained the same. The only thing that differed was the amount of evolution points, which had now soared to nearly 600. Considering that as my strength increases, the evolution points I receive for devouring the same soul decrease, I was originally planning to save them up. Unfortunately, plans cannot keep up with changes. Both the life and death arena and the punishment reminded her of the demon world's cruel nature. In such a place, one should never show hesitation. Faced with an opportunity to improve their strength, devils had to do everything in their power to grasp it. Having made a decision, though, Liora was soon faced with a second dilemma. What ability should she create? As for using points to enhance her base stats, she had already determined that it was not worth the cost. Looking back at my current abilities, they are focused on killing fast and precisely. Shadow Assimilation lets me close in or catch the opponent off guard, while Shadow Claws and Soul Tear working together can break through their defense and end the fight in one strike. If Liora had to define her combat role, she'd say that she was like an assassin. Her battle with the Horned Devil proved that this method could indeed work, yet she was not satisfied. Since I have a system and my soul absorption rate is higher, I should make full use of it. Any other devil in her position would have been content and chosen to fully embrace the assassin playstyle, but Liora didn't. Although both the canine and ink devils were punished by the demon world, one survived while the other one turned into ashes. Why is that? She didn't need anyone to answer that question. She already knew. It was because of defense, which also happened to be her greatest weakness. Thinking of this, she opened the creation ability panel, and immediately, a shimmering window flashed before her. This time, she ignored the short list of suggested abilities and turned her focus to the last option. Create your own ability. Cost. EP. Confirm ability creation? Yes/no. I need a defensive ability capable of protecting me from both physical and soul-based attacks. Liora thought. After all, just like I possess Soul Tear, other devils might also have the means to strike directly at the soul. She paused, refining her thoughts. It must not hinder my speed or reflexes. Ideally, it should even enhance my strength and recovery. Transformation, disguise, and flight would be convenient too. As her idea took shape, the creation ability panel flickered. Before long, an ability manifested before her. Godfiend Aegis, a fusion of demonic and divine. Upon activation, this armor manifests into a golden exoskeleton containing demonic and divine energy. Under its effect, the wearer's strength, reflexes, agility, and recovery are dramatically enhanced. Cost: 9,000,000 EP. Effects: Soul Barrier, Divine Transformation. Row after row of powerful effects filled the panel, as if the system was tempting her to redeem it. Liora, however, remained unmoved. Her eyes lingered on the many zeros that followed the number in its cost, and a hint of emotion flashed in her eyes. However, she had already expected the high cost and quickly recovered. Too excessive. The main focus of this ability should be on defense. With that thought, half of the effects of the Godfiend Aegis collapsed. The cost fell sharply, but Liora could still not afford it. She continued adjusting, stripping away enhancement after enhancement, until the ability slowly got closer to what she wished for. Finally, she exhaled slowly and concluded. Without compromising on my current advantages, it should strengthen both my body and soul defense. It can start out weak, but must have room to grow. The moment she put forward these conditions, the Godhead Aegis shattered like glass, replaced by a new, far simpler entry. Myriad Devil's Armor Cost, 550 EP. Effects: Absorbs the blood and flesh of slain devils to improve its structure and enhance physical and soul defense. The armor can evolve over time, depending on the material it consumes. Current potential: Young Devil further upgrades require evolution points. Liora stared at this short description, and her crimson eyes lit up. Myriad Devil's Armor, it's strangely fitting, she muttered, satisfied with the final result. If anything, she was more than simply satisfied. Although this ability only cost 500 evolution points more than Shadow Claws, its potential was many times greater, and it could play a far more critical role. Of course, this was within her expectations. Unlike Shadow Claws, which could be used immediately, the Myriad Devil's armor began weak and had to grow to truly be useful. Moreover, Its current potential was limited, capped within the young devil stage. Liora was decisive. Seeing this ability, she didn't waste any more time and confirmed its creation. The system flickered, and the next moment, a faint vibration ran through her body. Her vision dimmed for an instant before countless thin black veins emerged from within her, attaching to her skin like spider webs. Her shadow trembled, then rose. Dark tendrils crawled out of it and coiled around her limbs like living smoke, before wrapping the rest of her body. They wove together into a pitch-black, thin exoskeleton layer that protected her vitals, with crimson lines streaking across its surface. The process of awakening the myriad devil's armor was silent, yet eerily strange. Rather than calling it armor, it'd be more accurate to say that it was part of her body, growing from within her and merging with her flesh. When the final layer settled across her chest, a low hum filled the air, followed by a whisper. Devour, grow, evolve, devour, grow, evolve. It repeated before fading away as quickly as it came. The next moment, Liora opened her eyes. A black hue flashed within them, reflecting off the armor's rough surface. Glancing at the armor covering her, she decided to conduct an experiment. She flexed her hands, expecting to see the arm guards rattle, only to find that they moved fluidly, as if they were part of her skin. Obviously, the effect of preserving her agility was still there. Liora could sense that the defense provided by the armor was almost negligible, but she felt no disappointment. It might not be strong at the moment, but given enough time and materials, it will surely shine in the future, she whispered, her voice cold enough to freeze the room. On the roads of the City of Embers, a fur-covered devil could be seen walking through the streets. It had 3 arms and 6 legs, while its entire body was covered in thick white fur that glistened brightly. Its steps were slow, as if its mind was preoccupied with something. Just as the 3-armed devil passed by a dark alley and was about to take a turn, the shadow beneath it rippled, and a figure burst out. Before the 3-armed devil could react, the figure's slender hand pressed down on its head and crushed it. Blood and brain matter splattered across the ground, only to vanish a few moments later. The thin layer of exoskeleton covering the upper part of the hand pulsed, devouring everything about it. At the same time, the 3-armed devil's soul flew straight to the figure's mouth. In just a split second, everything regarding this devil had completely disappeared. Savoring the sweet taste of the soul in her mouth and feeling the myriad devil's armor gradually become stronger, not a ripple of emotion crossed Liora's face. It had been more than a week since she had awakened the myriad devil's armor, and throughout this time, her daily schedule was pretty much the same. Every few hours, she entered the life and death arena to fight other devils, while the rest of the time was spent either hunting lone devils or wandering through the City of Embers. That's the last one for today, Liora whispered, and after making sure that no trace of what had just happened remained, she slipped away. Sometime later, Liora returned to the inn she was staying in. Seeing the familiar grinning devil with outstretched claws, she tossed 2 souls as per usual. Then, she didn't rush to go back to her room, but walked to the bar in the room next to the entrance. Although, according to the time of the demon world, it was late afternoon, the bar was still packed with devils, and only a few seats were empty. Liora found a random seat and sat down before turning to the bartender behind the counter. 1 Bloody Mary, she ordered coldly, and the bartender, a rare devil resembling a human, nodded in acknowledgement with a smile. Reaching out to one of the bottles behind him, he poured its contents into a glass and slid it across the counter. Glancing at the cocktail, which looked exactly like blood, Liora subconsciously felt a faint sense of disgust. This held true even though she knew that this cocktail wasn't made of blood, but was the creation of a devil who had awakened winemaking skills. Suppressing the impulse, she picked up the glass and took a small sip. Immediately, she felt a scorching flame glide down her throat, as if she had swallowed hot lava instead of a drink. Her demonic energy boiled, and she felt both her mind and soul become clear. Good drink, Liora couldn't help but praise, and she took another sip. While doing this, she didn't forget to pay attention to the rest of the bar. Although every customer was a devil, every single one of them showed surprising restraint, cursing at each other but never fighting. This was not the first time Liora had witnessed this scene, but she was still fairly surprised. She strongly suspected that the owner of this inn must be a powerful devil. Otherwise, these devils would have no reason to act like this. Have you heard? Ash City has fallen. They say that the city lord offended a devil ranked on the Crucible ranking. The goat devils have decreased in this area over the past couple of months. The shops in the city have a serious shortage of meat currently. Various conversations echoed in Liora's ears. Part of them were news of the City of Embers, while others were rumors that these devils had heard. They spoke casually, and none of the devil lowered their voice, obviously not caring whether their words would be overheard. Liora listened to everything with a gossipy expression when she suddenly heard something that almost caused her to spit out her drink. I heard that many devils have been attacked inside the city during the past week. Admittedly, most of the victims were weak, but no one even saw who did it. That alone is evidence of the attacker's strength. The more this devil spoke, the stranger the expression on Liora's face became. Especially when she heard about the details of the victims, she realized. Wasn't the killer they were talking about her? So, I've become a mysterious serial killer, Liora joked inwardly. But she decided that she should lie low for a while to avoid getting caught. But before she could finish that thought, another voice caught her attention. I think I know what happened. There have been rumors recently that the soul devil received the demon world's punishment. She must be devouring others to recover from her injuries. The voice of this devil was low, but the moment they finished speaking, silence spread throughout the room. Then, the whole crowd boiled. What? Wasn't the soul devil on a 650 battle-winning streak? A shocked voice asked. No one ridiculed the voice's owner for their gaffe, as they were shocked too. In fact, even Liora was surprised. Having spent a week in the City of Embers, she was no longer a newborn devil who knew nothing about the Crucible. By now, she understood that although every devil in the Crucible was a young devil, the difference in their strength was massive. As such, devils tended to judge one's strength based on their winning streak in the life and death arena. The Horned Devil, for example, whom Liora encountered in her first life and death battle, only had a streak of 30 or so victories and was actually fairly weak. On the other hand, the Ink and Canine Devils, both of whom had a winning streak of about 900, were considered the top combat powers within the Crucible. Since the Soul Devil had managed to obtain 600 consecutive victories, her strength was not to be underestimated. Liora judged that even now, after she had awakened the myriad devil's armor, she could only gain about 300 to 400 consecutive victories. Even so, she had few rivals in the City of Embers. Liora's eyes narrowed as she thought about the Soul Devil, or, more accurately, about her injuries. Still, she showed nothing on the surface. Compared to her, the other devils' reactions were way more intense. Some of them immediately rushed away after paying for their drinks, while others hurriedly returned to their rooms and began preparing. Soon after, Liora was the only person sitting at the bar, apart from the bartender. Aren't you going to follow them? The bartender smiled faintly at her as he wiped a glass with a damp towel. His words, though perfectly normal, seemed to carry a hint of sarcasm as they fell on Liora's ears. She didn't reply. She tapped the counter with her glass and spoke, her tone as cold as ever. Bring me another one. Over the next few days, Liora watched curiously as the news about the Soul Devil spread throughout the City of Embers at an astonishing speed. Before long, pretty much everyone in the city knew that the Soul Devil had suffered the demon world's punishment and that her strength had decreased. Countless devils cheered in excitement, believing that their chance to reach the top of the Crucible had finally come. As long as they devoured the now weakened Soul Devil, they'd be able to take her place as a strong one. Seeing the rumors spread like wildfire, Liora instantly sensed that there was something fishy going on. It was fine if 1, 10, or 100 learned of it, but when the number reached such a scale in such a short period of time, it became obvious that there was someone secretly manipulating this. She knew that she wasn't the only smart one and that many other devils could see what she was seeing. Yet, one fact held true. The Soul Devil had indeed suffered punishment and was currently injured. That alone was more than enough to make these devils take a gamble. I wonder who the mastermind behind everything is and what's their purpose, Liora muttered as she took a sip of her drink. The once full bar was now empty. Apart from her, only the grinning devil sat beside her, while the bartender stood behind the counter, swiping the glasses as always. Due to the rumors, The traffic in the inn, and subsequently the bar, had completely plummeted. Liora had keenly spotted that the grin of the grinning devil had gradually turned darker as a result. By now, although the grin was still there, it reflected his inner anger. Isn't it kind of obvious? The mastermind must want these devils to test the soul devil's condition or track down her current location. The bartender, overhearing Liora's whispers, interjected. His words won the approval of the grinning devil, who nodded his head in agreement. His words won the approval of the grinning devil, who nodded his head in agreement. Liora didn't show much surprise. This matched her own speculation and was probably what most of the devils in the city thought. No matter what they wish to achieve, it's none of our business. Weak devils like us should remain cautious and stay away from such things, the bartender advised with an earnest expression, as if he was taking care of a close friend. You're right. Honest devils like us should stay away from fighting. Liora solemnly nodded her head, but inwardly, she sneered. Although the three of them had become familiar with each other over the past few days, Liora didn't believe a single word that came out of the bartender's mouth. She knew very well that if she were to let her guard down, neither of these people would hesitate to cut her throat and devour her soul. Of course, given the chance, she would do the same. To us. Liora raised her glass with a smile and toasted the two devils, who also smiled in return. However, no one could guess what any of these three was truly thinking. A few hours later, Liora walked out of the bar with a flushed face and messy steps. Her movements in general were awkward and clumsy, and it looked like she would stumble to the ground at any time. It was only when she walked up the stairs with difficulty and reached the second floor that her demonic energy surged, and the effects of the Bloody Mary disappeared. The flush on her face vanished, and her posture returned to normal. It was as if she had never been drunk. Recalling the state of the two devils, who looked much like her, Liora sneered before walking towards her room. She was prepared to enter the life and death arena and continue accumulating victories, only to find that her plans had to be delayed as somebody was actually waiting for her outside the room. This person, or to be more accurate, this devil, was someone she had met before, Ashara, the succubus guide. Seeing her stand in front of her door, obviously waiting for her, Liora couldn't help but become curious. She approached her. Hello. Ashara greeted her as her eyes swept across the hallway, confirming that the two of them were alone. Then, she stepped closer and whispered in a low voice. I have something important to talk to you, she said, her purple eyes constantly scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Faced with her sudden advancement, Liora cautiously took a step back and prepared to strike. Please, give me a chance to talk. I've come to give you a massive opportunity. Ashara hurriedly explained when she sensed the danger, her tone pleading. Liora observed her with an indifferent gaze. The air turned sharp with killing intent. It was only a few seconds later, when she turned away and walked into the room, that the solemn atmosphere vanished. Come in. Leora's voice floated in Ashara's ears. So, you claim that you've discovered clues regarding the soul devil's hiding place. Leora's doubtful voice echoed in the room, while her eyes were fixed on Ashara. Ashara looked anxious and fidgeted in her seat, but she still nodded her head. That's right. In fact, I'm not the only one. Many devils have traced the soul devil's position. I've heard that they are planning to take action soon. What's the point of telling me all this? I believe that we're not that close. Liora followed up with another question, while staring intently at her. Ashara hesitated for a few seconds before finally mustering up the courage to speak. It's because you are also a human-like devil. I believe that you already know how rare devils like us are. Because we resemble humans, one of the weakest races, we're frequently looked down upon. No one else wants to team up with me, she explained, her tone sincere. However, her answer only made Liora more suspicious. Although her explanation seemed reasonable at first, if one were to dig deeper, one would discover that it was actually filled with plot holes. For example, Liora was not the only human-like devil in the building, much less the City of Embers, so why did she choose her? How could Ashara possibly trust a person she had pretty much just met? Many thoughts raced through Leora's mind, and she arrived at a conclusion. This succubus must be plotting something. On the other hand, seeing the distrust in her eyes grow more and more obvious, Ashara hesitated, then reached into her chest and took a glowing gem out. It's because of this. The next day, Liora and Eshara set out from the City of Embers, one following behind the other. Eshara led the way, glancing around from time to time as if she were judging their direction. At the same time, she took this as an opportunity to explain to Liora. According to the devils at the scene, although the soul devil managed to survive the demon world's punishment, she was on the verge of life and death when she left the arena. Originally, everyone believed she'd go into hiding. But recently, many devils have gone missing, both inside and outside the city. Following her explanation, Liora quickly understood how the soul devil's traces had been discovered. In fact, it was partly her fault. Over the past few days, people had discovered her hunting of the weak devils. After some investigation by those curious, they found that there were devils going missing outside the city, too. Then, following the clues, they roughly pinpointed the soul devil's current location. It could be said that if Liora hadn't killed those devils, none of this would have happened. The two traveled through the desolate land with surprising speed. Thankfully, as devils, they did not need to eat or drink, meaning that they didn't have to waste time on trivial things like searching for food and water. Before long, only a few hours later, the pair finally arrived at their destination, a massive, trembling volcano. Its surface was fractured and weeping magma, while the ground around it was scorched black, stripped of any signs of life. "This is where the soul devil is hiding," Eshara said to Liora, her purple eyes reflecting the lava's fiery color. Facing the volcano and feeling the constant tremors of the ground beneath her, Liora couldn't help but sigh. It deserves to be the hiding place of an infamous devil. Even the atmosphere feels grand and terrifying, she joked, though her expression remained serious. She didn't approach the volcano, but stayed far away, her eyes darting around the seemingly empty, barren land. But in her senses, this wasteland was not empty at all. If anything, it was the opposite. Her ability, Void Instinct, activated automatically, constantly reminding her that this land was filled with devils. Obviously, she and Eshara were not the first nor the last devils to arrive. "Let's hide first. There's no need to rush and recklessly," Liora glanced at Eshara and said, earning a nod of approval in return. So, the two of them didn't go any further, instead using their own methods and the complicated landscape to conceal themselves. A few minutes later, Liora stared at Eshara, who was practically standing next to her, and asked, "Have you sensed anything from that treasure yet?" In response, Eshara took out the glowing gem she had shown her yesterday and shook her head. "There's no response. Perhaps we're too far, or perhaps there's something interfering." Liora didn't speak, remaining noncommittal, as her eyes secretly alternated between Eshara and the gem she was holding. According to Eshara, she had obtained it long ago, and after many trials and experiments, she discovered that it possessed an extraordinary ability. It could sense danger and predict good fortune. It was exactly because of this ability that Eshara chose to invite her rather than seek help from someone else. In Eshara's words, she was just following the gem's guidance. Liora seemed satisfied with this reason and agreed to her invitation, but no one knew if it was because she truly believed Eshara's words or for some other reason. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, several hours were gone. During this time, more and more devils arrived. By now, even Liora couldn't tell just how many were hidden around them. With so many devils gathered here, someone is bound to lose patience and take action. "All we have to do is wait," Liora whispered. Her words seemed to carry a strange power as the moment she finished speaking, something changed. The volcano, which was already trembling, suddenly convulsed with a violent force. The magma within it churned like boiling water, and with a thunderous roar, it erupted. Rivers of molten rock burst from the crater and flowed down the summit, while fresh cracks tore across its surface, spilling more fire with every breath. The temperature surged within seconds as clouds of ash billowed into the sky, turning the scene into a vision of the apocalypse. In the distance, Liora was about to flee upon seeing this, when she noticed something. The magma, although swallowing everything in its path with overwhelming power, ignored a certain area. It was a small hole resembling the mouth of a cave, within which a demonic aura could be sensed. It would have been difficult to detect this aura if it were not for the volcano's eruption, but now, being the only place intact, this cave and aura immediately stood out. Is this where the soul devil is recuperating? Liora realized. Just like her, the devils gathered here also spotted this cave. They didn't rush in, but stood still, waiting for someone else to make the first move. After all, no one knew what lay inside the cave. Time passed by slowly under this strange stalemate, and seconds felt like hours. Finally, one devil could no longer hold back. The skin on his back parted, and a pair of wings made of flesh grew out, which flapped and took him to the sky. Then, he rushed into the cave. Surprisingly, no devil took the opportunity to attack him, allowing him to enter the cave completely unimpeded. A few seconds later, when no sound of fighting nor any movement came from inside, the devils judged that there should be no danger. Immediately, hundreds of devils rushed toward the cave using their own means, whether this was flying, jumping, or burrowing into the ground. Liora and Ashara joined the crowd as well, and although relatively late, they entered the underground cave with the rest of them. Once Liora stepped into the underground cave, the vision before her changed. Originally, she was expecting to find either a single narrow path or a vast cave, but neither of these was actually true. Instead, the cave was built like a web, divided into many different corridors, numbering in the thousands. The sound of footsteps and fighting could be heard from within some of these corridors, obviously a result of the devil's arrival. With a cautious expression, Liora turned her head to Ashara and signaled her with her eyes. Though she said nothing, Ashara immediately understood her meaning. While wary, she reached into her clothes and took the luminous gem out. As soon as it appeared, the glow on the gem's surface flickered violently, while it shifted towards the east. It reacted. I can feel that taking this path is the best, she spoke to Liora excitedly. Hearing her words, Liora observed the path that the gem was guiding them to enter. From the outside, it appeared no different from the countless paths around it. Even when she deliberately activated her void instinct, nothing unusual about it was found. Liora seemed to hesitate for a split second before finally nodding her head. Still, she remained cautious. You go first. She gestured to Ashara, and seeing her go in with nothing happening, she followed behind her. The path was not narrow, more than enough for two people to pass through, while its walls were made of molten rock. Walking half a step behind Ashara, Liora walked deeper into the path. As she did, she sensed the temperature rise, as if they were moving closer to the volcano. From time to time, the path would split into a fork, but every time, Ashara would activate the glowing gem and lead them. Suddenly, just when the two had stepped into another path, Liora's eyes narrowed. Reaching out, she grabbed Ashara's shoulder and pulled her back, throwing her behind her. A look of shock flashed in Ashara's face, and she opened her mouth to ask why she attacked her, when her eyes shrank. While she was still in midair, the molten rock walls cracked abruptly. A small shadow charged out of the gap, landing on the place she previously stood. With a loud bang, a deep pit formed on the ground, while the molten walls shuddered, causing rocks to fall from the ceiling. When the dust settled, the appearance of the shadow was revealed. A golem, made out of crude lumps of rock and magma, its body cracked and uneven. After its sneak attack failed, the golem didn't pause, but immediately lunged at Liora, its body sizzling as it did so. Seeing the golem targeting her, Liora didn't panic. Instead of retreating, she stepped forward, dark mist coiling around her arms. A pair of claws formed and sliced toward the golem, tearing through its defense and cutting it in two. But even so, the golem was not dead. Its bottom part continued to charge, while its upper body, now on the ground, crawled forward using its arms. It's not a living creature. Attack the core on its head. Liora heard Ashara shout, and although doubtful, she followed her advice. Her figure blurred, reappearing before the golem's upper body, and she swung her claws, aiming directly at its head. The golem's defense proved useless as the claws easily penetrated it and popped out of the other side of its head, holding a crimson orb. The moment the orb was pulled out, the golem seemed to have lost its source of energy. After a thunderous roar, its movement stopped, and it fell to the ground, motionless. No soul emerged after its death, confirming Ashara's previous words. This thing had never been alive. Deactivating the shadow claws, Liora turned her gaze to the orb in her hand, her eyes filled with curiosity. On the side, Ashara also stepped forward and observed the orb with her. I heard that some abilities can summon or even create other creatures. This golem must be such a creature, she said, her ideas coinciding with Liora's. The golem must be the creation of the soul devil. Perhaps she knew that people would discover this place and place them here as a means of defense, she added. It could be seen from the paleness of her face that Ashara was really scared, knowing that she would have died if not for Liora's help. It doesn't matter whether the soul devil is prepared. Now that we're here, it's impossible to retreat. Liora shook her head, and after placing the orb away, she moved on. From then on, lava golems would appear out of nowhere and ambush the two. Thankfully, their actual combat power was quite weak, and the two easily dealt with them. Even Ashara, whose soul-based abilities were countered by these non-living golems, had no issue killing them. However, some people were not so lucky. Playing with an orb in her hand and gazing at the devil's corpse sprawled beside a fallen golem, Liora realized something. I'm afraid that the various paths inside the cave are all part of a huge maze. Every path is connected, with only one of them leading toward the final exit. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel lucky to have followed Ashara. Otherwise, without the gem's ability to predict good fortune, she would have been lost long ago. Although she was bound to find the exit sooner or later, it would have taken several attempts and wasted far more time. I can feel that we're getting closer. Ashara held the gem tightly and said with a flushed face, unable to hide her inner excitement. Perhaps it was because of this excitement, or perhaps it was because Liora's actions were well hidden, but Ashara didn't notice that the blood of the corpse was rapidly drained away, flowing into Liora's armor through her feet. In the blink of an eye, the corpse had lost all of its blood, becoming a mummy. In return, the power of Liora's myriad devil's armor had increased, albeit only slightly. Liora's expression didn't change. As if nothing had happened, she continued walking deeper into the cave. This time, though, she had one more goal apart from killing the soul devil, to devour the other devil's blood. Isn't this equivalent to picking up trash? She couldn't help but complain, but her actions were very honest. Whenever she came across a corpse, she quietly drained its blood away, while making sure that Ashara didn't notice. She didn't know how much blood she had devoured along the way, but she could sense that the defense provided by the myriad devil's armor had improved by more than 30%. Unfortunately, all things were destined to come to an end. Before long, Liora and Ashara arrived at the maze's exit. As the two approached the exit, Liora's previous guess that the paths were interlocked was confirmed. Staring at the blood and scratches on the ground, as well as the various signs of fighting, she understood that many devils had come here before them. She couldn't possibly know whether this blood was the result of the golem's attack or the infighting of devils, but it also didn't matter much. Signaling Ashara to be careful, Liora stepped into the exit. As soon as her body passed the invisible lines separating the two places, her vision went blank for a split second before returning to normal. However, she didn't have time to observe her surroundings. The moment her vision cleared, her intuition screamed danger as the sound of something whistling through the air reached her ears. Seeing fireballs, ice arrows, weapons, and countless other attacks flying toward her, Liora's eyes turned serious, and her demonic energy boiled. She didn't dare to face these abilities head-on, unwilling to test whether the myriad devil's armor could defend against them. Instead, she activated shadow assimilation and her figure vanished. When she reappeared only a few meters away, she expected a new round of attacks to follow, only to find nothing happening. "What a rude greeting," Liora commented, and while patting her shoulders to clear away the debris, she observed her surroundings. She was no longer in a corridor, but in a vast room hundreds of meters in size. Around her, many devils could be seen standing in a circular shape, most of them being part of a team. It was unknown whether these teams had come together or were the result of a temporary alliance. Thinking of alliance, Liora turned around and looked at her teammate, Ashara. This succubus had entered the room at the same time as her, and surprisingly, she had managed to survive the barrage of devil abilities. Liora had been paying attention to her and had seen Ashara's body become transparent, causing the many attacks to pass right through her. It was as if she and the attacks existed in different dimensions. Sure enough, she has been hiding her abilities, Liora judged. Ashara had never shown anything like that before. Pushing the matter aside, her gaze shifted to the main attraction in the room, the object the devils had formed a circle around. It was a human-sized white coffin located at the very center of the room, floating a few centimeters above the ground. Countless complicated symbols were painted on the floor around it, surrounding it in the middle. Although this white coffin was clearly a treasure, or at the very least, an object related to the Soul Devil, no one among the 50 or so devils stepped forward to investigate it. Part of it was because they were wary of the other devils, knowing that the first to make a move would inevitably be targeted by everyone. Another part was because of the coffin itself. A floating coffin surrounded by devil runes. It didn't take a genius to see that something was off about it. Liora and Ashara would of course not break this delicate balance, and after picking a relatively empty place along the circle, they waited. A few minutes later, a light flashed in the entrance, and the figure of a devil appeared in the room. Instantly, Liora watched as every devil in the room took action, attacking the devil who had just entered the room. Even Ashara, having not communicated with anyone, immediately used a soul-based attack, stunning the devil. This devil was not very strong, and under the barrage of attacks, its whole body soon exploded. No one stepped forward to collect its soul. It remained there, floating beside the souls of the previous victims. The arrival of Liora, Ashara, and the now-dead devil seemed to have alarmed the people in the room. Not long after, one of the many devils stepped forward and spoke. I believe that everyone can see that this coffin is the core of a defensive formation. Unless we wait for more people to arrive and all attack together, it's impossible to break. The devil paused for a brief second before continuing. I don't want to brag, but I'm quite familiar with devil runes. Based on my observation, apart from using force to break it, we can also overload it using flesh and blood. His words surprised some of the devils, but the majority remained noncommittal. Among them, a horse-faced devil asked the question in everyone's minds. How can we know that you're not lying? Do you want us to slice ourselves up and test your little theory? Hearing this, the formation devil smiled slightly, a look of rare wisdom appearing in his eyes. It's very simple. All we need is to wait for the next devil to arrive. Rather than killing them on the spot, we can capture them and throw them into the formation. Before he could finish speaking, the horse-faced devil suddenly flashed behind him and kicked him in the back. The formation devil was caught off guard and had no time to react. His body was sent flying across the room, landing beside the white coffin. Not good. He thought inwardly and tried to escape, but it was already too late. The formation on the floor suddenly lit up, and a white light flashed and rushed toward him. The moment the light touched him, his entire body disintegrated, turning into a drop of black liquid. With a splash, this drop fell onto the formation. Immediately, a portion of the formation was dyed black, as if it had been corrupted. It works. What this guy just said is true. The horse-faced devil looked at the dimming formation and muttered in shock. She was not the only one. The moment the formation showed signs of weakening, everyone in the room burst into excitement. The next second, as if they had reached an agreement beforehand, a dozen or so people attacked the ones closest to them. Liora was also among those dozen people. She knew that now that a way to break the formation had appeared, the delicate balance that previously existed was destined not to last for long. A fight was bound to take place. Liora could see that the room, the formation, and the coffin were strange, as if part of a larger conspiracy, but there was nothing she could do. If she didn't take action right now and show enough strength to make them cautious, these devils would sooner or later try to use her as food for the formation. Liora's hand passed straight through a devil's head, while a sword made of ice struck her in the back. Surprisingly, when the sword struck the myriad devil's armor, it failed to penetrate her defense and shattered into countless tiny fragments. When the devil saw the half-broken handle in its hands, it took a step back, wanting to flee. But just then, a sharp pain assaulted its mind. Ashara had launched a soul attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Liora turned around and slashed her claws through its flesh, cutting it in two. Blood splattered all over her, yet she remained unfazed, calmly observing the room. By now, the battle was finally coming to an end. More than half of the original devils had ended up as sacrifices, thrown into the formation like food. The devils who were still alive were all quite strong, but 4 of them stood out in particular. One of them was Liora, while the others included the horse-faced devil, a slimy ball with furry tentacles, and a spider with a human face. Whether it was because of their abilities, their physical strength, or even their combat style, these four stood out as the strongest. These two should be just enough, Liora muttered as she kicked the two corpses toward the formation. As soon as they entered its range, they dissolved into drops of liquid and fell directly onto it. This scene was quite similar to what happened not long ago, but the difference now was that only a small portion of the formation was still there. The rest of it had been dyed black. With these two drops, though, even that last part disappeared. Moments later, a cracking sound echoed throughout the room, causing everyone to stop fighting and their eyes to turn toward the coffin. It was only then that they discovered that the devil runes were covered in dense, web-like cracks, making them look like pieces of broken porcelain. Following the cracking sound, the devil runes began to fade, transforming into black light that fell on the white coffin. "The formation's broken," the horse-faced devil that set off this whole craze shouted, but instead of getting closer, she stepped back. Liora, the spider devil, and the slime devil did the same, while the rest of the devils followed, only half a step behind. However, before any of them could run very far, the white coffin in the center of the room suddenly shook. A screeching noise filled the room as black spots spread across its surface, like a malignant virus. Looking back, Liora found that a small gap had opened in the coffin, revealing the boundless darkness inside, as well as a pair of terrifying, aloof silver eyes. A white, slender hand stretched from within and grabbed the coffin's lid before pulling it aside. With the lid removed, the owner of the silver eyes emerged. It was a woman with long silver hair that reached her knees and a cold expression, her face pale, as if it had not seen the sun for a long time. She wore a white dress that perfectly matched her appearance, and if it were not for the blood surrounding her, anyone would have mistaken her for a human-sized doll. Yet, no one in the room was deceived by her beauty. "Soul devil," Liora whispered, and sensing the powerful strength hidden inside the woman's unassuming body, her expression turned serious. The woman, the soul devil, didn't seem to notice or care about Liora's and the other devils' reactions. After she rose to her feet, her cold gaze wandered around the devils, and murderous intent flashed in her silver eyes. "Have the fish finally taken the bait?" she muttered, her voice plain and indifferent. "Thankfully, you idiots have come. Otherwise, it would have been hard to recover from my injuries." As the soul devil spoke, she opened her clenched fist, revealing the dark droplets in her palm. "The essence of so many devils is more than enough to restore my strength," she whispered and threw the devil's essence directly into her mouth. Her already powerful aura increased even further, as if she were advancing. However, everyone in the room understood that this was not true, and she was merely recovering from her injuries. "Don't let her recover. Once she regains her strength, we will be finished." One of the many devils shouted and was about to activate their abilities, only for the soul devil's gaze to shift toward them. The next second, a silver hue appeared in the devil's eyes, and they fell to the ground. At the same time, devil runes began appearing on the room's four walls, shining with a bright white glow. If one were to take a closer look at these runes, they would discover that they were exactly the same as the ones that made up the previous formation. "You've already fallen into my trap. What's the point of putting up a meaningless struggle?" The soul devil raised her hands in an exaggerated, theatrical manner, as if she were a villain in a show. She smacked her lips, savoring the lingering taste, then smiled at the remaining devils. "Haven't you understood yet? Your every action has been part of my plan. Did I suffer the demon world's punishment? Yes, but this was merely a way to get you to gather together. Now, based on this heaven-devouring array and your flesh and blood, I'll finally achieve my goal. I'll advance to become a lesser devil and leave this damned place." The soul devil explained her whole plan in detail, as if she were very satisfied with herself and wished to show off her achievements. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, and by the end of her speech, a maniacal smile spread across her lips. However, what was surprising was that none of Liora, the horse-faced devil, and the other two strongest devils showed any change in their expression. Instead, they seemed strangely calm. "Haven't you wondered why we allowed you to recover? Did you think that we didn't notice your conspiracy?" The horse-faced devil spoke up before her voice rose. Everyone, what are you waiting for? The moment the horse-faced finished those words, Liora controlled her demonic energy and poured it into the ground. Or to be more accurate, she allowed it to flow into the semi-transparent devil runes at her feet. The spider devil and slime devil did the same. With their combined efforts, a formation that had been hidden suddenly materialized, with the horse-faced devil standing at its center. The formation gathered everyone's demonic energy and poured it into the horse-faced devil, causing her strength to skyrocket. In just a split second, her aura matched that of the soul devil, then went even further, surpassing it. How could it be? When did you engrave this formation? The soul devil's eyes shrank like needles, and she took a step back, an expression of horror flashing across her face. It seemed that the horse-faced devil's trump card had really caught her off guard. Her fearful eyes satisfied the horse-faced devil's vanity, and she smiled proudly, ready to explain. But before she could do so, the soul devil's figure vanished and teleported beside her. You wish to sneak attack me? With the formation supporting me, you can never be my opponent. The horse-faced devil was mid-speech when she noticed that a part of the demonic energy coursing through her body had disappeared. The part that disappeared was that of Liora. However, it was not her intention. The moment the soul devil attacked, Liora felt a sharp pain in her left chest. Lowering her head, she saw that a hand had pierced her chest and was tightly holding her heart. Turning around, she stared at the hand's owner in disbelief. Ashara, were her last words before she fell to the ground, completely motionless. Liora wasn't the only one ambushed. Throughout the room, many devils suddenly sneak-attacked their companions, all at once. Most of them failed, but a few succeeded, instantly thinning the total number of devils. The horse-faced devil, now weakened, looked at this scene and seemed to have realized something. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do to change it. Soon after the demonic energy provided by Liora withdrew, the soul devil's strike arrived. Dense silver mist coiled around her fingers like snakes as she slashed forward, leaving behind a long, blood-gushing wound. At the same time, the soul devil opened her mouth and spoke. Have you forgotten? Am I known as the formation devil? No, I'm the soul devil, she taunted. Soul attacks? Illusions? Neither. My most powerful ability is soul slavery. The soul devil's voice was filled with pride. The horse-faced devil didn't reply, doing her best to defend against the incoming attacks. On the other hand, while the battle between the soul devil and the horse-faced devil was taking place, chaos spread throughout the room. The devils were divided into two different groups, those who had been enslaved by the soul devil and those who had not. Not surprisingly, Ashara was the former. A silver pattern flashed on her forehead, and an aloof voice echoed in her mind. Kill those connected to the formation, came the soul devil's cold command. Though unwilling, Ashara obeyed her orders. Soon, the noises of battle and loud cries filled the entire room as the bodies of devils slowly fell to the ground. However, neither side noticed that a certain corpse lying on the ground had quietly vanished. Below the room where the battle raged lay a vast, open underground space. Its rugged walls were covered in white devil runes that climbed upward, making it clear that the heaven-devouring array carved by the soul devil was anything but simple. Aside from these runes, there was no sign of life in this place, except for a single figure, Liora. Unbeknownst to everyone, Liora, who should have perished at Ashara's hands, was not only alive but was completely unharmed. There was not a single injury on her body, as if Ashara's sneak attack had never happened at all. In fact, this was partly true. The Liora that Ashara had killed had not been her real body, but merely a phantom she left behind to deceive people. Shadow assimilation grants the user the ability to travel through shadows, leaving a phantom behind that can both attack and defend against attacks. This phantom's duration is 2 seconds. Glancing at the ability's brief description in her vision, Liora had to admit that it was worth the 200 evolution points she spent to upgrade it. Although this upgrade had not improved the ability much, only slightly increasing the speed of travel, its new effect had already paid off. Thankfully, I've always been cautious. Upgrading this ability before leaving the City of Embers was absolutely worth it. Otherwise, even if I had known of Ashara's conspiracy, I might have ended up suffering. That's right. Since the two met at the inn, Liora had known that Ashara had malicious intentions towards her. This was partly because her intuition, strengthened by the void instinct ability, had warned her, and partly because she never trusted anyone from the very beginning. From the start, her plan was to let Ashara lead the way, then find an opportunity to fake her death at the most opportune time. Still, I never imagined that she had actually been enslaved. Is this how the Soul Devil spread news of her injury and set up this scheme? Liora whispered, but there was no one to answer her doubts. Shaking her head, she set this matter aside for the time being and turned her attention to her surroundings. She had noticed this place the moment she entered the coffin room, and after some thinking, she decided to hide here. But I didn't expect that the Soul Devil would hide the core of the heaven-devouring formation here, Liora thought, her crimson eyes reflecting a circle of shining white devil runes. The runes converged together to form a six-pointed star, within which many drops of an unknown black liquid were floating. Seeing these droplets, Liora recognized them as the essence of devils, the ones that the Soul Devil had previously devoured to recover. Compared to those that the Soul Devil had swallowed, the droplets here were several times more. Is the essence of everyone who died in the room, and in the maze outside, guided here? Liora guessed. But she had no time to dwell on the thought. The trembling of the ceiling and the fluctuating auras coming from above let her know that the fight was still going, and that she didn't have much time. Given all the preparations that the Soul Devil has made, she's most likely to win. And when she does, she'll surely come here to collect the essence. Find me. After a brief moment of hesitation, Liora stepped closer to the six-pointed star, the core of the formation. Her steps were cautious, and she remained alert, fully expecting that someone or something would jump out of nowhere and attack her. But even until she stood before the six-pointed star, none of that happened. Although surprised by this result, Liora didn't pause. Leaning forward, she reached into the core of the formation and lifted a single drop of black liquid. The droplet danced around her palm like a fairy before splitting into two, a red and a white half. The red part seeped into her body and merged with the myriad devil's armor, while the white one vanished into her mouth. Liora sensed that the myriad devil's armor was becoming stronger as a result, while the evolution points at the bottom of the system panel surged. A single droplet had given her more benefits than she would obtain by killing tens of young devils. Realizing this, Leora's eyes flashed with desire as she stared at the many black droplets sitting silently within the six-pointed star. Without hesitation, she reached in again, scooping another handful of essence and dividing it into flesh, blood, and soul before devouring it. Liora instantly felt her defense skyrocket while the points on the system panel flickered continuously. This only served to make her actions even more urgent. Is this what cheating feels like? She couldn't help but mutter in between the devouring. When the Soul Devil regained her senses, she discovered that she had been dragged into a vast underground space. The shining runes she had personally inscribed and the familiar landscape immediately let her know that she was where the core of the formation was placed. Yet, surprisingly, apart from her, there was one more person here, the owner of the grabbing hand. The Soul Devil looked at this person and was surprised to find that she recognized her. It was the devil who had originally been part of the horse-faced devil's formation, the one that Ashara, her slave, had killed at the beginning of the battle. The Soul Devil couldn't understand why this woman was still alive, and most importantly, what she was doing down here. Unfortunately, the person responsible for her many doubts, Liora, did not seem ready to spend any amount of time answering them. The moment after she pulled down the Soul Devil, she lunged at her and wrapped her hands around her like a hug, using the momentum of the launch to throw her toward the ground. Or to be more accurate, toward a specific part of the ground. At some point, a deep, empty hole had appeared in this place, with a red-orange glow flickering at its depths. Before the Soul Devil could react, both she and Liora were on top of each other, descending into the hole. It took a few moments for the Soul Devil to recover from the shock, and when she felt herself falling and the hot wind blowing against her face, she instantly understood something. "You're crazy." Her pupils shrank, and she instinctively launched a soul attack at Liora, only to find a thick barrier obstructing her from touching her soul, the myriad devil's armor. "Crazy. You're crazy." The soul devil yelled and struggled to throw Liora off, but her efforts proved meaningless. Not only did Leora's hands not budge at all, but she even raised her legs and wrapped them tightly around the soul devil's. Seeing this, the panicked soul devil lifted her head and reached out with her hands in an attempt to grab the walls and stop her free fall. Unfortunately, the rugged walls of the hole were tough to take a hold of, and coupled with the weight of Liora pressing down on her, she failed. Her fingers scraped against the rocks, causing her silver nails to snap and blood to flow out freely. But the soul devil paid no heed to this. Most of her attention was on the temperature around her, which was rising at a terrifying rate as the two descended deeper into the hole. Within moments, the pair had plunged hundreds of meters, yet there was still no end in sight. As the two got deeper, the temperature around them increased even further. Even though the soul devil was a young devil and possessed a physique many times stronger than that of ordinary humans, she still felt her skin tingling as a result of the heat. And as time passed, this discomfort became increasingly obvious. Of course, Liora could also feel what the soul devil was feeling. After all, the two of them were falling together. It's just that compared to the soul devil, the myriad devil's armor's defenses and its new evolution, which gave her slight immunity to fire damage, allowed her to withstand it better. Silent, Liora kept her grip on the soul devil, whose struggle was becoming more and more intense as they plunged deeper into the pit. Her screams and curses constantly echoed in her ears and were becoming difficult to ignore. "Idiot! You're going to kill us both. Let me go? Let me go!" the soul devil shouted, her always calm and calculating facade shattering now that she found herself in danger. However, her panic and fear were actually valid. The temperature of the demon world was already many times higher than that of ordinary planets like Earth, and the temperatures at its depths were even higher. By now, the soul devil was withstanding a temperature of thousands of degrees Celsius. Her pale, smooth skin was beginning to blister and crack, while faint burnt marks appeared on the edges of her long silver hair. Feeling the soul-tearing pain coursing through her and staring at Liora, who showed no signs of letting her go, a bloodthirsty, cruel light flashed in the depths of the soul devil's eyes. Without hesitation, she leaned forward and opened her mouth, directly biting on Leora's left shoulder. A tearing sound was heard as her sharp teeth tore straight through the flesh, splattering blood all over her beautiful, delicate face. Leora's body shuddered as the pain assaulted her mind, but she gritted her teeth and suppressed the urge to let go. At the same time, she didn't forget to retaliate. Her fingers flexed, and her nails dug deep into the soul devil's back, leaving behind a large number of monster-like scratches. Just like her, though, the soul devil ignored the pain and leaned forward again, using her own teeth as a fatal weapon. Time blurred. In both of the devil's perceptions, it seemed that hours had gone by. The pain caused by each other's ruthless strikes, the smell of sulfur and blood, and the heat numbed both Liora and the soul devil, who lost control of time. "Let me go? I promise to never fight you again. I'll give you everything I have. Everything." The soul devil begged for mercy, bloody tears flowing out of her eyes. She should have looked pitiful, but the blood on her face and teeth made her look terrifying, like a demon who had crawled out of the deepest parts of hell. Smoke flew out of her mouth as she spoke, making it clear that her inner organs had been burned as a result of the heat. Liora did not fare much better. Half of her shoulder was riddled with bite marks, while her skin had almost become red, like molten iron. Regardless, she endured. She was betting that the myriad devil's armor would help her last longer than the soul devil. And soon, her bet seemed to have paid off. Suddenly, a clicking sound reached her ears, and Liora felt the soul devil's body freeze. When she lowered her head and looked down at her, she found that the heart-shaped pendant she had been wearing had cracked. "No, no, no!" the soul devil screamed and stared at the remnants of the necklace in despair. Before Liora could react, the soul devil's condition, which was already bad enough, deteriorated even further. Her silver hair finally caught on fire, while her skin fractured even more and blood gushed out. The blood dissolved instantly upon coming into contact with the flames surrounding her. These flames were not ordinary mortal flames, but the flames of the demon world, possessing temperatures of thousands of degrees. Why? Why? I should have become a lesser devil. I should have reached the top of the crucible. The soul devil howled. Her beautiful face twisted with despair, anger, pain, and above all, hatred. Her terrifying, cold eyes reflected in Liora's, and her hateful expression, like that of an evil spirit, was the last thing she saw of her. The next moment, her whole body burst into flames and disintegrated, like a star in the sky or a meteor. Only ashes and silence were left behind. Her death relieved Liora's worries and pressure, causing the adrenaline rushing in her body to fade, and for the pain she had been ignoring to resurface. Her vision blurred, and her mind grew heavy, almost causing her to fall unconscious. However, she understood that falling unconscious at this point in time would seal her death. Gritting her teeth, she stretched her only remaining, still working, arm to the side and pushed her hand into the wall. Half of her fingers broke, twisting into all kinds of unnatural angles, but half of them succeeded, ending up embedded in the wall. Immediately, Liora's descent came to an abrupt stop. Her entire body now hung in the air, supported by only 2 of her fingers. Glancing down and staring at the scorching land at the bottom of the hole, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. A few hours later, in the underground chamber, the devils enslaved by the soul devil finally returned. Compared to when they were leaving, their conditions had worsened, with some of them having sustained injuries of varying degrees. Even so, not a single one of them had died. Clearly, the devils who had been unable to reach this room and were trapped in the maze outside were quite weak and had been easily dealt with. As the slaves gathered in the room, they all stared at Ashura, whose status appeared to be the highest, and waited for her instructions. Although they didn't speak, their meaning was fairly obvious. Where had the soul devil gone? Of course, none of them even considered the idea of escaping. Having been marked with a soul slavery mark, their lives were controlled by the soul devil. With just a mere thought, she could wipe out their consciousness. Facing the inquiring looks, even though Ashara was also a little puzzled, she remained calm. Master must have gone to check on the heaven-devouring array. We just need to wait for her return, she said, her eyes subconsciously wandering toward the gap in the ground. She didn't know what was down there, but she had seen the soul devil go down many times before and had a few guesses. You don't have to worry. Master will become a lesser devil after everything's over. Once she advances, she will take us with her to leave the crucible. We will finally enter the real demon world. Ashara spoke with confidence. Her words instantly excited everyone, and their downcast expressions vanished. They rushed to clean up the room, hoping to increase their status in their master's mind. Ashara nodded her head, pleased, knowing that she had succeeded in following the soul devil's instructions. She was about to join the other devils when a low rustle cut through the air. This sound came from the opening in the floor. Is the master finally coming back up? Ashara couldn't help but think, and she stepped a little closer, eagerly awaiting her master's return. Soon, a hand thrust from the hole and grabbed onto the floor, followed by another. Then, the owner of the hands pushed against the ground and emerged. Ashara froze. When she saw who it was, her mind went blank. Although this person's condition was severe and her appearance was messy, Ashara immediately recognized her. Looking at this woman, Liora, who should have died in her hands long ago, her brain couldn't process what was happening. Coupled with the inexplicable disappearance of the soul devil, a terrible guess arose in her mind. While Ashara was stunned, the sudden noise attracted the attention of the other enslaved devils. When they turned to look, they discovered that an unfamiliar woman had unknowingly appeared in the room. She had long red hair and glowing crimson eyes, while a thin layer of armor clung to her body. Her face was beautiful, with striking facial features. The exoskeleton traced her figure in a way that made her allure impossible to ignore. Yet, despite her stunning appearance, no one paid any attention to her beauty. Instead, they stared blankly at her condition, horrified. The woman was drenched in blood, with obvious scorch marks branded on various parts of her skin. Her left shoulder was riddled with bite marks, as if a terrible monster had taken a bite out of it. Strangely, her flesh writhed as if alive, granulating and knitting itself at an astonishing speed. Who are you? A devil with a weak mind questioned, its voice trembling. Even though it was a devil and had witnessed many gruesome scenes, The one in front of it was eerie enough to shock it. However, thinking of how the woman was surrounded by its companions and its master was near this place, this devil finally mustered the courage and stepped forward. "What are you doing here? Do you know what this place is? I'm telling you, my master is going to return at any minute. Surrender now, and I'll consider asking master to spare your life." Perhaps the devil was embarrassed by its initial show of weakness, as it tried to overcompensate by being extraordinarily tough. Unfortunately, the woman, who should have been intimidated by its words, showed no reaction. She calmly raised her head and looked at it before vanishing. The devil's vision blurred, and the next moment, its point of view shifted. Looking at the familiar headless body, it realized, "That's my body." That was also its last thought. Unlike the devil, who never came to understand how it died, Ashara had a clear view of everything. She saw with her own eyes that Liora suddenly appeared behind it, cutting its head with a simple wave of her hand. "Be careful," she reminded her companions, but her words came half a beat too late. Liora traveled through the shadows once more, flashing behind another devil and cutting their head off. Blood splattered, but was instantly absorbed by her armor. Like a machine that had received power, the speed at which her injuries were healing accelerated. Even the burn marks on her skin began to disappear. As a result, Liora's movements became even more precise and efficient. In just a few moments, most of the enslaved devils collapsed, their final cries echoing throughout the room. Some among them attempted to strike back at Liora, but their efforts proved completely meaningless. Their attacks barely scraped the myriad devil's armor, much less leave any serious damage behind. Moments later, following another shriek, the last standing devil fell to the ground, the last one apart from Ashara. Having witnessed her companions dying one after another, right before her, a wave of terror and disbelief washed over her. Especially when she saw Liora appear in front of her and stare down at her, she almost passed out from fear. Thinking of her previous betrayal and the gruesome way in which her companions had died, her face turned pale. "I didn't mean to. I was controlled by the soul devil. Liora, we're friends, right? Please spare my life," she shouted and sprawled to the ground. She reached out and grabbed Liora's legs, wrapping her arms around them. Tears flowed out of her eyes and dripped down her beautiful face, onto Liora's feet. "Spare me. I didn't mean to," Ashara pleaded, her words breaking in the midst of her tears. Seconds seemed to stretch into hours. Desperation filled Ashara's mind until she felt a hand lightly touching her head and gently lifting it. Facing directly into Liora's eyes and seeing the warmth within them, Ashara breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that she had been saved. Thank you, Dash," she repeatedly expressed her gratitude, lowering her head as if in servitude. However, before she could speak any further, the hand on top of her head suddenly clenched. The relief on Ashara's face turned to horror in an instant. Following a cracking noise, everything went black around her. Watching Ashara collapse to the ground, Liora withdrew her hand, her expression unmoved. She felt no guilt for ending her life. The thought of sparing her had never even crossed her mind, much less been given consideration. Although she knew that Ashara's betrayal was a result of the Soul Devil's orders, she had no intention of showing mercy. "It's impossible for me to forgive someone who's threatened me," Liora whispered. She stared at what remained of her former companion, letting the wound on her shoulder heal. Her low-level regeneration showed its function for the first time, and coupled with the myriad devil's armor and its new effect, it didn't take long for her injury to heal completely. Then, she turned to the side. "Aren't you going to show yourself? I know you're here." Liora spoke, her gaze shifting toward a certain corner of the room. But no one responded to her words, as if she had gone insane and was talking to herself. "Then don't blame me," Liora exhaled softly, stepping toward the corner. Her steps were slow yet steady, and before long, she stood in front of the seemingly empty corner. Staring down, she calmly raised her hand and reached down. Soon, something surprising occurred. After her hand traveled halfway down, it vanished completely, as if erased from existence. Yet, she could still feel it there. Without a trace of panic, Liora kept reaching deeper. It was only when her arm was buried up to the shoulder that she pulled her hand back. But unlike mere moments ago, she was no longer empty-handed. In her palm floated a tiny transparent figure with a human body and a horse face, clasped in between her fingers. Liora looked down at it, and the figure did the same, observing her intently. I didn't expect that you'd be the one to emerge victorious. Both the Soul Devil and I have been planning for so long, but in the end, we both failed. The figure broke the silence. Its words, coupled with its appearance, revealed its identity. It was the horse-faced devil. Despite being in Liora's hands, the horse-faced devil didn't panic, but remained composed. "How did you find me?" she asked, her translucent eyes flashing with curiosity. In response, Liora shook her head. "I've already seen you inscribe a hidden formation without the Soul Devil or anyone else noticing. If you can do it once, nothing is stopping you from doing it twice." She paused before adding, "If it were not for having witnessed your formation achievements, even I might have been fooled." Her words were clearly praise, but the horse-faced devil couldn't feel any joy. She let out a dry laugh, her face filled with disappointment. "Is that so? So, is it my fault that I got discovered?" she joked, seemingly finding the irony within the situation. It took her a few moments to recover. Then, as if she had made a tough decision, she took a deep look at Liora and spoke. "Unlike the others, my purpose was never to kill the Soul Devil. I only wanted her Devil Rune legacy. As long as I obtained it, and given enough time, I'd be sure to enter the Crucible ranking. Unfortunately, I didn't expect that the Soul Devil was so powerful and that everything was guided by her." Saying this, the horse-faced devil's voice rose higher, and her tone lost its original calmness. "If it were not for the demon world, how could I end up like this? It's because the demon world is unfair. You've all obtained such fancy and powerful abilities, but I got nothing. Do you know what ability my bloodline granted me?" The horse-faced devil cried out. She didn't wait for Liora to reply and answered on her own. "Extraordinary hearing. That's my only bloodline ability." Looking at the horse-faced devil venting her anger during the last moments of her life, Liora didn't interrupt her. She could understand her. Awakening extraordinary hearing, an ability that merely improved hearing, was perhaps the weakest and most embarrassing ability that a devil could possibly awaken. If anything, the fact that the horse-faced devil had been able to reach this point was a testament to her talent and high intelligence. Perhaps just like she said, if she were given enough time, she'd be able to enter the Crucible ranking. Unfortunately, she met her. "Any last words?" Liora asked when she noticed that she was finished venting. Her words jolted the horse-faced devil awake, and she immediately nodded her head. "Yes, I can tell you where the Soul Devil placed the Devil Rune legacy. I only ask you to do one thing for me," the horse-faced devil said, and under Liora's puzzled expression, she continued. She didn't ask Liora to swear that she would keep her word, nor did she try to bargain, but she straight up said the location of the Devil Rune legacy. The moment she was finished speaking, the horse-faced devil's expression twisted. Her translucent figure flickered, like a candle that was about to go out. Suddenly, she slipped free from Liora's grasp, teleporting before her and diving into her body. "All I need you to do is to give me your body." The horse-faced devil's terrifying whisper echoed in Liora's ears. The next moment, Liora sensed a newborn consciousness within her, which was attempting to wipe out her soul. But before that consciousness could do any damage, the crimson veins of the myriad devil's armor pulsed. Instantly, the last trace of the horse-faced devil was erased, becoming nourishment for the armor and evolution points for the system. Throughout this whole time, Liora showed no change of expression, as if she had expected it. "Sure enough, you had another plan," she muttered. Her voice didn't contain emotions such as fear, relief, or even hatred, but admiration. That's right. Liora admired the horse-faced devil. She had seen the Soul Devil and Ashara beg for their lives at their final moments, humiliating themselves in the process. Compared to them, this kind of person, who was willing to risk their life for a slight chance of surviving, was worthy of admiration. After all, the horse-faced devil knew that Liora had killed the Soul Devil and must have guessed that she had some kind of resistance to soul attacks. Yet, she still chose to attempt to possess her body. "A worthy opponent," Liora commented, casting one last glance around the underground chamber. With the horse-faced devil gone, she stood alone, the only survivor left in both the room and the underground maze. At last, everything was over. Compared to the buildings, shops, and inns located at the outer perimeter of the City of Embers, those near its center were not only much larger, but also far more luxurious. But even among these structures, one mansion stood out, unlike the others around it, which were built from rugged materials and gave off a horrifying aura. This mansion looked less like a building of the demon world and more like something belonging to the human world. It was grand, with a spacious garden filled with beautiful flowers, and even a large pool within it. At that moment, a young woman sat beside the pool, trailing her feet through the water and splashing it everywhere. Not surprisingly, she was Liora, who had finally returned to the city. It had been half a month since the Soul Devil's death, and with the end of the event, she had come back to the City of Embers. With the large amounts of souls she had collected during this whole ordeal, she moved out of the inn, purchasing this mansion with a portion of them. This was partly because she wished to have some privacy, but most importantly, because there was no reason not to. After all, there was no person who didn't enjoy luxury and a life of comfort. Taking advantage of the quiet moment in the garden, Liora focused on the crimson rune floating on her left palm, while her right hand traced devil runes across the ground beside her. Suddenly, her index finger lightly tapped upon the earth. The devil runes flickered with a glow before merging together and transforming into a small humanoid golem. The golem was formed from molten rock and lava, and if anyone were to take a closer look at it, they would discover that it looked very similar to the ones that Liora had met in the underground maze. It's just that it was smaller and its aura was many times weaker. After staring at it for a little while, Liora waved her hand, causing it to turn back into runes and dissolve into the air. Mastering devil runes is more difficult than I thought. I may have underestimated the soul devil and the horse-faced devil, she whispered. Despite having obtained the devil rune legacy, following the horse-faced devil's instructions, her understanding of it over the past 2 weeks fell short of her expectations. Of course, Liora didn't know that her progress had actually been rapid. Both the soul devil and the horse-faced devil had spent years studying devil runes, if not decades. Compared to the time they'd invested, 2 weeks was barely a fraction. The progress she had made in such a short time was quite impressive. Still, it's worth studying, muttered Liora, unaware of how much she had achieved. The devil rune legacy she had acquired was very extensive, encompassing devil runes and arrays of all kinds. Among them, she recognized a few: the golem summoning array, the heaven devouring array, and the heart array. The first two were obvious, while the latter was a defensive array she had indirectly come into contact with before. It was the pendant that the soul devil wore, which had allowed her to survive for a long time under the high temperatures of the depths of the demon world. After her fingers drew a few more arrays, and she confirmed her progress, Liora carefully put away the devil rune legacy. Then, she summoned the system panel. True name: Liora Vathalis Dranthra Vexera. Rank: Young Devil. Race: Unknown Prototype. Strength: 45, Agility: 60, Vitality: 90 plus 50, Mana: 50. Abilities: Myriad Devil's Armor, Shadow Assimilation, Soul Tear, Void Instinct, Shadow Claws, Combat Instinct, Soul Devouring, Low-Level Regeneration. Evolution Points: 1365. Current Absorption Efficiency: 15x. Normal Devil equals 1x. With the creation of the Myriad Devil's Armor and its subsequent upgrade, Liora's vitality had greatly increased. By now, it had far surpassed any other of her base stats, including agility. Of course, such an increase was to be expected. The potential of the Myriad Devil's Armor has reached the Lesser Devil stage. Although my strength is far below that of a Lesser Devil, my defense should be roughly equivalent. This meant that most young devils would have trouble penetrating her defense. Only powerful devils like the Soul Devil could injure her, and only those who had entered the Crucible ranking had the power to deal fatal wounds. Aside from the increase in her vitality, another change in the system panel was her evolution points. Her points, which had nearly dropped to 0 after upgrading the Myriad Devil's Armor, had now soared back to about 1,500. This gave Liora plenty of options. My current combat power relies mostly on my high defense. Shadow Assimilation compensates for my lack of speed, while Void Instinct keeps my senses and perception sharp. All in all, only my attacking power is lagging behind, Liora analyzed. This was not surprising. Shadow Claws was an ability she had created shortly after she was born, using the limited resources she possessed at the time. No matter how much it had evolved and how well it worked with Soul Tier, it was still fairly weak and was starting to become her weakness. Liora decided to change this. She didn't choose to create a new ability, knowing full well that upgrading existing abilities was more efficient, but instead chose to upgrade Shadow Claws. With a thought, the ability creation panel flashed in front of her. After a few adjustments, a new ability, born from Shadow Claws, appeared. Shadow Claws Dash Dusk Armament Cost 1050 Evolution Points. 1. Effects. Retains the original Shadow Claws ability. Allows the user to condense shadows into tangible weapons of various forms. Damage dealt is significantly increased and scales depending on the weapon created. Having had 2 weeks to think, Liora didn't hesitate. Once she was certain that this ability was what she had envisioned, she confirmed its creation. Immediately, the shadows across the garden rippled, shooting toward her and coiling around her body. In her arms, sharp claws made of darkness automatically appeared before transforming into weapons. Swords, daggers, knives, axes. The shadows shifted into a variety of weapons in mere moments, as if an entire arsenal lay within them. The pool beside Liora darkened as her shadow stretched across it, like a drop of black dye spreading through the water. Countless low whispers and murmurs rose from the shadows, turning the entire garden into a kingdom of darkness. But just a few moments later, everything stopped abruptly. The weapons, shadows, and murmurs vanished, as if they had been nothing more than illusions. Only Liora remained in the garden, her expression the same as before. Although the previous scene had been impressive, it paled in comparison to what she had witnessed during the upgrade of the myriad devil's armor. As a result, she neither panicked nor grew overly excited. Once she confirmed that everything was settled, Liora calmly examined her own condition, observing the effects of the dusk armament ability. As she did, her shadow surged toward her right hand, and with a flash of black light, it solidified into a long whip. The whip coiled around like a living snake, its tip sharp and glinting like fine metal wire. Instinctively, Liora raised her hand and lashed the whip toward the ground beside her. A loud bang echoed throughout the garden as a deep crater formed where the whip struck. Cracks spread across the ground like a spiderweb as dust billowed into the air. Observing the damage caused by the whip, Liora nodded her head, satisfied. I could have dealt this much damage before, but it would have been far more difficult. And this is merely one of the weapons I can create. Her gaze swept over the garden, and she subconsciously imagined how each weapon would perform. Compared to swords or sabers, whips are far less destructive, she thought. With a single thought, the whip in her hand dissolved, reforming into a dagger. Then, a sword, an axe, a saber. Each weapon felt perfectly real, yet Liora could tell that they were entirely under her control. In the life and death arena, Liora faced a four-limbed, wolf-like devil, weaving through its attacks with precise dodges and sidesteps. Suddenly, her mind moved, and she stretched out her hand. Following a black light, a whip materialized in her palm, which she lashed toward her opponent. The whip, like a living vine, wrapped around one of the devil's front limbs and, with a sharp tug, pulled the creature toward her. Staring at the massive figure, Liora didn't panic but calmly raised her legs and kicked its exposed abdomen. Following a loud, painful cry, the wolf devil was knocked back, its body sent flying through the arena. Liora didn't even blink as her figure vanished, blending into her shadow and flashing behind her. The whip in her hand dissolved, transforming into a short dagger. Clutching its handle, she aimed Wolf Devil's head. Its strong defense was easily pierced. The dagger drove into its skull and sank into its brain. Moments later, the creature's body shuddered and collapsed to the ground. A translucent window flashed before Liora. Victories, 179. Draws, 0. Winning streak, 179. At the same time, loud, both happy and angry, voices reached her ears. Well done. Well done. Idiot. How could you lose to this woman? Raising her head, Liora saw that the shouts were coming from the audience. Having won so many consecutive battles, her matches now drew a decent amount of spectators, who were eager to see her win or die. Although their number was way less than those who had watched the fight between the canine devil and the ink devil, it was still substantial. Taking a deep look at the audience members, especially those who cursed her loudly, Liora didn't continue fighting. She was done for the day. With a move of her mind, she communicated with the demon world, and the next instant, her figure vanished. With a crimson light, Liora's figure reappeared in the mansion's garden. Compared to when she had left, her armor and skin were now covered in faint streaks of blood, while she subconsciously radiated a murderous aura, making the air around her feel oppressive. Seeing the familiar garden and the beautiful flowers, Liora suppressed the murderous aura, blending into the serene scene. Only the blood and scratches stood out, silent witnesses of her previous battles. I can roughly estimate my current strength now, Liora whispered as she fell into thought. Over the past few hours, she had entered the life and death arena multiple times and had faced a variety of different opponents. By now, she was familiar with her new ability, Dusk Armament, and could accurately gauge her combat power. With the defense provided by the myriad devil's armor and the offensive power and versatility of Dusk Armament, I should now be stronger than the Soul Devil at her peak. Liora estimated that if the Soul Devil were to use every trick in her arsenal, including arrays and soul slaves, she could have obtained an 800 winning streak. Liora had surpassed that. She couldn't say with absolute certainty that she'd be able to get 900 consecutive victories, but at the very least, she was fairly close. I wonder if I can enter the Crucible ranking with my current strength, she pondered. From what she knew, all the devils ranked in the Crucible ranking possessed strength of at least 900 consecutive victories and had almost no weaknesses. At the same time, strength was not the only quality they possessed. Intelligence, cunning, and perhaps even luck were as important, if not even more. Thinking of this, Liora couldn't help but raise her head and look into the distance, at the towering black tower at the center of the City of Embers. It was many stories high, built of gray rock and hellstone, and looked elegant yet imposing. It was the residence of the City of Embers Lord, the devil ranked 76th in the Crucible ranking. Their race, name, and even gender were unknown to most devils, who mostly referred to them as City Lord, or simply Lord Embers. Liora's crimson eyes flickered as she gazed at the tower, her thoughts and intentions unreadable. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly turned her head, having sensed something. A heartbeat later, a figure appeared at the edge of the garden and moved swiftly toward her. It was a young woman who looked to be in her early 20s, dressed in a black and white maid's uniform. She had long black hair that matched her outfit, while her eyes gleamed with an elegant amber light. The moment she saw Liora, she stopped and bowed her head respectfully. "Lord, you've returned." A cold female voice came out of her, but surprisingly, her lips didn't part. It was as if the voice didn't belong to her. Liora didn't react. She had grown accustomed to this strange sight. She knew very well that this woman was not a real devil, but a mechanical creation she had purchased in the city not long ago. She was created through a fusion of devil runes, alchemy knowledge, precious materials, and, most importantly, unique devil abilities. A devil soul had been imbued into her during her creation, granting her intelligence comparable to that of an ordinary devil. Yet, no matter what, she still functioned differently from a real person. Seeing that she didn't speak, the maid, whom Liora had casually named Alpha, remained expressionless. Her eyes were blank, devoid of any human emotion, as she approached Liora, stopping only half a meter away. Carefully, she placed a water basin on the ground and took out a white towel. Dipping it into the water, she raised it slowly, stretching her hand and bringing it close to Liora. Using the towel, she began tracing Liora's body, cleaning the fresh blood and signs of battle off her. Her movements were gentle yet methodical, and throughout this whole process, she showed no emotion at all, like a doll that was faithfully completing its tasks. Watching her actions and feeling the cold touch on her skin, Liora didn't interrupt, but sat on the ground, letting the maid continue. At the same time, she took the opportunity to ask, "Alpha, has anyone visited while I was gone?" The maid's hands paused briefly before she replied, "No, Lord. However, I have been monitoring the movements of nearby devils, as instructed. Over the past few days, more have been wandering near the mansion, seemingly collecting information. I believe that they may be targeting you." Though her words sounded concerned, Alpha's cold voice and detached tone made it difficult to notice. "Is that so? Perhaps they think that I'm easy to bully," Liora said with a faint smile, having expected this to happen. As someone who had just arrived at the city's center, she was bound to attract the attention and tests of other devils. If she were to show any weakness, her neighbors wouldn't hesitate to tear her apart. "Anything else?" "Lord, the number of devils in the city has risen recently. Not by much, but it's still apparent." Liora narrowed her eyes. She could feel that the demonic energy in the city had indeed surged, while the cries and battle sounds had intensified. She had already noticed it before and had a few suspicions. Alpha's words only served to confirm them. After cleaning the traces of the battle and relaxing for a little while, Liora didn't stay in the mansion for long. Having spent the last few days studying devil runes, upgrading her abilities, and fighting in the life and death arena, she really needed some time to relax. At the same time, the sudden influx of devils in the city had caught her attention, prompting her to go out and seek information. Liora didn't take Alpha with her. Alpha's strength was quite weak, barely reaching that of a little devil, and her primary purpose was to take care of the mansion. Liora didn't want her first subordinate, one she could fully trust, to die in an accident. Walking out of the mansion, she silently observed her surroundings. The rippling shadows, the whispering sounds, and the faint scent of blood in the air assaulted her senses, reminding her once again that despite its deceitful appearance, this was still a city of devils. She had expected that the wandering devils near the mansion would attempt to kill her once she left. But even after walking all the way out of the city's center, none of them appeared, much less attacked her. Are they too cautious, or are they wary of each other? Liora wondered before shaking her head lightly. No matter why, as long as they didn't mess with her, she wouldn't seek trouble from them. Of course, if she were low on evolution points, she wouldn't hesitate to enrich herself. While she was deep in thought, Liora's footsteps didn't pause. She navigated through the city's narrow streets and alleys with familiarity before finally reaching her destination. It was the inn where she had stayed not long ago, the place her two friends owned. Glancing at the sign hanging above the door, she didn't hesitate, pushing open the door and stepping inside. A little while later, Liora found herself in a familiar bar. The smell of booze and hazy smoke drifted through the air. Unlike its atmosphere of just 2 weeks ago, the bar had returned to normal and was tightly packed with people. Most were new faces, and only a few among them were old customers. The fate of the previous customers was evident. They must have died in the underground maze. Liora perked her ears and listened to the conversations around her, and was not surprised to find that no one was talking about the soul devil. More than 2 weeks had passed since her last sighting, and by now, the news of her fatal injury had become old news. As for the sudden disappearance of a large number of devils, such occurrences were fairly common in the Crucible, and as long as they didn't happen inside a city, few would notice. Among those few that did, even fewer would actually care. After all, the Crucible was dangerous, whether because of its harsh environment or its residents. While she was lost in thought, her drink finally arrived. A familiar humanoid devil, wearing a black and white tuxedo and holding a damp towel, approached her, placing a glass of red liquid before her. "Here's your order," the bartender said. After taking a glass out of nowhere and beginning to wipe it, he added, "It's been a few days since you last visited the bar. I almost thought that you had died in some ditch somewhere." He sounded concerned, but his words held the opposite meaning, while a smug expression formed on his face, filled with schadenfreude. Resisting the urge to materialize a club and smash his face, Liora remained silent, waiting for him to continue. With the large number of customers in the building, she didn't believe that he came here just to chat. Sure enough, not long after, her suspicion proved to be correct. Still holding the glass and the towel, the bartender leaned against the counter and spoke in a low voice. "You visited at just the right time. The innkeeper is going to hold an exchange in a couple of days. He's already invited most of the notable devils in the city. Fortunately for you, I managed to obtain a few invitations." Pride flashed across his eyes, as if he had accomplished something extraordinary. He reached into his clothes and produced an envelope, placing it gently beside Liora's drink. "This is the invitation. As long as you come here the day after tomorrow at 10 o'clock and bring it with you, you'll be allowed entry into the gathering." After explaining, he hurried off. He seemed to be merely completing his duty as a messenger. Liora ignored his strange antics and focused on the envelope. It was pitch black and medium-sized, with a single word written in devil language across it. One Liora instantly recognized: invitation. The letters were beautifully written in cursive, appearing to be both letters and devil runes at once. But the effect lasted for only a moment. The moment after Liora blinked, that duality vanished, as if the letters had lost their power and reverted to ordinary devil language. Yet she was certain that her earlier impression hadn't been a mere illusion. "Devil gathering. Interesting," Liora whispered. The bartender's words, combined with the surging demonic energy and Alpha's earlier warning, piqued her curiosity. She knew that gatherings of devils were rare. Rather than meet and discuss with their peers, most devils would rather kill each other and devour their opponents' souls. Since the innkeeper was hosting a gathering, one that many notable devils had agreed to attend, there must be something important they wished to discuss. It could be a deal, an exchange of valuable information, or even an alliance. At the same time, the invitation confirmed some of Liora's earlier guesses. The innkeeper was indeed a powerful devil. Otherwise, he would have neither the power nor the courage to host such a gathering. Many thoughts raced through Liora's mind, but she didn't dwell on them. After a few moments, she decided to attend the so-called gathering. She hadn't forgotten that she had learned of the Soul Devil's injury in this very place. Perhaps, the same location would provide her with clues about the next major event. Most importantly, Liora felt that there were very few things that could threaten her in the City of Embers. Even if she were to meet a devil ranked in the Crucible ranking, she was confident she could at least escape, if not hold her own against them. 2 days later, Liora stood beneath the crimson sky, taking in the utter silence of the City of Embers night. The loud voices that once filled the streets had disappeared, leaving the city seemingly peaceful. Yet, the almost inaudible battle sounds and fluctuating auras proved otherwise. Sensing the invisible auras colliding throughout the city, she understood that tonight was destined to be another bloody night. "Lord, here it is." Suddenly, Alpha's voice reached her ears. Turning, Liora saw her approaching with careful steps. Alpha stopped half a step behind her and presented a long, black hooded robe. Liora took it and draped it over herself. Immediately, the robe concealed most of her appearance, making it impossible to discern her gender and race based solely on her figure. However, there's still something missing, Liora thought. With a move of her mind, the shadows around her rippled. Dark mist flowed out of them, spiraled toward her, and swirled around her face before solidifying into a black mask that hid her facial features. Brushing her fingers against the black mask, Liora felt its rough texture, and, for a brief moment, had the illusion that it was actually real. Still, she didn't linger on that thought. After giving Alpha a few final instructions and reminders, she turned around and left the mansion, disappearing into the silent night. With her speed and familiarity with the streets, it didn't take her long to reach her destination. Unlike the inn's usual lively atmosphere, the building was now shrouded in silence. The lights inside were turned off, and no conversation could be heard, while the door was tightly shut. Even the devils near this place had seemingly vanished, as if they had been frightened away by something hidden. Observing this scene, Liora stepped forward and knocked lightly on the door. A few seconds later, a narrow gap opened, revealing a pair of green, smiling eyes inside. A somewhat familiar hand slipped through the crack and twisted, turning into a claw in front of her. Without a word, Liora pulled out the invitation hidden in her sleeve and placed it on the claw. The hand withdrew, and the door closed briefly. After a few moments of quiet, it opened again, and as if the person on the other side had confirmed something, they let her in. Once inside, Liora saw a figure standing beside the door. It was the grinning devil, the innkeeper, and the host of the devil gathering. As always, the innkeeper didn't say a word. He merely gestured for her to go inside. Nodding in acknowledgement, Liora placed her hands behind her back and did as told. She was familiar with the inn, having stayed there for a while, and by following the faint sounds of conversation, she easily navigated through the corridors. After climbing several staircases, she pushed open a heavy metal door and finally arrived at the true venue of the gathering. It was a spacious hall, with dim, flickering red lamps hanging from the walls, their glow reflecting off the polished black floor. The scent of smoke and liquor hung in the air as round tables filled the whole space, each occupied by a few devils. The devils' quiet laughter and glowing, sinister eyes made the scene eerie, as if Liora had stepped into a den of monsters. The bartender was weaving through the tables and serving drinks when he noticed her entrance, turned, and nodded with a smile before returning to his work. Liora remained silent, taking in this whole scene. After a brief pause, she found an empty table and took her seat. To her surprise, before she could observe the room, much less order a drink, a shadowy figure appeared beside her. Pulling the chair back, the figure sat down and greeted her cheerfully. "Hello, are you new here? I haven't seen you before," he said, a seemingly polite smile forming on his sneaky, rat-like face. "My name is Scurry. Nice to meet you," he continued, extending his furry paw toward her, as if waiting for a handshake. Unfortunately for him, Liora showed no intention of reciprocating. She stared at the rat devil before her without showing any intention to speak, her eyes flashing with disgust and coldness. His sudden arrival had already surprised her, and his overly familiar behavior had only made her more suspicious. If it were not for the occasion, and if she hadn't sensed that this rat devil was actually quite strong, she would have invited him for a battle in the life and death arena. If that was even possible. Scurry didn't seem to notice her displeasure. With a smile still on his face, he withdrew his paw as if nothing had happened. Then, he spoke up again. "Were you also invited by the innkeeper? That means that you must be very powerful. I'm very lucky to have met you," he praised, his eyes shining. Pausing, he took a brief look around before leaning closer and whispering in a low voice. "There are rumors going around that the innkeeper is related to the city lord. It's said that the two used to be close companions in the past. Many people doubt that the innkeeper still works under the city lord." Just as it looked like Scurry would continue, he suddenly waved his hands in front of his face in panic. No, forget everything I just said. These are secrets. Secrets. You didn't hear anything from me." His voice squeaked, and his green eyes darted around like a trapped rat, scanning the hall as if afraid that someone had overheard their conversation. When he was convinced that no one had, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he leaned in closer again and patted his chest. "Since you're new here, I suppose that I have the responsibility to impart a little wisdom as an older member. Do you see that devil right there? Yes, the guy holding the stick of raw meat. Watch out for him. He is very irritable and will fight at the slightest provocation. And that woman? Don't let her harmless appearance fool you. Countless people have died at her hands. That old man. That's a scary guy, full of schemes and conspiracies. You should be careful when interacting with him." Amid Scurry's seemingly endless chattering, time quickly went by. After Liora took her seat, more and more devils arrived. By the time she was halfway through her drink, the hall was completely full. Still, the gathering showed no signs of starting. As a result, the voices of the devils grew impatient, while the atmosphere turned heavy, like a barrel of gunpowder ready to explode. "Let me tell you, you should not trust anyone here." Just as Scurry was speaking, a thunderous bang resounded throughout the hall, instantly silencing the crowd. When everyone instinctively turned their head toward the source of the noise, they discovered that it was caused by a gigantic, humanoid creature. It was a devil, more than twice the size of most devils, and was covered in thick, spiked armor engraved with intricate patterns. His face was partly hidden behind a cracked helmet, revealing only a pair of glowing orange eyes and 2 rows of sharp teeth. In his right hand, he held a massive stick of raw meat, which he slammed against the black floor while taking bites out of it. At the same time, he opened his mouth and roared. "What's going on? Who are we waiting for? When is this damn gathering going to start?" He questioned in between his bites, his voice loud and booming with anger. The conversations in the hall stopped abruptly. Some of the devils shrank back, fearful of the armored devil's reputation, while others watched with excitement, eager to see what he was going to do. Among these devils was Liora, who, although seeing this guy for the first time, was actually quite familiar with him. This was because, "Hey, see, I told you that this guy is crazy." Scurry's squeaky whisper came from the side, as if he wanted to receive praise but was afraid of being overheard. "Hi, where's the innkeeper? Let's get this whole thing over with." The armored devil's voice reverberated through the room as the banging continued. Faint cracks began to form on the black floor, which, although infused with precious materials, was unable to withstand the damage. Just as everyone was waiting for the innkeeper to arrive and say something, the bartender, who had been quietly serving drinks all this time, suddenly stood up. With his iconic smile, he approached the armored devil and attempted to calm him down. "Please wait, customer. After everyone arrives, the innkeeper will start the gathering." In response to his polite words, the armored devil didn't calm down in the slightest. Instead, he let out a harsh, angry laugh. Wait. For how long are you going to waste our time?" he roared. Without waiting for the bartender to respond, he lifted the massive meat club and brought it to his shoulder before slamming it down. His aim was perfectly clear, the bartender's head. Although his movements looked ordinary, everyone in the room could feel the surge of demonic energy within his gigantic body and understood the power behind this attack. Some devils hesitated, wondering whether to step forward and stop him in order to earn the innkeeper's gratitude. However, before they could make up their minds, something surprising happened. The bartender lightly tapped on the glass in his hand, and as if in response, the liquor within it surged. Boundless, seemingly endless, liquor floated out of the glass and converged in the air before him, transforming into a massive flying dragon. The dragon turned toward the armored devil and, following a thunderous roar, charged at him. Like water pouring out from a burst dam, the liquor crashed onto the armored devil, engulfing him completely. Continuous cracking and tearing sounds rang out as everyone's vision was obscured by the flood. Only a few seconds later, when the bartender tapped on the glass again and the flying dragon collapsed into liquid and returned to it, did the armored devil reappear. However, compared to just seconds ago, his appearance was quite embarrassing. Countless scars covered every inch of his armor, while his aura fluctuated violently, as if he had been severely wounded. He lifted his club tremblingly, then slowly put it down. With a cold snort, he sat back, this time silent. Seeing this, the bartender raised his head, his eyes meeting those of everyone in the hall. "I ask everyone to be patient. The innkeeper is going to come out soon," he said with a smile before returning to his work. Immediately, the tense atmosphere in the hall vanished, and conversations began once again. However, this time, the devil's tone was no longer impatient. Obviously, the bartender's display of strength had shocked them. After all, although the armored devil was arrogant, everyone had to admit that his strength was superb. Since the bartender could easily suppress him, he would have no issue dealing with the rest of them. Only a few devils remained calm, among whom was Liora. She wasn't surprised by the bartender's sudden outburst. Although she had never seen him fight before, her instincts had always warned her of the danger he posed. "Did you see that? Did you see that?" Scurry's excited voice interrupted her thinking. When she turned to look at him, she saw that his green eyes were shining with excitement, like a fan meeting their idol. "If only I could possess such strength. No one would dare bully me," he muttered in a low voice, as if he was stating his future dream. Liora rolled her eyes. Because of her void instinct, her senses were way sharper than those of other devils. Even though Scurry tried to hide it, she could feel the powerful aura hidden beneath his unassuming appearance. In her opinion, even if this guy was weaker than the armored devil, the difference couldn't be that great. In the entire city of Embers, who would dare bully him? Liora had the urge to call him out on his lies, but in the end decided that it wasn't worth the effort. While her thoughts wandered and Scurry continued his antics, time quickly went by. Before long, the final guest entered the hall, and following behind them was the host, the innkeeper. Silent as ever, he strode to the center of the room and stepped onto the slightly raised platform. A moment later, he waved his claw, and the devil runes scattered all over the hall lit up, their glow signaling the start of the gathering. The moment the innkeeper entered the hall, every voice fell silent. As the devil runes around them flared to life, the devils shifted their gaze toward him, waiting for his words. The innkeeper didn't let the guests wait for long. For the first time since Liora had met him, he actually spoke. "Welcome, my honored guests." His voice was hoarse and rough, like someone who had not spoken a single word for decades. His words were uneven and awkward, as if he were just now learning how to speak. "I want to thank everyone for coming here tonight. the innkeeper said before adding, I'm sure you're all wondering why I invited everyone here today. The reason is actually fairly simple. With a casual wave of his hand, a sea of devil runes sprang to life before him. The devil runes writhed continuously, as if alive, before merging together and transforming into a map. The map was massive, rising upward to loom over the gathered devils. Crude marks covered its surface, each holding a different meaning and purpose. The innkeeper paused briefly, giving everyone a moment to study it before continuing. A wooden pointer stick appeared in his right hand, which he used to indicate on the map. More specifically, he pointed at some of the marks. As everyone here already knows, the City of Embers is one of the only 100 cities with a Crucible ranking, making it one of the most popular cities in the entire Crucible. Exactly because of that, many cities have been established near it, he said, and the stick pointed at a few of them. Ash City, Thorn City, Fong City, Vane City, all of them lie close to the City of Embers, Liora heard the innkeeper say. Thinking back to the bits and pieces of rumors she had overheard in the past few weeks, she began to understand the innkeeper's purpose. And, as she suspected, her hunch soon proved to be correct. However, the observant among you must have noticed that some changes have occurred over the past couple of months. All the cities I just mentioned have been destroyed, all of the devils staying there dead or fleeing. As he spoke, the innkeeper traced the cities with the pointer stick, making the sequence in which they were destroyed clear. Are you implying that someone or something is attacking devil cities, and that the City of Embers is next? The armored devil, who had previously been embarrassed, suddenly asked. In response to his question, the innkeeper nodded his head lightly. According to the information I've gathered, the person responsible for the devil city's fall is the 46th. No, it should be the 23rd now, ranked devil in the Crucible ranking. Getting the answer he wanted, the armored devil pursed his lips, refraining from speaking any further. Most of the devils remained silent, lost in thought. No one asked why the 23rd ranked devil suddenly started slaughtering devil cities. The reason was abundantly clear to everyone. They wanted to collect slaughter points while growing stronger by devouring souls. However, some of them doubted the authenticity of the news. After all, while the innkeeper was strong, he didn't command such respect among the devils. Mr. Innkeeper, since you've gathered us here today, it means that you have a purpose. Otherwise, telling us all these things is meaningless. Although there have been rumors that you and the City Lord are close, I refuse to believe that you expect us to stay here and fight for the city. A devil seated at the corner of the room suddenly spoke up. He looked mostly human, except that he seemed to be extremely old. Tufts of white hair grew on his head, and he had a long white beard, while his face was covered in dense, deep wrinkles. If it were not for his powerful aura, people might have thought that he was going to exhaust his lifespan and die at the very next second. Yet, surprisingly, a few devils looked at him with respect, a respect they hadn't offered even to the armored devil, the innkeeper, or the bartender. Mr. Elder is right. I would, of course, not call you here to discuss saving the city. The innkeeper tried consciously to soften his tone, but this only served to make his words even more awkward and eerie. The reason I called you over is simple. I wish to sign an alliance pact with you. When the ranked devil arrives and the City of Embers is in danger, I want us to take advantage of the chaos and grow stronger. Think of it. All the powerful devils in the city are gathered here today. As long as we agree to stay out of each other's way, all of us will be able to collect a large amount of souls. If lucky, a few may even be able to advance, becoming lesser devils. The innkeeper's voice grew stronger with each word, and his words infected several of the devils, who couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Liora stared calmly at the hungry, predatory eyes of those devils, her expression unchanged. The words of the innkeeper didn't make her lose her composure. Unlike other devils, whose goal was simply to become lesser devils and escape the Crucible, her goal was different from the very start. She knew very well that only by completing the Demon World's challenges would one be eligible to receive its blessings. The devils who didn't leave the Crucible through the Crucible ranking in the life and death arena would only end up as cannon fodder once they entered the real Demon World. Even if everyone was a devil and at the same stage, the difference between those who received the Demon World's blessing and those who didn't was bound to be incredible. In fact, Liora was not the only one who thought that way. Most of the devils ranked in the Crucible ranking, and those who had reached 900 consecutive victories could all advance and become lesser devils if they wished. The reason they didn't was simple. They yearned for the demon world's reward and a chance to grow stronger. Having said that, Liora didn't interrupt the innkeeper's speech. She wanted to see how the other devils would react, and most importantly, if the innkeeper would succeed in convincing them. Innkeeper, you claim that a ranked devil is destroying cities and that their next target is the City of Embers. But all we have for it is your word. How can we believe what you say? That's right. Moreover, even if everyone here agrees, how can we ensure that someone won't stab us in the back amid the chaos? A barrage of questions assaulted the innkeeper, some doubtful, while others mocking. However, the innkeeper kept his cool. He waited for everyone to finish speaking before answering their questions. You don't have to take my word for it. You only need to wait and see if the ranked devil actually comes. I only implore you to take action if they arrive. As for whether someone will break the alliance, I have a way to ensure they don't, he said, and reaching into his clothes, he took out a withered parchment. The parchment was yellow and mottled, evidence of its old age, while countless tiny devil runes squirmed across its surface, like bugs. All we need is for everyone to sign this devil contract. The terms are simple. If chaos arises in the City of Embers, everyone here is prohibited from attacking each other. If anyone tries to break it, they'll be punished by the will of the demon world. As soon as the devil contract appeared in the innkeeper's hands, Liora instinctively shifted in her seat, her eyes narrowing. She instantly recognized this mysterious parchment, and fragments of information regarding it surfaced from her inherited memories. The devil contract was an item that lesser devils could create, and, as its name suggested, it functioned as a contract. It's just that, unlike ordinary contracts, a devil contract had absolute binding power. Because of its deep connection with the demon world, if any of the contract's parties were to break its terms, they would be punished directly by the demon world. Liora didn't know if there were beings capable of bypassing its power, but she was certain that lesser devils, true devils, and even greater devils could not. This meant that no one in the hall, herself included, could break it. It seems that this guy came prepared, Liora whispered. Countless thoughts raced through her mind as she leaned back in her seat, her eyes flashing with calculations. With the devil contract's appearance, most of the doubts voiced by the devils were solved. Not only could the devil contract ensure that no one among them would stab them in the back, but it also made the innkeeper's words seem more credible. Slowly, more and more devils nodded their heads as if they had made a decision. Seeing this, a smile appeared on the innkeeper's face. Since everyone is on board, let's begin the signing, he said. Then, holding the devil contract with one hand, he pressed his other hand onto it. The devil runes on the parchment's surface squirmed, and a crimson light fell on him, signaling the contract's establishment. Mr. Elder, please go next, the innkeeper spoke, and with a wave of his hands, the devil contract floated toward the elderly devil. Catching it, the elder examined it with a solemn expression, going through its terms and making sure that nothing was wrong. After he confirmed the contract's authenticity, he pressed his palm on it. A familiar scene occurred, and the same crimson light fell on him. Feeling the devil contract's binding power, the elder paused for a brief moment before passing the contract to the next devil. Slowly, one after another, the devils signed the contract. Some among them hesitated, but, under the threatening glares of the participants around them, they were forced to sign. As they did, the smile on the innkeeper's face grew wider, almost reaching his ears. Before long, the devil contract had traveled through the entire hall, reaching Liora's table. Liora picked up the contract and instantly felt the mysterious power surging within it. Suppressing her impulse to explore it, she turned her attention to the contract's terms. Not surprisingly, they were pretty much the same as what the innkeeper had previously said. According to the contract, the only restriction on the parties who signed was that they could not attack their allies. Apart from that, they were free to do whatever they wanted. After checking the contract a few more times and ensuring that she had not missed anything, Liora lightly bit her thumb, opening a small wound. Immediately, she pressed her finger on the parchment, trying to do so before the wound could heal. A drop of her blood dripped on the devil contract, but before it could go very far, the myriad devil's armor's effect, blood resonance, activated. The drop of blood shot back into her finger, healing the wound in an instant. However, the brief moment it had touched the devil contract was more than enough. Following a crimson light, Liora felt an invisible, ancient, and omnipotent power arrive. It was filled with chaos and madness, the most obvious characteristics of the will of the demon world. Like a ruthless judge, the will of the demon world wrote her name on the contract, as if it were its witness. However, the moment her name appeared, Liora sensed something stirring inside her mind. This feeling only lasted for a split second before it quickly vanished. Before Liora could react, Scurry's squeaky voice reached her ears. "Hey, I also want to sign the contract." Returning to reality, she passed the contract to the excited Scurry while she fell into deep thought. Recalling the stirring she had just felt and the exact moment it appeared, a suspicion formed in her mind. Is the system interfering with the demon world again? She wondered. She remembered that the last time such a thing happened was during her bloodline awakening, when the system interfered with her bloodline selection. However, unlike then, the system showed no obvious reaction this time. This left Liora with only guesses about what had just happened. Did the system invalidate the devil contract? Or did it simply make it so that I won't suffer punishment if I were to violate its terms? Unfortunately, with no one to answer her questions, they could only remain that, questions. Despite feeling that either of these two possibilities was very likely to be true, it was impossible for Liora to risk breaking the contract just to test it out. After all, if she were mistaken, her error would not make her embarrassed but would directly result in her death. For now, it's better to act as if nothing happened, she concluded, putting an end to her thoughts. Raising her head, she observed the hall and found that by now, everyone had signed the devil contract, and it had returned to the innkeeper's hands. Holding it solemnly, the innkeeper wrapped the parchment and placed it away like a sacred relic. Then, he turned to the guests, the grin on his face many times more sincere. "Ha, now that we're finished with the business, let's have some fun. Today, the drinks are on the house." He chuckled loudly and gestured at the bartender. The devils put aside everything that had just happened and raised their glasses, cheering in joy. Yet, despite what the cheerful atmosphere would suggest, silent undercurrents were surging within the hall. A few hours later, many figures walked out of the inn and melted into the shadows like a pack of wolves dispersing into the forest. Among the figures was Liora, her long robe rustling in the wind as the black mask adorned her face. She flashed through the city's streets and dark alleys, but seemingly unbeknownst to her, a devil trailed a few steps behind. The devil blended into the shadows, its presence barely perceptible, like a drop of black dye in black paint. No matter which direction Liora went, the figure kept its distance and followed. Taking a turn, Leora's clothes brushed against a building, and a few seconds later, the figure did the same. However, upon entering the dark alley, the figure was shocked to find that there was no one there. It was as if Liora, the person it had been stalking, had vanished out of thin air. "Old man, why are you following me for no reason?" Suddenly, a voice reached the figure's ears, and it turned around instinctively, only to see Liora standing a few steps behind it. Its movements caused the sky's crimson light to cut across his face, revealing the old, weathered facial features of the elder devil. Seeing that Liora had not only managed to discover him, but had also gotten so close without him noticing, the elderly devil's face became a little red. "Little friend, I mean you no harm. I only followed you to warn you to be careful of the innkeeper." Before he could finish, a black dagger materialized in Leora's hand and, with a flick of her fingers, shot toward him. In shock, the elderly devil took half a step back, narrowly dodging it. "Little friend, what do you mean?" The elderly devil's weathered face darkened while the way in which he looked at Liora turned harsher. But Liora was not intimidated by this look. "Old man, stop talking nonsense. Say what you want, or I'll use you as a knife-throwing target," she warned, her voice cold and murderous. Her words stunned the elderly devil, who, despite his old age, found it difficult to respond. Embarrassed and angered by Leora's attitude, he could only snort coldly and merge with the shadows, his figure disappearing. Only his voice rang out, echoing in Leora's ears. "You can keep my warning or ignore it. But I remind you, beware of the innkeeper. as well as that little rat at your side." Seeing the elderly devil leave, Liora didn't try to keep him here. She understood that although she would likely kill him if she tried, doing so was bound to attract attention. It was fine if someone like the armored devil noticed. She could simply silence him. But if the battle caught the attention of someone like the city lord, she'd end up in real trouble. After confirming that there was no one else following her, Liora finally headed toward the city's center, returning to her residence. The city was shrouded in silence. But as Liora neared her mansion, faint sounds of battle reached her ears. As she got closer, these noises became increasingly obvious and intense. Yet, she showed no intention of speeding up. Step by step, she made her way toward the mansion. A few minutes later, when she arrived, she hopped onto the mansion's stone fence and lowered her head, observing the courtyard below. She noticed immediately that the once beautiful garden had been ravaged, now covered in holes, craters, and blood. The culprits behind these changes were obvious, as many corpses lay among the debris. At the same time, devils were scattered across the garden and rooftops, besieged by golems who relentlessly hunted them down. In the back, Liora saw Alpha's aloof figure standing amid a sea of devil runes, controlling the arrays and golems to slaughter the invaders. Liora wasn't surprised by the scene in front of her. She had already guessed that the devils who had been wandering around the mansion would be unable to hold back once she left, and that they would most likely attack. As such, she had engraved a variety of formations all over the mansion before leaving, ensuring that at the very least, Alpha could hold them back until she returned. What did catch Liora off guard, however, was the ease with which Alpha dealt with the intruders, which far surpassed her original expectations. It seems that although Alpha's strength is weak, her talent in controlling arrays is quite high. Perhaps it's her lack of emotion that makes her suitable for performing high-end, precise tasks, Liora pondered. Though she was thinking, her actions didn't pause. Standing on top of the wall, shadows squirmed within both of her hands. In one of them, the shadows transformed into a bow, while in the other, into elegant arrows. The items felt cold to the touch as Liora held the bow with her right hand and placed an arrow on the bowstring before pulling it back. Although she was relatively unfamiliar with bows, her practice with the dusk armament and her combat instinct, an ability that made every devil a genius in combat, allowed her to use it without issue. Closing her left eye, she adjusted her posture and aimed at one of the many devils in the courtyard. Then, she let the bowstring loose. Phoebus Catastrop, cough, cough. She stopped her words midway, suppressing her urge to show off. Despite her momentary embarrassment, her aim was not compromised. The black arrow whistled through the air with incomparable speed, and as if it possessed a will of its own, followed the figure of a small devil. Before the devil could react, the arrow penetrated right through its abdomen, nailing it to the ground. The next moment, the arrow disappeared, dispersing back into shadows. However, this didn't resolve the devil's pain in the slightest. Once the arrow vanished, the wound on its abdomen lost its plug, and the injury tore open completely, worsening instead of healing. Only a moment later, the devil lost consciousness. Until its death, it didn't know what happened or where the mysterious arrow came from. Standing on the wall, Liora didn't pay attention to the small devil's final moments. After seeing her attack land, she placed another arrow on the bowstring and shot again. Whooshing sounds echoed throughout the courtyard as arrows rained down on the unsuspecting devils. Liora's strength was already far beyond that of these devils, and working together with Alpha, who manipulated the arrays and golems, killing them was effortless. Quickly, the number of devils dwindled until, a few moments later, the final intruder fell to the ground, marking the end of this invasion. Feeling the last traces of demonic energy fade away, Liora flicked her wrist, and the bow and arrows dissolved into shadows. Clasping her hands behind her back, she leaped down from the wall and landed in the garden. "Lord, you've returned." The arrays around the mansion deactivated, and the devil runes slowly retreated as Alpha approached Liora and saluted respectfully. Looking at her spotless appearance and still indifferent expression, Liora couldn't help but let out a sigh. Although she understood that Alpha was, after all, a mechanical creation, she would still have preferred if she showed even a hint of emotion. Of course, She conveniently ignored the fact that the only reason she trusted Alpha was exactly because she was a mechanical creation. Otherwise, getting her to trust a real person in the demon world would be like getting a rabbit to trust a wolf. Indeed, I'm back. Liora nodded her head. Stretching out her hand, she patted Alpha lightly on the shoulder and asked, "Have you taken count of the invaders? Did anyone escape?" Even though she already knew the answer, she felt that it didn't hurt to ask. According to my calculations, 43 devils entered the mansion, Alpha reported and continued. Of those, 13 were eliminated before the Lord's return. Overall, all 43 intruders were eliminated. None escaped. Unfortunately, the mansion sustained damage during the battle. To fully repair it, 3 souls will be required. Ignoring the latter part, Liora focused on the numbers. 43 devils might sound like a lot, but in fact, the threat they posed was not very large. The vast majority of the devils who entered the mansion were quite weak, much weaker than Liora was when she arrived at the Crucible. Even if they cooperated, these devils would be no match for any famous devil in the city. Still, it was quite impressive that Alpha held them off without losing ground. Granted, this was partly thanks to Liora herself, who had unknowingly turned the mansion into a fortress as a result of her experiments. Clean this up, collect the souls, and bring them to me. Also, plant new flowers while you are at it. How can we live in such a place? Liora ordered, earning a nod from her subordinate. Understood, Alpha replied, her voice as indifferent as ever. Crimson light fell on Leora's face as she sat silently in the mansion's courtyard, holding a long paintbrush whose tip was made of unknown fur. In front of her, a canvas was placed, supported by 2 wooden beams on either side. On the canvas, a beautiful, colorful garden was painted, filled with exotic flowers and lush green grass. This garden was exactly the same as the one she sat in, making the source of her inspiration abundantly clear. That's right. Even though only a few days had passed since the mansion's invasion, the courtyard had already begun to regain its former radiance. With Alpha's hard work and the strong vitality of the demon world, restoring it had been fairly easy. Still, Liora greatly appreciated Alpha's efficiency. Clasping the paintbrush, she lightly traced its tip over the canvas, slowly filling in the painting's gaps. "Don't you think that this scene is much better than before?" she asked without turning her head, addressing Alpha, who stood only a few meters behind her. In response, Alpha's expression remained unchanged. "Lord, beauty is merely an illusion. Whether it is the beautiful flowers or the ugly devil corpses, there's no inherent difference between them. They're both made out of the same materials," she answered flatly, without giving the question much thought. Leora's movements paused briefly before she continued. She didn't blame her for her answer. She felt that it was her own fault for trying to discuss philosophy with a simpleton. Ignoring her, she returned to painting. Minutes slowly passed as colors began to cover the entire canvas. When the painting was finally completed, a radiant garden with 2 figures standing in it was unveiled. One of the figures was a red-haired woman with fiery eyes facing the crimson sky, while the other one was a maid with long hair and an indifferent expression standing a few steps behind her. The 2 figures strongly contrasted, yet complemented each other, like 2 sides of the same coin, or like a yin and a yang. Looking at the eye-catching scene before her, Liora placed her hand on the canvas, channeling her demonic energy to dry the fresh paint off. Once done, she removed the canvas from its support and carefully set it aside. She did so carefully, having a hunch that this painting might be the final proof of the mansion's existence, which she would most likely not see again. Not because she was planning to leave, but because she had sensed the changes stirring within the city. Although the City of Embers seemed calm, the many undercurrents surging beneath its surface did not go unnoticed by her. Coupled with the contents of the recent devil gathering and her intuition warning her, she understood that the time was coming. It wouldn't take long for the ranked devil to arrive and for chaos to follow. "Have the preparations been completed?" Liora shifted her gaze toward Alpha and asked, earning an affirmative nod in response. "Most of the valuable items in the mansion have been taken away, while the traces of devil runes and arrays have been wiped out." "Good," Liora praised. "After a while, you should leave the city while there's still time. Make sure no one tracks you," she ordered. She had no intention of keeping Alpha with her during the chaos. With her limited strength, she would not only not be of help, but would instead become a burden. Rather than keeping her here, it would be better to take advantage of the time before the ranked devil arrived and send her away. Possessing the array she had given, surviving in the wasteland outside the city should not be too difficult. Of course, if Alpha were unlucky enough to meet a powerful devil and perish as a result, she would only have her luck to blame. A few hours later, Liora sat in the quiet mansion, playing with the various souls that were dancing in her palm. These souls were the spoils of the previous fight, and although not enough for her strength to undergo a massive change, it was still a substantial wealth that she could not ignore. Just when she was wondering whether to devour them and strengthen herself or keep them for later, Liora's void instinct automatically activated, letting her know that someone was approaching. She didn't panic and calmly placed the souls away before turning to face the open window. A few seconds later, a figure leaped into the mansion and landed on the ground, revealing its rat-like, sneaky appearance. It was Scurry, the always excited, lively devil. "Crimson, I've finally found you." His squeaky voice reached Liora's ears, who didn't greet him back, but went straight to the topic. "Have you gotten the things I asked you for?" she questioned. Facing her cold attitude, Scurry didn't show any signs of anger. He nodded continuously and struggled to respond. "That's right. Everything is here." His whiskers trembled while he spoke as he took out a bunch of items and placed them before her. These items were not many, but there was a large variety of them, ranging from rare ores and broken weapons to things like blood, flesh, and even skulls. Using my connections, I gathered everything together. "Crimson, it would have been impossible to get these things if you hadn't met me." Scurry spoke and raised his head in pride. Liora ignored him, turning her attention to the items. After she confirmed that they were indeed what she had requested, she put them away and waved her hand. A dazzling light reflected in her eyes as a small array composed of exquisite devil runes appeared and flew straight into Scurry's hands. "This is the concealment array you asked for. With it to hide your traces, you should have no problem leaving the city," she explained. Scurry's face brightened, and he clutched the array like a treasure. He understood the value of this thing best. Although the concealment array was relatively simple, the fact that it could be transported and used continuously made it quite rare, and as a result, valuable. Scurry had only heard of such arrays before and had never actually come into contact with one. "Thank you. Thank you." He expressed his gratitude repeatedly as he put up what he considered to be a grateful expression. Unfortunately, he didn't know that in Liora's eyes, he looked like a sewer rat trying to act cute. "Crimson, are you sure you're going to stay in the city? You know, there's nothing stopping us from leaving. Whether it's the ranked devil targeting the city, the innkeeper, or even the city lord, they must have their own plans." Scurry tried to advise Liora, his tone surprisingly sincere. But in response, Liora shook her head. "It doesn't matter. Don't all the devils who attended the gathering know that it's dangerous?" She asked a question of her own before answering it herself. "Of course they know it. It's just that they also know that this is an opportunity to profit amid the chaos. How can one become powerful in the demon world without taking risks?" Adil had been in the demon world for as long as he could remember. Born on the banks of the River of Oblivion, he rose amid the slaughter and succeeded in becoming one of the first Trial's few survivors. Receiving the reward of the demon world, he awakened the Gale devil bloodline, granting him superb agility, high speed, and the ability to control the wind. Although such a bloodline was not very strong and was, in fact, quite mediocre, it at least didn't have any particular weaknesses. Based on this bloodline and his courage, he quickly feasted on the many devils living in the wilderness upon his teleportation to the Crucible, and after his strength had grown high enough, he moved to the City of Embers. Recalling these memories, which always haunted his mind, Adil wandered mindlessly through the city's streets. In his right hand, a soul that he had just collected floated, while his mouth dripped with fresh blood. "I didn't expect that I'd have a meal this early in the day," Adil muttered in a low voice, his voice casual yet filled with murderous intent. Before he could savor that satisfaction, though, his body froze. In his senses, a massive, unbridled demonic energy was rushing toward the city at rapid speed as if it wished to destroy it. He didn't panic, instead feeling weird. Who is so daring to target the City of Embers? Don't they know that the City Lord is ranked 76th on the Crucible ranking? He wondered, and lifted his head to stare at the sky. There, at some unknown point, the owner of the surging aura had appeared. It was a winged devil with a human, androgynous body and two necks extending from its shoulders, each leading to a separate head. One of the heads was that of an ugly male, while the other one was of a beautiful female. The moment Adil's gaze landed on this creature, his eyes stung. Blood began flowing out of them and dripped to the ground as if he had seen something terrifying. He instinctively wanted to close them, but before he could, the female head on the winged devil's shoulders opened its mouth. A shriek that tore through heaven and earth spread, echoing in Adil's ears and penetrating through his body, reaching directly into his soul. No, 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 he screamed, but he didn't have time to finish his words. The next moment, his head exploded like a watermelon, splashing blood all over the place. Adil was not the only one affected by the two-headed devil's large-scale attack. Everywhere in the city, whether it was the alleys, streets, or shops, the heads of the weaker devils swelled before exploding. The remaining devils, witnesses of this strange event, stared at their now-dead companions in horror. A ranked devil. This creature must be on the Crucible ranking. A devil suddenly shouted, and their words immediately alarmed those around them. A ranked devil. These words were enough to strike fear in the hearts of any devil in the Crucible. Each ranked devil possessed immense power and extraordinary means, and most importantly, they were filled with bloodlust and hunger. Staring at the two-headed devil who had obviously come to the City of Embers with malicious intentions, the devils despaired. The smartest among them turned their heads toward the towering structure at the city's center, hoping for that person to step forward and save them. Sure enough, moments later, what had been waiting for happened. From the massive tower, a shadowy figure flew out and shot toward the winged devil. As a result of its flying momentum, the two figures collided and were knocked back, disappearing into the distance. However, the collision of the two overwhelming auras could still be sensed, telling them that the fight was far from over. Instantly, a brief silence spread throughout the city, followed by loud shouts, roars, and growls. The devils, who were originally filled with despair, pounced on their companions, first targeting those who had been injured, and then the weaker ones. They all understood that the fight between the two ranked devils wouldn't end there. It was impossible for them to simply hope that the City Lord would emerge victorious. Rather than hoping for someone else to save them, they would rather escape, or even more so, take the opportunity to become stronger. Sitting on the mansion's roof with her legs dangling off its edge, Liora, being in the city, had also become a silent witness to everything that occurred. From the arrival of the two-headed devil to the deaths of many devils, and the ensuing chaos, none of it escaped her senses. "It's finally here," she whispered, not knowing whether she should feel excited or nervous. Shaking her head, she stopped thinking about such inexplicable things. With a move of her mind, a javelin materialized in her palm, which she grasped casually. She didn't adjust her posture, still seated. She lightly threw it forward as if she were throwing a dart. F. A painful cry reached her ears, and the figure of a devil, who had been trying to sneak up on her, revealed itself before her. She didn't move. The javelin had already pierced through their head, instantly killing them. "It seems that no one can stay out of this," Liora muttered as she collected the soul and jumped off the roof with an elegant leap. Blending into the shadows, she traveled through the darkness and navigated through the surrounding streets. Painful cries accompanied her figure wherever she went, as bodies of devils dropped dead to the ground, killed in a single strike. With shadow assimilation, soul tear, and dusk armament, Liora's attacks were ruthless and precise, never failing to kill their target. She didn't know how many devils she had killed, having long lost count. She only stopped when she noticed that the population of devils near the mansion had dropped to a freezing point, and that she was the only person still alive. However, this didn't mean that the fight was over. Far from it. Walking through the now empty streets, Liora followed her intuition and the obvious, searching for her next target. At the same time, she took advantage of this little free time to analyze the situation. Just like me, the other powerful devils must also have begun collecting souls. Even if some have chosen not to stay and escaped like scurry, those remaining should be more than enough to control the city. With the devil contract forbidding us from attacking each other, everyone is currently in a race against the rest to see who can eliminate the most devils. The number of devils in the City of Embers was finite, and now, without the invisible suppression of the city lord, the powerful among them were bound to have a feast. Liora knew that in such a situation, she could only follow the current, becoming a hunter and waiting for the right opportunity to arise. Only then would she have a chance to become one of the few final victors. Shouts and painful cries cut through the air. As Liora left the blocks surrounding the mansion, the smell of blood and silent despair assaulted her senses. Hissing and predatory swallowing sounds reached her ears, as if an apex predator had somehow infiltrated a flock of sheep. Clearly, another powerful devil was nearby. And unlike Liora, whose sole purpose was to kill cleanly and efficiently, they seemed to revel in the slaughter. Gliding through the shadows, she reached the source of the loud noise, a serpent devil surrounded by dozens of others. These devils cooperated, working together to launch various attacks toward the serpent devil. But their efforts ultimately proved meaningless. Their blows struck the serpent devil's green scales and bounced off, failing to leave even the slightest trace behind. A high-pitched hiss escaped the serpent devil's mouth as it flicked its tail and pounced on the attackers. A gaping maw opened wide, and it completely enveloped one of the devils besieging it before swallowing it whole. The devil struggled to break free, causing the body of the serpent devil to swell unnaturally, but before long, its struggles ceased. Watching the serpent devil's ruthless, violent attacks, even Liora felt a little surprised. So far, nearly every devil she had come into contact with had been quite rational, making her almost forget the true nature of young devils. Cruel, gluttonous, and driven by instinct. These were the words that most accurately described them. The moment her gaze landed on it, Liora sensed the devil contract she had previously signed activate, letting her know that this serpent must have been a participant in the inn's devil gathering. Since they had both signed the contract, it meant that neither of them could do anything to the other. Knowing that there was nothing she could do to eliminate it and that staying here would only waste her time, Liora didn't linger. She turned to leave. However, the serpent devil wasn't as rational or calculating as her. As she turned away, its cold, inhumane eyes flashed with a deep scarlet color, filled with hunger and viciousness. To Liora's surprise, it completely disregarded the devil contract's binding power and chose to pounce on her. Opening its mouth wide, it flashed across the street and arrived before her, lowering its head as if trying to swallow her whole. Although Liora was leaving, she hadn't let her guard down. This, coupled with her void instinct, allowed her to instantly sense the threat and shift her body. Raising her left arm, she brought it before her chest, ready to parry the incoming blow. With a screech, the serpent devil's attack came, its mouth wrapping around her arm like it was ready to devour it. However, to the serpent devil's shock, it discovered that it could not close its mouth no matter how hard it tried. Moreover, its sharp fangs traced against Liora's exoskeleton-like armor, creating flying sparks and breaking in the process. A flicker of intelligence flashed in its hazy eyes, and it seemed to sense something amiss. The thought of retreating arose. Unfortunately for it, Liora wasn't planning to let it go. With her free hand, she grabbed the serpent's head, squeezed it tightly, and hurled it away. Its body slammed into the ground like a meteor, rolling and carving deep craters along its way. It only came to an abrupt stop upon crashing into a nearby building. Liora's shadow rippled, and she was ready to use shadow assimilation when her movements paused. In her senses, a vast, ancient, and chaotic will descended, making her freeze. Thankfully, the will's actual target was not her, but the serpent devil. Hiss! Liora saw the serpent devil lift its head in despair and hiss toward the sky before its body started writhing. Its flesh squirmed as if it possessed a mind of its own, and tumors began spreading across its body, making it look like a grotesque balloon that was on the verge of bursting. Only a moment later, a thunderous explosion sounded, and the serpent devil's body exploded like a firework, splattering blood and flesh all over the place. Liora's eyes shrank as she watched this scene unfold. This is the will of the demon world. It must have noticed that the serpent devil violated the terms of the devil contract and brought down its punishment, she thought. Her gaze swept the area, and she keenly noticed that the serpent devil's soul was nowhere to be found. She knew why that was. The demon world's punishment is not as simple as mere death. If one violates their oath, not only will they be eliminated, but their souls will be brought to its deepest depths to undergo indefinite torture. Compared to death, this torture was countless times crueler and more terrifying. After all, sometimes death was but a relief. Thinking of this, and recalling the stirring she had felt during the signing of the devil contract, Liora's resolve to pretend that nothing happened only deepened. She didn't want her body to end up as a puddle on the ground while her soul underwent torture for eternity, even if the chances of that happening were slim. Liora's encounter was but a glimpse of the carnage taking place within the City of Embers. With the City Lord leaving and the fragile balance broken, the powerful devils took action to wipe out the weaker devils. Among them, quite a few lost their rationality, indulging in their instinct to slaughter and devour. However, such devils were soon punished by the demon world, leaving only the rational ones remaining. These, as if they had communicated beforehand, consciously avoided each other, each selecting a hunting area and slowly expanding its range. Is this the final one? Standing amid a pile of corpses, Liora stared at what remained of a devil in her hand and muttered. Unknowingly, she had lost track of time, mechanically killing those who dared to attack her and collecting their souls. Still, she had not lost herself in this massacre. No matter how intense the fight became or how many she killed, part of her mind always paid attention to what was happening outside the city, where the two ranked devils were battling. The fluctuation of the two auras, as well as the dwindling demonic energy, told her that the battle was nearing its end. Sure enough, not long after that thought arose, Liora sensed that one of the two ranked devils had chosen to flee while the other one chased after them. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the fleeing ranked devil's trajectory happened to pass straight through the City of Embers, or what little remained of it. Two figures flew through the sky some distance away from the City of Embers, one pursuing the other. The figure in the back was the two-headed devil that Liora and everyone in the city had seen earlier, with its two heads alternating their attacks. The beautiful female had opened its mouth, letting out terrifying shrieks that unleashed sonic attacks, while the ugly male head whispered in a low, rasping voice. Unlike the female head's shrieks, the whispers didn't seem to cause any visible damage. But in reality, they directly targeted one's soul. Even the faintest trace of the whisperings was enough to stun most people. If they were to listen to them for long, their soul would end up corrupted, lingering between sanity and insanity. With one physical and one soul-based attack, the two-headed devil held an absolute advantage in the ranked devil's battle, as evidenced by the current situation. Embers, you lowly bug, don't hide if you dare. The two-headed devil communicated directly with the city lord using its ability, trying to provoke them into taking action. Clearly, despite its terrifying appearance, the two-headed devil was still very rational. In response to its taunts, though, Lord Embers didn't stop. Instead, their speed increased even further. Back in the City of Embers, the mindless massacre neared its end. Only a few powerful devils remained alive, who, having signed a devil contract forbidding them from attacking each other, had their hands tied. With the death of nearly the entire devil population, Liora could accurately pinpoint the remaining devils' exact locations, as well as discern their identities. Armored devil, elderly devil, the cruel lady. She quickly recognized most of them, having met them during the devil gathering. However, Liora immediately noticed that there were a few people missing. Scurry was the most obvious one, but apart from him, a pair of devils that she was quite familiar with was also nowhere to be seen. Sure enough, Liora muttered, having guessed something. Or rather, having confirmed her previous guess. She didn't stay in thought for long, though, but raised her head and looked toward the horizon. There, two unidentified figures streaked across the crimson sky at extreme speed. Loud sonic booms and surging demonic energy accompanied the two figures, evidence of their power. Just when everyone thought that they would pass through the city and disappear into the distance, the trajectory of the figure at the front came to an abrupt stop. Lowering its altitude, the figure rushed toward the ground and, with a thunderous bang, slammed down like a meteor. The two-headed devil, pursuing the city lord, seemed to be caught off guard, its movements pausing as it hovered in the air for a brief moment. But that moment was enough for the powerful devils in the city to react and to rush to the city's walls. "It's you." A voice suddenly spread throughout the city, filled with fury, embarrassment, and a barely hidden fear. The person who spoke was none other than the armored devil, whose entire body trembled beneath the armor, burning with undisguised anger. Unlike what one would expect, though, his gaze was not directed at the two-headed devil, but at the city lord. Just like him, the other devils also stared at the city lord with their mouths open, unable to conceal their astonishment. Only Liora managed to remain composed, narrowing her eyes and looking at the city lord's figure. This person's identity should have caught her off guard, but surprisingly, it didn't. Staring at their almost human appearance, their elegant manners, and that iconic, smug smile, she couldn't help but whisper, "It's indeed you, bartender." On the other hand, the bartender, now revealed to be the city lord, Lord Embers, didn't shy away from everyone's eyes. With a smile on his face, he bowed elegantly and greeted politely. "Greetings, everyone," he said cordially, like a person meeting their long-lost friends. But his warm words only served to make the devils feel even more eerie. In the sky, the two-headed devil didn't lower itself, nor did it launch any attack. Unknown if it simply wanted to see the scene unfold, or if it was intimidated by Lord Ember's sudden change of attitude. Cough, cough. Amid the awkward silence, the elderly devil, the object of many devils' admiration, stepped forward. "Bartender." "No, I should call you Lord Embers. What's the point of plotting against us?" the elderly devil asked, posing the question in everyone's minds. By now, even the stupidest, least intelligent devils like the armored devil had understood that there was something wrong. "Do you want us to help you fend off this two-headed, sir? If so, you should have requested our assistance rather than resorting to such tricks. After all, with the devil contract's binding power, neither of us can do anything to each other," the elderly devil stated, the latter part of his speech being the source of his current confidence. With the devil contract, even if Lord Embers held malicious intentions, he could never harm them. Unfortunately, things went beyond his expectations. Lord Embers didn't become angry when faced with the elderly devil's accusations, but calmly reached into his clothes and took out a yellow parchment. The devils immediately recognized it. It was the devil contract binding them. Lord Embers carefully held it in his hands, and with a smile, he lightly shook his head. "I'm afraid that you're mistaken. What does the devil contract you guys signed have to do with me?" he asked rhetorically. "The devil contract indeed stipulates that participants cannot harm each other. But did I ever become a participant? No." Before anyone could react to these words, Lord Embers clicked his fingers. The next moment, the weathered parchment shone with a crimson light, and, from within it, many drops of blood flew out. Clasping these drops of blood, the demonic energy of Lord Embers surged even further, while his canine teeth elongated, turning into sharp fangs. His skin turned pale, as if he had not seen the sun for months, while the flesh on his back squirmed, transforming into a pair of crimson wings. His appearance was horrifying, but the aura he exuded was neither violent nor brutal, but filled with nobility, like a member of the royal family. Staring at the blood in his palm, Lord Embers clutched his fist and whispered in a low, almost inaudible voice, "Blood curse." The next moment, the drops of blood escaped his palm and shot into the air, taking all shapes and forms. Some of them turned into weapons, some into eerie figures, while others turned into tentacled monsters. No matter what they transformed into, though, the drops of blood soon shot toward their original owner, an eternal curse accompanying them. Vampires were a very rare race in the demon world, and most devils would find it difficult to meet one in their entire lifetime. In the demon world, a bloodline's rarity was directly proportional to its strength, and the vampire bloodline happened to be among the strongest. However, this was not the only reason behind their rarity. The other, and perhaps more important, reason was that vampires were not native to the demon world. According to legend, vampires were creatures from another world, a world that was invaded by the demon world in the past. Their ancestor, their strongest member at the time, sensed the danger and, without hesitation, betrayed their native world, surrendering and falling to the demon world's embrace. Since then, vampires had become a race of devils, fully integrated into the demon world's ecosystem. Although rare, due to their unique traits, information regarding this race was still preserved within the devil's inherited memories. Just as in the legends, vampires could manipulate blood, control the undead, and summon strange familiars. Fitting for his race, the moment Lord Embers revealed his true appearance, he cast an ability infamous in the demon world, Blood Curse. Drops of blood shot out from his palm toward their respective owners and drilled into the bodies of the stunned devils. Nothing seemed to have happened at first, but panic and horror flashed across their faces. "You actually tampered with the devil contract?" one of them asked, sensing impending doom. The devils all realized that Lord Embers had used the blood they had offered during the contract signing process as a medium to curse them. Faced with their horror, the smile on Lord Embers' face only grew wider. "Only idiots like you who have never seen the world would dare to leave your blood behind. The devils in the real demon world would never do such a foolish thing," he said mockingly. "I should thank you all. Without your contributions, clearing out the whole city would have been impossible." The moment he finished speaking, dark mist burst out from each devil's body and transformed into all kinds of disgusting bugs. As if these bugs had not eaten for years, they pounced on their creators. Chewing and biting followed as the devils found it impossible to defend themselves. The attacking power of Blood Curse was not overwhelming, but having used their blood as a medium, its true effect proved to be terrifying. In the blink of an eye, whether it was the strong, simple-minded armored devil or the cunning, seemingly unfathomable elderly devil, all of them were gone. Their flesh and blood were devoured by the mosquitoes, ants, and flies, leaving only their empty skeletons behind. "Ag!" A loud shriek broke the silence, and a swarm of bats flew out from Lord Ember's body. The bats merged together only a few meters away from him, taking a human appearance and transforming into the innkeeper. However, at this time, the innkeeper's condition wasn't good at all. His ever-grinning face now twisted with pain and horror as he faced Lord Embers pleadingly. "Lord, save me. I'm your most trusted subordinate. Save me," he begged loudly, but the next moment, his body exploded. This scene was quite familiar, and it was exactly what had happened to the serpent devil. Clearly, although the innkeeper hadn't personally attacked any of the devils, his silent contribution was noticed by the demon world, which decided to punish him accordingly. The punishment was very simple: death. Watching the subordinate who had followed him for many years die, Lord Embers remained indifferent. Collecting the floating souls around him, he casually stored them away before turning to the two-headed devil. From the moment Lord Embers landed on the ground to the innkeeper's death, barely a few seconds had passed. The two-headed devil had yet to react. "I need to thank you, too. Without your threat, gathering all these devils and setting up this scheme would have been nearly impossible." Lord Embers addressed the two-headed devil, but while mid-speech, he noticed something strange. "Huh? Did a lucky bug escape?" he questioned, turning toward the city's walls, where a single figure now stood. He was somewhat familiar with this figure. It was Liora. "Did you take your blood back when signing the devil contract? Or do you have some way to counter the blood curse?" he whispered, then shook his head. "It doesn't matter. One devil more, one devil less. It makes no difference now," Lord Embers said and leaned down. An eerie gray light flashed in his right palm as he pressed his hand on the ground and whispered, "Arise." Although his voice was low, it echoed everywhere, resounding throughout the city and the surrounding area. His words carried a seemingly strange power. As the moment he finished speaking, the entire city trembled violently. As if struck by an earthquake, the uneven buildings shook and the ground split open, forming deep cracks along its way. The crimson sky darkened as if night had arrived, and dark mist spread, making the area seem ominous and horrifying. Clicking and cracking noises sounded, and bones colliding were heard. The next moment, something awakened. Hands made of bones reached out from the ground and pushed against it, climbing out and revealing their skeletal forms. At the same time, the fresh corpses of the devils who had just died also changed. Their flesh and blood fell off, turning them into complete skeletons, and with a flicker of gray light in their eyes, they rose. Even the powerful devils slain by the blood curse rose again as undead, an unintelligent gray flame flickering in their empty eye sockets. Ha! A thunderous, eerie laughter spread throughout the city, and the always composed Lord Embers suddenly lost his cool. Staring at the result of his hard work, he beamed with joy, unable to contain his excitement. Finally, it's done. He couldn't help but mutter with a wild, crazy smile on his face. But when his eyes landed on the last survivor in the city, Liora, a cruel look appeared on his face. "Kill her," he commanded coldly, and in response, the countless undead rushed over, like a well-coordinated army. Their target? Liora. Lord Embers didn't join them. Instead, he turned to the two-headed devil. As he did, the nails on his hand turned longer, gleaming with a sharp light, as he launched himself forward. "It's time for round 2, he growled, soaring into the sky. Although Liora watched Lord Embers soar into the sky and lunge at the two-headed devil, she didn't have the will or the time to intervene. Following Lord Embers' cold command, the undead all over the city began to move, rushing toward her. This was true for even the skeletons of the once powerful devils. Moreover, because these devils stood on top of the city wall, not far from Liora, they were the first ones to attack her. A loud whistling sound was heard as a large, muscular skeleton shot toward Liora at full speed. Although its flesh was gone, based on its appearance, it was clear that this was the armored devil, or what remained of him. With a thunderous bang, the armored devil slammed into the place where Liora was standing, raising his hand and punching forward. The gray flame in his eye sockets flickered as his fist blasted Leora's head, causing it to burst like a watermelon. Blood splattered, and her lifeless body fell to the ground. Yet, only a moment later, both the blood and the body transformed into shadows, which wriggled like tadpoles before blending into the darkness. The armored devil had never been smart to begin with, and now that he had died and been summoned as an undead, his intelligence was even more lacking. Aside from being able to execute some simple commands, it could be said that he was a mindless puppet. As such, witnessing the strange scene before him, he became confused, wondering what had just happened and where his target had gone. Just then, though, the shadow beneath his body squirmed. Before the armored devil could react, Leora's figure flashed behind him. A pitch-black, ghostly scythe appeared in her hand, and with a casual wave, it struck directly at his abdomen. The bones making up the armored devil's body cracked the moment the scythe touched them, and they shattered like fragile glass. The gray flame in his eyes flickered even more intensely as the scythe passed straight through him, like a sharp knife piercing a piece of paper, cutting him in two. Even so, he wasn't dead just yet. He opened his jaw wide as he pushed against the ground with his hands, launching himself forward, attempting to take a bite out of Leora's legs. Fortunately, Liora reacted quickly. The moment before the armored devil's head reached her, she waved the black scythe again, this time swinging it downwards. The sharp, gleaming tip penetrated the armored devil's forehead, nailing his head to the ground. As if a switch had been turned off, the gray flame in his eyes instantly disappeared, while the struggle of his separated body ceased. This time, he was truly dead. Unfortunately, Liora didn't have time to celebrate. Even though she had slain the armored devil in just 2 moves, the momentary delay had allowed the other powerful devils to surround her. Moreover, sensing the beating auras rapidly approaching her, it became clear to her that more enemies, undead, were coming. But despite the seemingly dangerous situation she found herself in, she didn't panic. Judging from the armored devil's combat power, these undead don't possess the full strength they had when they were alive, she analyzed calmly. Based on her observations, these undead only retained about half of their original power, meaning that they were considerably weaker. If so, dealing with them should not be that difficult, Liora whispered, and just like before, her figure vanished, leaving only a phantom where she previously stood. Taking the initiative, she teleported in front of another devil and, turning the scythe into a dagger, she embedded it deep into its skull. With her previous experience, she had already understood that the skull was the undead's weakness, and, unless she destroyed it, they would remain alive. Continuous cracking sounds echoed as Liora shuttled through the shadows, using every means in her arsenal to shatter the skulls of the undead she met on the way. Despite the overwhelming number of enemies and the tight space in which she could operate, she surprisingly faced little danger. Shadow assimilation allowed her to maneuver through the siege, while the myriad devil's armor, now stronger than ever before, made it so that injuring her was nearly impossible. Even the attacks of the devils themselves would be unable to penetrate her seemingly invincible defense, much less these, way weaker, undead. Of course, individual power was never the undead's biggest strength. Rather, it was their number. No matter how many undead Liora eliminated, more would soon pop out and take the Fallen's place, continuing the siege. These undead were summoned using the devils of the city as materials, and as such, their actual number was unfathomable. But Liora didn't mind. Using the shadows once again, she teleported in front of the elderly devil and, with a single punch, blasted his skull into pieces. A hint of strangeness flashed in her crimson eyes, but it quickly disappeared. With a deep expression, she observed the surrounding battlefield, and after analyzing it, she continued her ruthless attacks. Her movements carried no sense of urgency as she methodically cleaned up the undead, slowly whittling down their numbers. However, while Liora was taking her time, another person could no longer afford to wait. After parrying another of the two-headed devil's sonic attacks, Lord Embers took the chance to glance at the city, and when he saw Leora's figure, his eyes burned with anger. Although he no longer held back and unleashed his full combat power, fighting evenly against the two-headed devil, he was far from satisfied. His goal had never been to survive. From the very start, his plan was to kill the two-headed devil. It seems that I have to use that. I originally wanted to keep it as a trump card against this guy, but now I can no longer wait, he thought. And while suppressing the effects of the uncanny murmurs, his eyes took a deep gray color. Strange devil runes danced in his two palms as he whispered in a low, almost inaudible voice. Gather. The moment this single word fell, the world around him changed once again. The gray mist that had engulfed the entire city boiled, and with a swoosh, it swooped toward the undead, integrating into their skeletal forms. The power of the undead rose as more and more mist poured into them, causing Leora's expression to change. But just then, deafening booms sounded one after another. Many gray runes spread across the undead's bones, and they, who should have become a threat, suddenly exploded. Their remains turned into a sea of bones, which gathered in the air right above Liora. Shrieks, cries, and mournful wails echoed in her ears as she seemed to see countless devils' souls merge together. In fact, not only were their souls merging, but their bodies too. The countless broken pieces of bones landed one on top of the other and combined, like strange Lego pieces. When the final bone fell into place, the original undead were all gone. In their place, a single, 20-meter-tall monster stood, made exclusively out of bones. It was humanoid, but dozens of hands of varying lengths extended from each of its sides. In its abdomen, many visages could be seen roaming around, some of which Liora recognized. Armored devil, elderly devil. Many recently slain devils squirmed in the creature's abdomen, their eyes staring straight toward Liora with undisguised hatred. In unison, the faces opened their mouths, letting out a high-pitched, terrifying scream. As if in response, the joints of the undead creature squeaked and its body trembled slightly, before lunging at Liora. Unlike when she faced the armored devil's charge, Liora didn't have the time to activate shadow assimilation this time. Instinctively, she could only raise her hands in a hurry, bringing them before her. The moment she finished those movements, the colossal undead's attack arrived. All of its hands turned into tight fists, and they punched down in unison, overwhelming her. Liora felt her arms, shoulders, abdomen, and even her head being hit, and the force knocked her back. Her body flew through the air, crashing into the ground and rolling a few times before finally hitting the city's wall. Dust and pieces of stone flew everywhere, and it took a few moments for them to settle. Once they did, Leora's appearance was revealed. Surprisingly, she didn't seem to have suffered any damage. This was not because the colossal undead's attack was weak, but because of her strongest ability, the myriad devil's armor. Having devoured the blood of so many devils during the massacre, its defenses had become remarkably strong. By now, even Liora didn't know how strong it was, or how powerful one would have to be to break through it. Yet, Liora didn't let her guard down. She stared at the colossal undead opposite her with a serious expression. Based on the previous collision and the powerful aura it exuded, she instantly realized one thing. This creature was the strongest being she had ever met. "This is the third time I've been injured in my entire life," Liora whispered. Indeed, as far as she could remember, she had only suffered damage 3 times so far. Once during the trial on the banks of the River of Oblivion, once during the events of the underground maze, and right now. This realization didn't make her scared. Instead, it made her thrilled. She knew that this creature possessed the strength of a ranked devil and was thus a suitable target for her to test her current strength. Most importantly, though, it was the first worthy opponent she had met so far. Liora stared at the colossal undead, blood pumping through her veins with excitement. She didn't activate shadow assimilation but pushed against the ground with her feet, thrusting herself forward. Shadows coiled around her arms and turned into a pair of gothic gauntlets, their fingers ending in sharp points. The crimson veins on her armor sensed her emotions and pulsed violently, like blood vessels that were about to burst. The colossal undead, just like the undead before it, didn't seem to possess much intelligence. Facing Liora's charge, it didn't back down, but instead mirrored her movements. Both of them completely disregarded defense and attacked the other. One of them punched down, like a falling mountain, while the other waved her claws like a fierce tiger. The contrast between the two figures was unimaginable. The difference in height, weight, and even aura was clear to everyone, making it seem like the reenactment of the battle between David and Goliath. Following 2 metal-scraping screeches, both were forced to take a few steps back. If one were to look at them, they would be shocked to discover that despite the size difference, the two were surprisingly evenly matched. Neither had managed to harm the other, as if the previous collision had been a mere play. But Liora, as a participant, knew that this was simply not true. What a terrifying defense. Although it's weaker than mine, its defense is way more powerful than any of the devils I've met. Moreover, Liora whispered, and her eyes narrowed. During their brief collision, she had tried activating Soul Tier, but it seemed to have lost its effects. She didn't know why that was, but she could make an educated guess. This thing has no soul. In fact, it cannot be considered a real creature. It's more like a puppet, like the golems summoned by the devil runes. Although she was thinking, Liora's movements didn't pause. After she took a few steps back and dissipated the force, she charged again at the colossal undead, who did the same. Still, in the end, no one could do anything to the other. Taking the opportunity, Liora turned her head slightly and observed the other fight taking place in the City of Embers, between the 2-headed devil and Lord Embers. Just like her fight with the undead, the battle over there was also very fierce, with both of them using every means they possessed in order to suppress their opponent. Liora could see that although Lord Embers was slightly stronger, the 2-headed devil's unusual abilities made it difficult for him to gain an advantage. In the blink of an eye, the battle was divided into 2 fronts, one between Liora and the colossal undead, and the other between Lord Embers and the 2-headed devil. All 4 of them possessed the strength of a ranked devil, and every single one of them wished to tear the others apart. Liora hesitated for a brief moment before she slightly reduced the power of her attacks, while her movements became a little less fluid. Overall, she maintained combat power that was equal to that of the colossal undead. Although the 2-headed devil and I seemed to be allied at the moment, both working together to suppress Lord Embers and the colossal undead, this is merely an illusion. Liora knew that if she were to show overwhelming power and kill the colossal undead with ease, the 2-headed devil wouldn't hesitate to team up with Lord Embers to wipe her out. Of course, she would also do the exact same thing if the 2-headed devil showed the potential to pose any threat to her. At the moment, the 3 of them were maintaining a delicate balance, with each of them waiting for a suitable opportunity to strike. But this was a situation that Liora was actually hoping for. Casting a brief glance at the battle between the 2 ranked devils and recalling her previous preparations, she began adjusting one of her plans. Secretly, a translucent window flashed before her eyes, a window that only she could see. While Liora was plotting something, Lord Embers, fighting against the two-headed devil, was stunned. He had never expected that Liora was actually so strong, and that she could fight against his undead summon. I underestimated her. I'm afraid that her strength might surpass mine, he sighed. He couldn't help but blame himself. If he hadn't invited Liora to the gathering, perhaps everything would have been different. Of course, being a devil, Lord Embers quickly calmed himself down. He understood that every plan was bound to have loopholes, especially when such an uncertain factor was thrown in. Thankfully, I've already made a contingency plan and can escape no matter what. Gaining a powerful familiar is already worth it, he thought. It was unknown whether these were his true thoughts or merely an attempt to make himself feel better. And yet, before he could convince himself, a sudden sense of unease arose within him. Just when he was about to trace its source, a piercing, agonizing scream tore through his consciousness. He recognized that voice. It belonged to his newly created familiar. In shock, he turned his head, only to be met with a vast, blinding light. Lord Embers felt his skin crawl, and his heart thumped as if he were facing his natural enemy. Time goes back for a few seconds. Having slightly decreased her combat power, Liora seemed to be caught in a fierce battle against the colossal undead. No one would ever guess that part of her mind was actually not paying attention to the fight, but was fixed on the system panel before her. Taking a brief glance at her displayed information, Liora didn't linger for long and, with a thought, summoned the ability creation panel. She knew that only by creating a new ability and introducing a new, external factor would she have an opportunity to profit amidst the chaos. Looking at the panel before her, she fell into deep thought. Having possessed the system for so long and created a few abilities, she had roughly deduced the way it operated. The cost of the abilities she created was not only related to their power and rarity, but also to other, extraordinary factors. For example, if Liora wanted to create an ability that could resurrect people, it would cost a huge amount of evolution points. But if that ability had limitations, only being able to resurrect a single person at the cost of her own life, the points required would be significantly fewer. The Myriad Devil's armor was another example. Although extremely strong right now, it didn't cost many evolution points to create because it was a growth-oriented skill, needing to consume blood and flesh to enhance its defenses. Taking a look at her points, now more than 10,000, Liora's thoughts moved. Countless abilities flashed in her eyes one after another as she slowly adjusted their form, effects, and functions. Finally, all of her ideas were integrated, taking the form of a single, final ability. Spear of the Blighted Sun. Mimicking the signature ability of the fallen angels, the user can create a spear of corrupted light. Born from sanctified radiance and tainted by demonic energy, its brilliance embodies both judgment and blasphemy. Cost: 12,500 evolution points. Effects: 1. Holy damage. Retaining its divine nature, the Spear of the Blighted Sun inflicts devastating damage to undead, demonic and shadow entities, and sinful beings. 2. Holy sin. Amplifies the negative emotions in the hearts of divine and holy beings, tempting them to fall. As the ability she had envisioned materialized in front of her, Liora didn't dwell for long and immediately confirmed its creation. The next moment, she felt her demonic energy changing, while her muscles, tendons, and even bones trembled violently, as if they were under extreme pressure. Yet, these sensations retreated as quickly as they appeared. The grand scene that had occurred during the creation of Dusk Armament and Myriad Devil's armor didn't happen, leaving Liora wondering why. But in the end, she lightly shook her head and pushed the matter aside. Raising her claws to meet the colossal undead's fist in the air, she was forced to take a few steps back, leaving deep footprints along the way. But this time, she didn't try to dissipate the force. Instead, she made use of the momentum, opening some distance between her and the undead giant. Shifting her gaze to the battle between the two ranked devils, her eyes narrowed as she calmly waited for an opportunity to arrive. In such battles, opportunities arose every second, and as such, she didn't need to wait for long. Only half a second later, before the colossal undead could even steady itself, her opportunity came. Glancing at Lord Embers, who was stunned by the two-headed devil's sinister mutters, her mind moved. The demonic energy in her body boiled and took a slight golden hue as it coursed through her body, converging toward her right hand. A black light shone, and the next moment, it solidified into a spear of radiant gold entwined with crimson demonic fire, its jagged tip flickering like molten lightning. Liora felt the weight of the spear in her hand, almost causing her to lose her footing. However, she barely paid it any mind. She had much more important things to worry about. The moment her hand gripped the spear's handle, its demonic flames rustled while its golden hue deepened even further. A soul-tearing pain shot through her body, as if every single one of her cells had caught on fire. Her hand, which directly touched the spear, turned charred black as the acrid scent of burnt flesh filled the air. That's right. Although she was the weapon's wielder, Liora, as a devil, was also affected by its holy damage. And the impact was quite severe. Liora gritted her teeth, her face pale, as blood continuously traveled down her lips, staining them red. Bearing the pain, she steadied herself and, with great difficulty, corrected her posture and lifted the heavy spear. Then, she hurled it toward the sky, or, more accurately, toward the two ranked devils. The heavy weight pressing on her immediately vanished, and she slumped to the ground, raising her head just enough to follow the spear's trajectory. Having left her hands, the spear of the blighted sun whistled through the air, brushing by the colossal undead and soaring into the sky. The mere divine aura emanating from the spear was unbearable to the colossal undead, causing it to scream in agony. Its scream alerted Lord Embers, who turned to look at what was happening. But by then, it was already too late. The spear of the blighted sun was already right in front of him, and before he could react, it penetrated straight through his chest. Lord Embers, shocked by this strange sequence of events, felt his whole body burning as divine energy surged throughout his body. In horror, he activated his life-saving ability, turning into a swarm of bats and flying away. Unfortunately, the spear of the blighted sun seemed to have locked onto his figure. No matter how far away the bats traveled, they were all wiped out by the spear's remaining aura, letting out a loud shriek in their final moments. When one last bat remained, it transformed back into Lord Embers, his face now paler than ever. How could this happen? He stuttered, confusion, fear, and unwillingness flashing on his face. He had made countless plans, possessed various trump cards, and had even memorized various retreating routes in case anything unexpected happened. But despite all of his preparations, he failed. Until his final breath, Lord Embers didn't understand what went wrong. The death of Lord Embers was completely unexpected. From the very beginning, it seemed as if he had everything under control. Yet, facing the spear of the blighted sun, his fate was sealed. With his death, the colossal undead, lacking his support, froze. The bones making up its body quivered as continuous cracks resounded. The next moment, its body exploded, turning into a sea of bones that fell to the ground, embedding into the earth and forming a large bone forest. Some of these bones fell on Liora, who was preoccupied with the string of crimson numbers flashing in her field of vision. When the numbers settled, they turned into 642,359, while right next to them, another slightly smaller word appeared, reading 23rd. These were the slaughter points that Liora gained by killing Lord Embers, as well as her position in the Crucible ranking. The sheer amount of slaughter points was astonishing, a result of Lord Embers having slain all the powerful devils, effectively gathering the points of everyone in the City of Embers. Unfortunately, Liora didn't have time to celebrate such a grand event. There was still one more threat, a person staring at her intently. The two-headed devil. Although it was shocked by her sudden outburst and hesitated for a brief moment, both of its faces showed a surprisingly decisive expression. Looking at Liora's current state, which was admittedly very bad, it didn't choose to flee. Instead, it slowly inched closer while maintaining its high altitude. Clearly, it had noticed that she was unable to fly in the air and wanted to use this to its advantage. Stopping right above Liora, both of its heads opened their mouth wide, ready to launch an attack. Since it didn't hide, its movements were obvious to Liora. However, her current condition made it impossible for her to put up a fight. Her internal organs had been burned as if cooked, while the rest of her body was covered in deep wounds. This was the price she had paid to kill Lord Embers. Of course, this was to be expected. Spear of the Blighted Sun, an ability that could instantly kill a ranked devil, was bound to have some side effects. Liora understood that the only reason she was still alive was her uniqueness. More specifically, it was because of the high defense provided by the myriad devil's armor. Even so, she was currently powerless. Even a little devil might be able to kill her, let alone a ranked devil like the two-headed devil. Yet, Liora didn't panic. She knew full well that using the Spear of the Blighted Sun would have severe consequences. The reason she didn't hesitate to use it was because she was confident in her preparations. Thinking of this, and seeing that the two-headed devil was about to attack her, Liora moved. With one knee touching the ground, she slowly lowered her palm and pressed it down. The next moment, the ground shook and rolled over, revealing the many objects she had buried over the past couple of days. Large amounts of flesh, blood, skulls, and rare weapons appeared, covered in complicated crimson runes and glowing with an eerie light. Infernal Golem Summoning Array, Liora whispered. Following her words, the many objects on the ground, along with Lord Ember's soul and the remains of the fallen devils, exploded, becoming fuel for the newly formed array. With their full efforts, boundless demonic energy gathered in the air right above her. It quickly took material form, turning into a golem. However, unlike the golems that Liora had previously summoned, this one was completely different. More than 50 meters in height and covered in scorching lava, the golem looked powerful and imposing, even more terrifying than the undead colossal. Hot air blew out of its mouth as it let out a rough, hoarse roar. Before the two-headed devil could react, the infernal golem raised its gigantic hand and waved it toward it. Despite standing on the ground, its massive size and long hands allowed it to reach into the sky, like a giant plucking the stars. The two-headed devil, having been on guard against Liora, quickly reacted. It shifted its body and was about to dodge. But the golem's movements were far faster than it could ever imagine. After all, Liora had prepared for a long time, having consumed countless resources as well as the essence of the fallen devils to summon it. The golem's hand whistled through the air, making the space around it tremble, and the next moment, it struck the two-headed devil. Its palm opened wide and encased the devil within it before it clenched it into a fist. Bones shattered, flesh tore, and agonized screams reached Liora's ears as she watched blood drip down the golem's palm. The flashing number in the corner of her vision, only half a second later, confirmed this sight. The two-headed devil was truly dead. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the infernal golem transformed back into demonic energy, having exhausted its energy. Liora was not surprised. The infernal golem summoning array was, after all, a relatively simple array that any devil with some devil rune knowledge could set up. The only reason the infernal golem possessed such overwhelming power was because of her efforts and the selfless contributions of the other devils. Is it finally over? Liora couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. The floating dead souls, the smell of blood, and the many ruins reminded her of what had happened, but also let her know that everything was finally over. The lack of danger made her relax, but also caused her to exit her focused state. As such, the pain and tiredness she had been suppressing immediately assaulted her mind. Her vision became blurry, and her mind groggy as she tried to stand up, but failed. Her attempt only served to make her injuries even more severe as her various wounds broke out. The last thing Liora saw was the word "third" before she slumped down to the ground again, this time completely unconscious. In an unknown place, elsewhere in the Crucible, an old man sat in a dark cave, surrounded by many shadowy figures. Many rare materials lay on the ground before him, both metals and devil parts. From time to time, the old man would grab one of these materials, and after a brief inspection, he would put it aside. After he did this a few more times, creating a small pile beside him, he nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hands, a white flame appeared, which he carefully brought close to the materials. Under its intense heat, the materials quickly melted into liquid. The old man didn't stand still, but moved quickly, using his demonic energy to shape that liquid. Under his concentrated efforts, The materials soon took the shape of a wrinkled, withered hand. Picking it up, the old man approached one of the shadowy figures and placed it gently on its empty shoulders. With a click, the arm attached directly. Another one. Another one. The old man muttered as he returned to his original place and began forging once again. Under the white flame's brilliance, his appearance was revealed. Covered in deep wrinkles, he seemed like a walking undead, as if he would die the very next moment. Shockingly, the white flames also revealed the appearance of the shadowy figures, who possessed faces that mirrored his own in unsettling detail. If Liora were here, she would instantly recognize that face. It was the face of the elderly devil. Although no one else was there to witness the massacre of the City of Embers, the impact of the city's destruction soon spread all over the Crucible. At the center of each of the other 99 major cities, many devils looked up at the Crucible ranking tablet in amazement, unable to hide their shock. The death of two ranked devils, one after another, of Lord Embers and the two-headed devil, was indeed somewhat surprising, but it was not what startled them. Instead, it was the new name, ranking third on the list, that caught them off guard. Crimson Maiden, 1,046,205 slaughter points. Looking at this strange title, which none of them could recognize, they were filled with confusion. Although there were many devils in each crucible, pretty much all the powerful devils were well known. So, even if any changes occurred in the crucible ranking, the person entering the list should at least be somewhat famous. Yet, none of them could remember ever hearing about this name. What happened? Who is this person? Is their rise related to the death of Lord Embers and Lord Nightmare? Many devils questioned, and the more they thought about it, the more tempted they became. No one knew how strong the so-called Crimson Maiden was, and, more importantly, how she obtained her ranking. Most of them believed that since she was able to rank third, her strength was bound to be overwhelming. But others had doubts about it. The death of Lord Embers and Lord Nightmare and her sudden rise were obviously related. What if this person just so happened to get lucky and profit off their fight? As these thoughts raced through their minds, many devils began moving. Among them were quite a few ranked devils, who were eager to improve their ranking and leave the Crucible. Liora didn't know the impact her actions had on the Crucible. At this time, not much time had passed since the two-headed devil's death, and she was beginning to regain consciousness. Her body, lying on the ground, trembled slightly, and her eyelids twitched as she slowly opened her eyes. A haze flashed in her crimson pupils, revealing confusion. However, as the memories of what had just taken place flooded her mind, the haze quickly faded away. So, that is how it is, Liora whispered and moved her hands, patting her body to throw the dust and rubble off her. Then, pushing against the ground, she slowly rose to her feet. The myriad devil's armor and the low-level regeneration had worked tirelessly while she was asleep, and by now, most of her injuries had healed. Even though some of the more severe wounds remained, requiring a little longer to repair, they were at least no longer restricting her movements. The consequences of using the Spear of the Blighted Sun are more severe than I expected. Thankfully, everything turned out fine in the end, Liora muttered, feeling relieved. Just from the fact that she was still alive despite having lost consciousness, she understood. She had emerged victorious from the battle at the City of Embers. Among the many powerful beings, including two ranked devils, the mysterious two-headed devil and the cunning Lord Embers, she stood as the final victor. Liora knew very well that this was the result of her own efforts and the careful preparations she had made beforehand. Although it was the Spear of the Blighted Sun that killed Lord Embers, she was able to create it only because she had been accumulating evolution points. These points were the spoils of her previous battles, as well as the massacre she had just carried out. Moreover, if not for her caution, having spent the past few days carving the infernal golem summoning array, casting the Spear of the Blighted Sun would have nearly killed her. No matter what, it was all worth it, Liora thought, her lips curving upward without her realizing. Although it had been difficult, and she had nearly died a few times, the gains of the battle were evident. After glancing briefly at her slaughter points and ranking in the corner of her vision, Liora's gaze shifted toward the words, Crimson Maiden, that had unknowingly appeared above them. She wasn't confused by these words' meaning. understanding that this was the title bestowed upon her by the will of the demon world. Every devil would be granted such a title upon entering the crucible ranking, and even though hers was quite straightforward, it was also strangely fitting. Whether it was her hair and eyes, or her journey of becoming stronger so far, they had all been dyed in bloody red colors. Fortunately, I didn't get something like Butcher Maiden. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to show my face in the demon world. Liora chuckled softly as her thoughts returned to reality. With the death of everyone, the city had turned into ruins, shrouded in dead silence like a ghost town. If she wished to, Liora could easily take over it and rule the city, just like the Lord of Embers previously did. After all, this was one of the major 100 cities, the location of one of the 100 mysterious crucible ranking tablets. However, she didn't choose to do so. In her opinion, becoming a city lord was merely a waste of time. Did power, influence, and wealth matter in the crucible? The answer was obviously no. The only thing that mattered was one's own strength. Rather than wasting my time cosplaying as a city lord, I'd rather work hard to enhance my strength. Liora mused as she wandered through the city's streets, picking up anything of value she came across. This was true whether it was the two-headed devil's blood and soul, or the shattered weapons belonging to unnamed devils. Before long, she finally arrived at the city's center, stopping right in front of the majestic stone tablet. Taking a look at her name and the two names above it, she approached it slowly before pushing against it, trying to move it. Unfortunately, the large tablet didn't even budge under her efforts. No matter how hard she tried, it remained unmoving, like a silent bystander only existing to witness history. As expected, it deserves to be something given by the demon world. Liora clicked her tongue, knowing that her idea of taking it away would never work. Realizing this, she didn't make any further attempts. It was clear that these stone tablets were not supposed to be taken away. She didn't know if trying to steal them would anger the will of the demon world and cause it to bring down punishment. And she wasn't planning to take the risk. The shadow beneath her rippled it, and, like a gluttonous beast, devoured her figure. Complete silence shrouded the city of Embers once again, as it stood empty, waiting for the next devils to arrive. After Liora left the city of Embers, she didn't choose to wander in the wasteland. She lifted her head, and after observing the crimson sun for some time, she adjusted her route, heading toward a certain direction. As she walked forward, she met a devastated land, clearly bearing traces of battle. Following these traces, which happened to lead directly to her destination, Liora cut straight through the wilderness. It was unclear how much time had passed, but before long, she finally arrived. Surprisingly, her destination was neither a city nor a populous area, but an empty, barren mountain made entirely of hellstone. Her arrival here was not an accident. This was the site that she and Alpha had agreed to meet in, after everything in the City of Embers was over. However, as Liora stood before the mountain, she found no trace of Alpha. Instead, the sound of battle reached her ears, piquing her interest. With no hesitation, she merged with the shadows and followed those sounds. Moments later, she arrived at the battlefield and saw the two warring parties. One was a team of little imp devils that looked cartoonishly evil, while the other one was Alpha, together with an unexpected person, Scurry. Many little imps' corpses lay on the ground, as Scurry stood in front of Alpha, fighting fiercely against them. Behind him, Alpha stood with an indifferent expression. Even as Scurry turned bloody and covered in wounds, she didn't show any change in her expression. She calmly waved her hand, activating some of the arrays that Liora had given her and providing him with assistance. Liora was surprised. She couldn't understand how Alpha and Scurry had gotten together, nor why the two were besieged by enemies. However, she quickly shook her head. She could always investigate the reason later. For now, the most important thing was to get rid of the enemies. Deciding this, Liora didn't show up, but instead remained hidden. Shadows spun around her like a spider's web, stopping in front of her before weaving into countless tiny needles. The needles floated in the air, and as Liora waved her hand, they shot towards the little imps. Their speed was shockingly fast, and coupled with the element of sneak attack, the needles struck the imp devils, embedding into their bodies and turning them into hedgehogs. Taking this opportunity, Scurry rushed forward and, after fending off another wave of attacks, eliminated the remaining imps. Seeing that the enemies that had troubled him were finally dealt with, he breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Liora. "Crimson, you're finally here," he exclaimed. Hearing his words, Liora didn't reply. She deactivated Dusk Armament and walked closer, stopping only a few feet away from Alpha. "Lord." Alpha bowed respectfully, but her tone remained emotionless. In response, Liora nodded her head and, with an inquiring look, asked the questions troubling her. "What happened? Why are these devils chasing you?" "Lord, shortly after I left the City of Embers, I discovered that I was being followed. I originally used the arrays you gave me to protect myself, but the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. If it were not for this person, who claimed to be your friend, my life would be gone," Alpha explained. Despite talking about her death, her voice didn't fluctuate, as if she were speaking about someone else. Ignoring this strange scene, Liora turned to Scurry, and although she didn't speak, her cold expression made her meaning clear. Embarrassed, Scurry rubbed the back of his furry head with his paw and let out an awkward chuckle. I swear it was a coincidence. I just happened to meet them fighting and recognized this person as your servant," he tried to explain. But his trembling voice and panicked expression made whatever he said seem untrustworthy. Noticing Leora's eyes growing colder and her demonic aura surging, Scurry hurriedly spoke again. "Actually, the reason I saved your servant is because I wanted to find you. I knew that you would come to meet her eventually," he said, and after a brief hesitation, continued. "I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I've been in the Crucible for many years, having gone through countless battles. By now, I've come to accept that I'll never be able to leave this damn place on my own." Saying this, Scurry gritted his teeth and quickly dropped to one knee. "I wish to follow you. My only request is that you take me out of the Crucible if you ever get the chance to leave." Having finished speaking, Scurry lowered his head and waited anxiously for Leora's response. However, his words were met with dead silence. Time slowly passed, and seconds felt like hours to him, as sweat trickled down his face. Just as he was starting to feel worried about his life, a hand landed on his shoulder and lightly patted it. "Come on, get up." Leora's voice reached his ears. Although she gave no reply, the lack of a direct refusal made her response clear. Joy appeared on Scurry's face as his eyes lit up like tiny light bulbs. Liora noticed his reaction, but she chose to ignore it. After wiping the hand she had used to touch him, satisfying her cleanliness obsession, she thought of his earlier words. Scurry's request seemed nonsensical, but in fact, it made perfect sense. Smuggling people out of the Crucible was nearly impossible, but, as with everything, there were some loopholes. And Liora understood what he was talking about. Devils who met one of the two conditions set by the demon world could take a certain kind of being with them when leaving the Crucible. These beings included puppets, slaves, clones, and other similar creatures. For example, if Liora were to leave the Crucible, Alpha could also accompany her, as she had complete control over her life. Clearly, Scurry wished to use this loophole, or rather, the privilege granted by the demon world, to leave this place. Of course, he probably has other plans too, Liora thought, not fooled by Scurry's seemingly unreliable appearance. But even so, she didn't refuse his offer. She felt that having a guy like him under her command could prove beneficial even if it might backfire. "Lord, everything is ready." Just as Liora was lost in thought, Alpha's voice reached her ears, interrupting her thought process. When she turned her head, she saw that the corpses on the ground had vanished, while a door-shaped gap had formed in the wall of the Hellstone Mountain. Beside that opening, Alpha stood, staring back at her and gesturing for her to enter. Without any hesitation, Liora accepted Alpha's silent invitation and stepped into the gap. The opening led into a narrow corridor, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. As Liora walked deeper, the passage gradually widened until finally, it opened into a spacious room. The room was decorated with exquisite wooden furniture, while gorgeous paintings hung on each of its four walls. One of these paintings stood out in particular, depicting a vibrant garden with two figures standing silently within it. Surprisingly, while Liora was communicating with Scurry, Alpha had been busy working. In less than half an hour, she had not only carved a path through the Hellstone Mountain, but had even created a livable, almost cozy space. As for where Alpha had found all this furniture and how she'd even managed to move it here, Liora felt that it was none of her business, and it was better not to question it. Well done, she turned to Alpha and praised, only to be met with a blank stare. Thankfully, Liora didn't mind. Glancing at Scurry, who followed behind her, she opened her mouth and spoke. I'll be busy for a while. Make sure that no one approaches this place, she ordered. Hearing her words, Scurry, who had yet to recover from the previous situation, frantically nodded his head, his whiskers whistling through the air in the process. He swiftly turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. A flicker of hesitation appeared in his eyes, but after mustering up his courage, he asked the question that had been plaguing him. Is everything fine in the City of Embers? Did the ranked devil arrive? He couldn't help but ask, unknown if it was stemming from pure curiosity or if he was worried for something. Unfortunately for him, Liora didn't reply. She faced him calmly, her eyes warm and her smile gentle. Are you sure you wish to know? She asked. When this seemingly innocent question, paired with her gentle smile, met Scurry's eyes, a cold shiver ran down his spine. Immediately, he hurriedly shook his head and waved his paws in panic. No, I was just curious, he said, and without looking back, escaped hastily from the makeshift room. Liora silently watched him go, then turned to Alpha and gave her a brief look. Alpha understood immediately. She didn't need any further instructions. After bowing respectfully, she followed behind Scurry with brisk steps, leaving only Liora in the room. As everyone left, Liora approached one of the room's walls and, stretching her hand, she began using her fingers as a paintbrush, weaving intricate devil runes on the cold surface. Only a few minutes later, a large array had been inscribed throughout the room. With a flickering light, the array was activated before fading away from view. This array was not very powerful, possessing neither attacking nor defensive capabilities, but it could conceal the room and alert Liora if anyone were to break it. After all, she didn't trust Scurry. How could she possibly give him such an important task? Having set up the array, Liora exhaled, pulled a chair at random, and sat down. Alone in the room, she, for the first time in a long time, finally had some time to think. Checking her own state, she discovered that her injuries were now gone and that she had completely recovered. No, she had not merely recovered. Liora felt that her current condition was better than ever, her demonic energy boiling, and her power having grown even further. At the same time, she felt a mysterious, invisible barrier weighing down on her, as well as an instinctive urge to break right through it. Liora understood what that strange barrier was. My power has actually reached the limit of the young devil stage. If I wish to, I can easily advance and become a lesser devil, leaving the crucible. Devils, being an apex race standing at the peak of the heavens, were not limited to growing stronger by devouring souls. Like other creatures, they could also improve through hard training. However, doing so was far more difficult, was much more cumbersome, and most of all, required special techniques. As such, most young devils, including Liora, never actively practiced and simply grew stronger by devouring souls. But the continuous battles that Liora had previously gone through seemed to have unlocked her hidden potential, forcibly improving her strength as if she had devoured countless young devil souls. Liora was certain that if she were to meet a ranked devil, killing them would be many times easier than killing Lord Embers and the two-headed devil. Feeling the urge to advance, stemming from deep within her blood, Liora closed her eyes and forcibly suppressed it. She had not forgotten that her goal was not to simply leave the crucible, but to receive the demon world's rewards. Thinking of rewards, Leora's mind moved, and she looked at the small mountain of items piled up in the corner of the room. Broken weapons, rare materials, precious minerals. All kinds of items were stacked neatly on top of each other. They were all items she had collected in the City of Embers, and although most of them were not very valuable, some of them piqued her interest. Glancing at a small wooden chest covered in brilliant golden patterns, Liora waved her hand, and it flew straight into her palm. Gently placing it on her lap, she lightly brushed her fingers against it as her mind wandered. This chest was something she had chanced upon while inspecting the City of Embers, found in a hidden chamber inside the city's central tower. Although its appearance was unassuming, looking like an ordinary, mortal chest. Liora wasn't fooled. This was not only because of her intuition, but also because she didn't believe that Lord Embers would go to such extraordinary lengths just to hide an ordinary chest. Lowering her hand, Liora lightly tapped her index finger against the chest's golden lock. A click sounded as her nail struck its metal surface, shattering it into pieces. With the lock gone, she stretched her hand and was about to open it when she suddenly changed her mind. She rose to her feet and placed the chest on the ground before using her fingers to paint many arrays around it, one after another. It was unknown how many arrays she had engraved before she finally stopped. Now, it should be safe, Liora whispered, certain that even if there were any traps, her life wouldn't be in danger. Standing a few feet away from the chest, Liora waved her hand and, slowly and carefully, opened its lid. A continuous screeching sound spread in the room as its wooden parts rubbed against each other, only coming to a stop when the chest was fully open. But the removal of the lid caused an explosive reaction. A vast, oppressive aura erupted from within the chest and swiftly spread, flooding the entire Hellstone Mountain with demonic energy. Liora, standing closest to it, bore most of its weight, making her feel as if a mountain was pressing down on her shoulders. With great effort, she lowered her gaze and peered into the chest's contents. As Liora lowered her gaze, the contents of the mysterious wooden chest were finally revealed before her eyes. To her surprise, the object lying inside was neither a rare artifact nor a prized treasure, but a single, pink-hued droplet of blood. The rosy crimson tear floated silently within the chest, shining with the brilliance of myriad colors. The overwhelming oppression shrouding the mountain emanated from it, and despite its small size and gorgeous appearance, it radiated an aura of violence, cruelty, and evil. Doing her best to ignore the pressure weighing down on her, Liora stared straight at the floating droplet. The next moment, her vision went blank for an instant before an image flashed across her eyes. In the image, two gigantic creatures, larger than any mountain she had ever seen, battled against each other. One was a white-haired human with long fangs and pale skin, while the other was a colossal three-headed serpent, each of its heads breathing a different element. Water, fire, and wind raged wildly through the air. As the two creatures collided, blood splattered all over the place, white and red droplets scattering everywhere. Some of these droplets blended together, turning pink before falling down and disappearing. Liora watched the scene in trepidation. Both of these beings were stronger than any creature she had seen before, far more powerful than Lord Embers and the two-headed devil. Even a single drop of their blood brought her intense pressure, as if staring at the droplet for too long would make her head burst apart. A splitting headache assaulted Liora's mind as she witnessed the two beings fight, and although this scene was a mere illusion, she felt her body in reality suffering its impact. Large cracks began forming all over her smooth skin as if she were a porcelain doll ready to explode. Just when she was wondering whether she had survived the battle in the City of Embers only to die in such an embarrassing way, an ancient power awakened within her. The demonic energy coursing through her body boiled, taking a holy hue, while the power hidden deep inside her bloodline also rushed outward. The two powers, one demonic and one divine, worked together to counterattack the blood droplet's influence. At first, the two powers were at a disadvantage, but as if the droplet's actions had offended their majesty, their power gradually increased. As it did, large fissures began spreading across the image. The ground split apart while the sky fractured, like the reenactment of the apocalypse. Then, with a loud snap, the image shattered into pieces as if made of fragile glass. With its destruction, Liora's thoughts returned to reality, back to the silent room within the Hellstone Mountain. The blood droplet still floated silently within the chest before her, but its pressure had now completely disappeared. It was as if the previous scene had been an illusion, and the droplet had been completely ordinary from the very beginning. Yet, whether it was the pain in her mind and body, or the large number of arrays that had shattered during their brief confrontation, they all told Liora that everything she had just witnessed was undoubtedly true. Countless thoughts raced through her mind in an instant. I'm afraid that both of the creatures depicted in the image are at least true devils, perhaps even stronger, she thought. Having reached the peak of the young devil stage, even though Liora couldn't claim that she could fight against lesser devils, she was at least confident that she wouldn't be easily suppressed. With the myriad devil's armor enhancing her defenses and the agility granted by shadow assimilation, she felt that she would most likely have no issue escaping if she were to encounter one. In addition, she was certain that the Spear of the Blighted Sun, her most powerful trump card, could injure lesser devils if given the chance. As such, Liora understood that these two beings could not be lesser devils. After all, a mere glimpse at the drop of blood they had left behind had almost caused her to break down. If it were not for the divine aura of the Spear of the Blighted Sun and her unknown bloodline reacting on their own, she would have most likely died. Thinking of this, she glanced at the pinkish droplet and, after a momentary hesitation, she slowly stepped forward. As she did, her mind connected to the few surviving arrays, in case anything unexpected happened. However, even when she stood right in front of the droplet, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. Still, she didn't let her guard down. With caution, she leaned down and, after activating dusk armament to form a glove, picked up the pinkish droplet. Even when the blood came into contact with the glove, it showed no reaction, resting obediently in its palm. Did the previous confrontation exhaust its remaining power? Liora couldn't help but guess, but at the same time, her expression turned weird. Having gotten closer to the blood, the myriad devil's armor covering her seemed to be stimulated, its crimson veins pulsating violently according to a strange rhythm. It writhed eerily as if alive, as if urging her to let it devour the blood. However, Liora immediately forced herself to restrain this impulse, not because she was afraid of the myriad devil's armor. As its user, she knew very well that these reactions were not its own, but the instincts engraved deep within her own blood, meaning that they were actually her own reactions. The reason she didn't devour the blood was very simple: she didn't dare to. Ignoring the fact that this blood originated from two extremely powerful beings whose current state was unknown, she suspected that devouring this blood might make her explode. After all, the energy contained within it was countless times more than the energy of every devil she had devoured so far, combined. But although she understood this, Liora still felt somewhat unwilling. The blood of such a powerful creature was extremely valuable and would have caused a scramble if other devils were to learn of its existence. Yet, even though it lay right in her hands, she couldn't find a way to make use of it. It was as if she had obtained a treasure chest filled with coins, only to find that they were in a currency she couldn't recognize. Can I only store it away and wait to advance? Liora contemplated as her gaze shifted to the droplet. Just then, a momentary haze flashed in her eyes before it was replaced by a hint of surprise. A few hours later, Liora stared intently at the pinkish drop of blood in her palm, her eyes bloodshot and her gaze dazed. A look of exhaustion flashed across her face, as if she had undergone hundreds of hours of intense training. But it's all worth it, Liora whispered as she forced herself to look away from the blood. Through the experiments she had conducted over the past few hours, she had roughly understood the droplet's uses, or, at the very least, some of them. Her biggest gain was what she referred to as the blood's influence. Although this blood no longer contained any trace or imprint of the two powerful beings, Liora discovered that it seemed to possess a will of its own, subconsciously trying to influence the creatures around it. Continuous information spread from it as the center, influencing any creature that happened to be within its range. After a bit of testing, Liora discovered that the information emitted by the blood was not systematic and seemed to lack any meaning. It was as if countless garbled words were pouring into her mind, without purpose or significance. Yet, as Liora attempted to integrate those words, she made a surprising discovery. Information regarding devils, the demon world, and even various abilities seemed to be hidden deep inside those words, waiting for someone to decipher them. This should be the result of those creatures' power. Every trace of their body, whether it is flesh, bones, or even blood, carries part of their information. The two are akin to living transmitters. Studying this drop of blood is equivalent to studying both them and their bloodline. Of course, such a great thing came with various risks. Noticing the physical and mental exhaustion she had suffered as a result of her experiments, Liora understood that she could not study it any further. At the very least, she had to recover to her full state. Otherwise, prolonged research was bound to make her go crazy or even worse. Realizing this, although Liora was a little unwilling, she still carefully put the droplet back into the wooden chest before engraving several arrays along its surface. It was only when she had confirmed that the blood posed no danger that she finally closed the chest's lid, sealing the droplet inside. I wonder how Lord Embers managed to obtain this blood. Is it his trump card, or perhaps the reason behind his rise? Leora's mind wandered. In the Crucible, beings above the young devil stage were forbidden from entry, and this was true for true devils and even greater devils. As such, the fact that this drop of blood somehow got here was quite intriguing. Still, with Lord Ember's death, it was highly unlikely that she would ever find the answer. After Liora placed the wooden chest away, making sure that no one except her would find it, she didn't leave the room. Instead, she calmly summoned the system panel, wanting to take a look at what had changed. True name: Liora Vathalis Dranthra Vexera. Rank: Young Devil. Race: Unknown Prototype. Strength: 60 plus 15. Agility: 80 plus 20. Vitality: 100 plus 10. Mana: 70 plus 20. Abilities: Spear of the Blighted Sun, Myriad Devil's Armor, Shadow Assimilation, Soul Tear, Void Instinct, Combat Instinct, Soul Devouring, Low-Level Regeneration. Evolution Points: 12065. Current Absorption Efficiency: 15x. Normal Devil equals 1x. Compared to just recently, her displayed information had undergone massive changes. Her base stats had increased by varying degrees, evidence of the improvement brought by the previous battle, while a new ability had appeared. Yet, none of the gains she had obtained through studying the mysterious blood had been catalogued, as if it were not recognized by the system. Liora was not surprised by this discovery. It had already happened before. Neither her Devil Runes mastery nor any of the arrays she had learned to inscribe had ever shown up in the panel. Perhaps this was because her mastery was low, or perhaps because of the system itself. I wonder if this will change as I get stronger, Liora thought, and, with a move of her mind, closed the panel. She wasn't planning to use her evolution points yet, feeling that keeping them for the time being would be far more useful. After all, as long as she didn't face a siege of several ranked devils, almost nothing could threaten her. Rising to her feet, Liora patted herself down to clean up the accumulated dust, and after making sure that she had not missed anything, she walked out of the room. As soon as she stepped out, she was met with two contrasting faces. One was furry and full of concern and panic, while the other one was indifferent and aloof. "Lord, did anything happen?" A worried voice reached her ears as Scurry, looking extremely nervous, sized her up as if afraid that something had happened to her. On the other hand, Alpha, beside him, remained silent, showing no hint of anxiety. Facing her two trusted subordinates, one of whom was a grade A actor and the other one who didn't seem to care about her at all, Liora couldn't help but let out a dejected sigh. Still, she took the initiative to calm them down. "Don't worry. I was just experimenting with something and an accident occurred," she casually replied, earning a doubtful look in return. Ignoring Scurry's doubts, she didn't explain any further but instead changed the conversation. "Did anything happen while I was inside? Did anyone approach?" she asked, despite knowing the answer. The way she changed the topic was not subtle at all, and whether it was the lively Scurry or the indifferent, simple-minded Alpha, they both noticed. However, neither of them pointed it out. "No one has gotten near this place." Scurry shook his head and, after a brief pause, continued. "However, I've noticed several sources of demonic aura wandering around the Hellstone Mountain. It's as if many devils have gathered and are searching for something," he added. Even though his words were plain, the way he looked at Liora made it obvious that he believed it was her doing. Liora didn't deny his idea. In fact, she was pretty sure that he was not wrong. Although she had not come into contact with the outside world since the end of the battle in the City of Embers, she could roughly guess what the reaction of the many devils would be. With her rise to the third place in the Crucible ranking, she would surely attract other people's attention, envy, and most importantly, greed. Liora strongly suspected that the devils that Scurry mentioned were indeed coming for her, or at the very least, were trying to collect information regarding Lord Embers and the two-headed devil's deaths. Despite knowing this, she didn't panic. She, for the first time in her devil life, had the confidence to deal with anything that came her way. Have you confirmed that Lord Nightmare fought against Lord Embers? Yes. I personally visited the city and investigated. All the signs point to that. Several devils gathered in a dark room, communicating with each other and exchanging information. The information exchanged was not random, but instead revolved around a certain topic. The terms Lord Embers, Lord Nightmare, and most importantly, Crimson Maiden were constantly mentioned, making the topic of their conversation abundantly clear. Then everything seems to be according to our guess. Lord Nightmare and Lord Embers fought each other, and while they were both fatally injured, the so-called Crimson Maiden took the opportunity to eliminate them. One of the strongest devils concluded, and his words won the affirmation of the devils around him. Everything they had learned so far led to this point, including the scene in the City of Embers, as well as the words spread by the devils who had escaped the city before Lord Nightmare's arrival. If so, getting rid of the Crimson Maiden should be fairly easy, the devil in the lead added. Following his words, the devils discussed their next course of action, and after a few hours had passed, they exited the room. Only a few moments after they left, a shadow in the corner of the room twisted, and a person stepped out of it. Surprisingly, this person was not Liora using shadow assimilation, but another devil. His body was entirely made out of shadows and squirmed eerily, while his presence was extremely low, his aura blending with the world around him. Anyone who laid their eyes on him would sigh that this devil was a natural-born assassin. In fact, this was true, and if the devils who had just left were still there, they would recognize this person as the 9th-ranked devil in the Crucible ranking, titled Silent Devil. Although his actual strength was only around the middle of the Crucible ranking, his superb assassination skills had given him a fierce reputation and had allowed him to climb into the top 10 of the list. And now, this infamous devil, feared by both ordinary and ranked devils, had made Liora his next target. It's good to have someone test that person out, as long as she shows any weakness. The silent devil let out a distorted chuckle, his fingers scraping against the dagger hanging on his waist. A moment later, his figure vanished, fading away like a shadow at dawn. Following behind the plotting devils, the silent devil soon arrived at a large mountain made of hellstone. Sensing the many powerful auras gathering toward this place, he realized that this team was not the only one that had found this place. This discovery didn't make him worried, but rather excited. He believed that with this many people on his side, even if the Crimson Maiden had some strength, she would end up exhausted and powerless. His thoughts seemed to match those of the other devils, as not long after his arrival, they decided to attack. Like a disorderly militia, they quickly spread throughout the Hellstone Mountain, searching for their target. Before long, they had seemingly found what they were looking for, as they all adjusted their direction, rushing toward a certain side of the mountain. Among those devils was the Silent Devil, who, still hidden in the shadows, slowly approached that place. Soon after, he and the other devils finally met the person they were searching for. Excited, cruel, and greedy expressions flashed across their faces as they prepared to rush forward and tear her apart. The woman in question, though, didn't seem to notice them. Sitting cross-legged on top of a stone slab, she held a thin paintbrush and brushed it against the canvas with utmost seriousness, like an artist engrossed in her work. Just then, her lips suddenly parted. What came out was not devil language nor any other language known in the heavens. Instead, countless garbled words rushed out of her mouth and echoed directly in everyone's ears. The words sounded different to each person. To some, they were captivating, making them unable to extricate themselves, while to others they were piercing, causing their faces to twist in pain. But no matter their reaction, all the devils froze into place. Seconds passed slowly, and only a heartbeat later, a portion of them fell to the ground. Their bodies bore no injuries, but their souls had unknowingly been wiped out. It didn't stop there. One after another, the devils collapsed, their expressions stuck to the moment before their death. Only one devil remained alive. The Silent Devil, hidden within the shadows, stared at the scene before him in fear, unable to hide his terror. He was not so much shocked by the power of the unknown words, but rather their strange influence that directly ignored one's defenses. While thanking himself repeatedly for being cautious and not rushing to this place alone, he took a step back and was about to slip away. Unfortunately, while his leg was still midair, a cold female voice reached his ears. "Didn't they tell you? You shouldn't play with shadows in front of their master." These were the last words that the silent devil heard before Liora's sword severed his head. Staring at Alpha, who was cleaning up the scene, Liora's expression remained unchanged. "This is already the fourth wave of devils. I'm afraid that rumors will soon spread and no one will dare to take the risk and come here," she thought silently. That's right. Before this group's arrival, many devils had already come to pay her a visit. Unfortunately, no matter who or how strong they were, they all ended up becoming fertilizer for the Hellstone Mountain. Fortunately, I've already tested the power of Tongue of the Abyss. I no longer need any test subjects. Tongue of the Abyss. This was the ability she had developed after a thorough study of the mysterious blood droplet. It was inspired by the two-headed devil's strange muttering ability and was combined with the weird influence exerted by the mysterious blood. Although it was not very strong on its own for the time being, when paired with Soul Tear, enabling her to target the soul of her opponent directly, it led to surprising results. Even though it might not be very powerful in actual combat, it's quite suitable for cleaning up a bunch of weaklings. Moreover, it has further growth potential, Liora whispered, satisfied with the results of her own research. Just as she was deep in thought, a shocked gasp interrupted her. Turning her head, she saw that it came from Scurry, who was staring at the shadowy corpse with surprise. "Lord, this is the 9th-ranked devil. You actually managed to kill a ranked devil." He spoke in a hurry, waving his paws around as if he was performing in a circus. Liora wasn't surprised by his intense reaction. Over the past couple of days, Scurry had been wandering around with a stunned expression on his face, seemingly astonished by the ease with which she killed the many devils. Liora didn't know if he was pretending or if he was genuinely shocked, so she had chosen to ignore him all this time. But now, his words had caught her interest. Liora lowered her gaze and examined the corpse before her with surprise in her eyes, as well as a hint of doubt. She couldn't understand how such a weakling had managed to climb to the 9th place in the Crucible ranking. Shouldn't the devils in the top 10 possess overwhelming power, unimaginable wit, and be extremely cunning? How did this useless guy reach such a high rank? If the silent devil were here to witness Liora's doubts and her disdain for his strength, he would loudly protest. "My strongest advantage is my assassination skills and my ability to merge with the shadows. How could I, being countered by you, possibly be your match?" A few days later, Liora sat alone in the corner of a lively bar. A crimson drink sat on the table before her as the sound of conversation echoed in her ears. Liora keenly noticed that several of the devils in the room were secretly sizing her up, seemingly recognizing her as a newcomer and weighing whether she could be their next target. Yet, she neither minded nor paid any attention to them. Silently, she sipped her drink with a calm expression. Time continued to pass in this manner until, suddenly, she finally raised her gaze. "Come out," she ordered, and as if in response, a figure appeared in the seat beside her. "Lord," the figure, Scurry, said, lowering his eyes in respect. "Did you find anything useful?" Liora questioned, and hearing her words, Scurry hurried to speak. "Lord, I've investigated the city and made contact with several devils. According to the information I collected, the city we are in is the City of Pain. Its ruler is the 95th-ranked devil in the Crucible ranking, the Torturer," he said, then added, "I also paid attention to what you reminded me. Indeed, rumors about you slaughtering hordes of devils have already spread. Moreover, the silent devil's death should have scared them, as most of them have ceased targeting you." As he spoke, Scurry's eyes shone with admiration. It was only after they arrived at the City of Pain that he learned of the achievements of his new master and understood why so many devils were chasing after her. While surprised, he was also very pleased. He believed that by following such a person, he might have a chance to finally leave the Crucible. Faced with his admiration, Liora said nothing and simply continued sipping her drink. At the same time, her mind wandered, forming various plans. Just like she expected, no other devil dared to intrude upon the Hellstone Mountain after word of the silent devil's death spread. This was originally a good thing, as she didn't have to constantly suffer the attacks of devils, but it also meant that the source of her evolution points had disappeared. As such, after a few days of resting, she no longer stayed on the Hellstone Mountain, but rather chose to visit a nearby city. Her next goal was clear. My current winning streak in the life and death arena is only 400. At this rate, getting to 1,000 consecutive wins is bound to take a very long time. Rather than doing that, it'd be easier and far more convenient to simply climb to first place in the Crucible ranking, Liora pondered. Reaching the first place was obviously difficult, but it could also be said to be fairly easy. As long as Liora found the current first or second-ranked devils and eliminated them, she'd instantly reach first place. Unfortunately, collecting information regarding such people is nearly impossible. Scurry, although surprisingly adept at gathering intelligence, was unable to find any of their information. If one thought about it, it made complete sense. After all, each class of devils had its own circle. Young devils who had just entered the Crucible seldom interacted with powerful devils like Scurry, and in turn, Scurry had almost no contact with ranked devils. So, if Liora wished to investigate any further, she'd have to find a ranked devil and personally ask them. Originally, the Silent Devil would have been the best candidate, but oblivious to his status, she had already killed him. Fortunately, finding another ranked devil is anything but hard, Liora thought as her gaze shifted toward the grand building at the very center of the city. Hours passed quite quickly, and before long, night fell and shrouded the city of pain and darkness. The devils all over the city hastily returned to their respective residences, as if afraid of the outside world. Yet, among them, there was a single devil who didn't. Not only did Liora not lock herself up in the room, but she also took the opportunity to take a walk in the city. With her hands clasped behind her back, she slowly wandered in the city, navigating through the complicated streets and dark alleys. She met no one and had no accident along the way, and soon after, arrived at her destination, the center of the city. Sizing up the Gothic castle before her, Liora clicked her tongue and blended in the shadows, her vision shifting as she became one of them. Familiar with this perspective, she didn't feel any strangeness, and lifting her feet, she calmly stepped into the castle. With agile steps, she bypassed the stone walls surrounding the castle, passing by a team of guards patrolling its perimeter. Do you think that the Lord is doing that again? Shut up. How dare you speak ill of the Lord? A conversation drifted in her ears, which she selectively ignored. Her movements were swift, and not long after, Liora entered the castle's interior. Following her intuition and the demonic aura she sensed, she made her way down a staircase, arriving at a large underground prison. The prison was divided into many tiny cells, with no windows on the doors nor any gap for air to pass through. Strange liquids covered the floor, while a revolting smell filled the air. With disgust, Liora carefully avoided them and approached one of the many cells. As she did, a female voice rang in her ears, which gradually grew stronger. Untouchable. How dare you lay your eyes on me? Die, die, die. The voice was filled with hatred and murderous intent, while the sound of banging and painful cries weaved in between its words. Its owner continued to curse in a gloating tone, and it was only a few minutes later that the cell's door finally opened and she stepped out. She was covered in blood, not her own, while from the tiny gap of the door, a devastated, chained prisoner could be seen lying inside. The female devil didn't seem to care about the prisoner's severe injuries as she closed the door with a cold expression and turned around, ready to enter the next one. Hidden in the shadows. Although Liora had never seen this person before, she instantly recognized her as the torturer. This was not because of her extraordinary intelligence or anything like that, but because of her unique characteristics. The torturer, just like her, was a rare humanoid female devil, and according to the rumors, her favorite pastime activity was torturing devils, killing them, and devouring their souls. Some claimed that this stemmed from the special abilities she had awakened, while others simply believed that she had a twisted mind, even for devils. Liora guessed that the truth actually lay somewhere in between. However, it didn't matter to her. She wasn't here to seek justice for her victims, but to collect information. As such, when she saw the torturer take out a key and make a movement to open another door, She immediately stepped out of the shadows. Her mind moved, and a large net formed in her hand, which she threw toward her opponent. Who? The torturer immediately reacted and turned around, only to be met with the flying net. Instinctively, she raised her hands and prepared to defend herself, only for Liora's figure to blur and flash behind her. Making her hand flat, she slowly raised it and struck the torturer at the back of her head. Although she held back, the blow's power was overwhelming, knocking her unconscious. Half a heartbeat later, the net she had thrown earlier landed, wrapping the torturer up. It's done, Liora thought silently. Leaning down, she tied up the open end of the net and brought it to her shoulder, causing the torturer's unconscious body to dangle behind her back. Looking like a bandit who had kidnapped a beauty, she glanced around, and after confirming that no one had seen her, she slipped away. When the torturer regained her consciousness, she found herself alone in a dark, empty room. Apart from her, only a pair of thick, metal chains existed, wrapped tightly around her 4 limbs. The torturer subconsciously moved her body in an attempt to break free, but no matter how hard she tried, there was no result. What happened? Did I get abducted? Why would someone powerful enough to knock me out instantly kidnap me? She couldn't help but think while she continued to struggle. Her movements seemed to have been noticed by her captors, as not long after, the only door in the room slowly opened. Then, 3 figures stepped inside one after another. Although the gap in the door was fairly small, barely enough for a single person to walk through, the light passing by the opening gave the torturer full view of these 3 figures. 2 of them were female, one with scarlet hair and one with obsidian black, while the gender of the other one was completely unknown. But among the 3, this was the person with the most imposing appearance and aura. Their rough fur and strong body exuded an aura of oppression, while their whiskers twisted eerily. The rat-like devil walked forward with an unfathomable momentum and a penetrating gaze that seemed to read straight into one's heart, causing the torturer's pupils to shrink. Just then, though, the terrifying atmosphere that had just arisen was suddenly shattered. The originally imposing devil lowered their gaze and spoke respectfully, addressing one of the 2 women. "Lord, the prisoner has woken up," he announced, despite that much being already obvious. This funny scene made the torturer feel strange, but at the same time, it helped alleviate the pressure. The tension she had previously felt seemed to disappear, and an unreasonable confidence rose within her. Without knowing where she found the courage, the torturer lifted her head and looked at the scarlet-haired woman, who seemed to be in the lead, and spoke in an almost commanding manner. "Untouchables, how dare you kidnap me? Do you know who I am? I swear, once I leave this place, I'll have your bodies and souls undergo torture for thousands of years." The torturer straightened her spine, making the chains binding her clang, while she looked at the 3 devils before her with disdain and contempt, as if they were the ones who were chained. Her sudden outburst caught Liora off guard, who turned to look at Scurry with an inquiring expression. In return, Scurry waved his furry paws, conveying that he had nothing to do with it. Receiving this answer, Liora's eyes narrowed. She couldn't understand the source of the torturer's confidence, unless she possessed a trump card that could help her get out of this situation. Having personally experienced Lord Ember's conspiracy before, she didn't dare to underestimate any ranked devil now. While Liora was deep in thought, her silence only served to make the torturer even more sure of herself. "Have you finally understood your mistakes? Now, as long as you kneel down and beg for mercy, I might grace you with my forgiveness." Her proud voice spread throughout the dark room. In shock, Liora took a step back and activated Dusk Armament, forming a shield made of shadows before her. Then, her demonic energy boiled like magma, coursing through her body as she checked her own condition. Did I turn into a protagonist and obtain an intelligence-reducing aura? She couldn't help but whisper. Yet, no matter how much she searched for any changes, she found nothing strange about her. Cough, cough. Lord, Scurry's voice suddenly interrupted. I think that this person is simply stupid. Perhaps it's a side effect of her bloodline, or perhaps an accident occurred during her birth, he said. Hearing his words, Liora instantly breathed a sigh of relief before turning to look at the torturer with pity in her eyes. But then, she felt a little sad. Could she really obtain any valuable information from such a person? Glancing at Scurry, she asked with faint hope. Do you know any interrogation techniques? Sadly, her question received a negative response. Unfortunately, neither did she. It was fine to ask her to kill someone, but to interrogate? This was completely out of her area of expertise. Just when Liora was wondering whether she should simply get rid of this woman and search for another, more cooperative devil, a faint voice came from the side. Lord, I think I can give it a try. Surprisingly, the owner of this voice was not Scurry, but someone Liora had somewhat ignored before, Alpha. Sizing her trusted subordinate up and feeling as though she was meeting her for the first time, Liora didn't refuse her offer. It didn't hurt to try. At worst, it would simply waste some time. Do you need anything? She asked, and Alpha immediately shook her head before replying. No, I only asked that the two of you leave the room. That's fine. Although doubtful, Liora didn't ask any further. Making a gesture with her eyes toward Scurry, she turned around and stepped out of the room. As she did, a loud voice echoed in her ears. Ha! Don't think that you can intimidate me like this. You're all untouchables. Just wait for me to get out of here. The torturer's curses rang behind her, only coming to a stop when the metal door closed shut. Time slowly passed while Liora and Scurry waited silently outside the room. The room was constructed using precious materials and had been reinforced with devil runes, ensuring that no sound escaped from within. As such, neither of them knew what was happening inside. Just when Liora was starting to become impatient, hesitating whether to enter the room, the door finally swung open. From within, Alpha walked out and signaled the two to follow her. There was absolutely no change in her external appearance or the look in her eyes compared to before, as she remained completely indifferent, as always. Following her invitation, Liora stepped into the room, only to be surprised. No, don't. Miserable screams immediately reached her ears, as the originally confident torturer was now wailing loudly. Her face had turned pale, and her eyes were bloodshot as if she had undergone countless hours of intense torture. Yet, when Liora observed her, she found no signs of physical harm. In fact, she could be certain that Alpha had not even touched her, much less harmed her. Lord, feel free to ask the questions you seek answers to, Alpha on the side whispered. Casting a faint glance at Alpha, Liora forced herself to suppress any doubts she had for the time being and approached the nearly insane torturer. Leaning down, she extended her hand and lightly tapped on her forehead before asking a pertinent question. Are you ready to speak now? Her voice and light tap seemed to have jolted the torturer awake, and she instantly raised her head and stared at Liora, with a hint of hope flashing in her blank eyes. Then, as if afraid that any pause would lead to her landing in Alpha's hands again, she hurriedly spoke. I'll say. Ask me anything you want. Just keep her away from me. She nodded her head frantically in between her tears, her gaze always avoiding that of Alpha. From that moment on, the torturer would do her best to answer Liora's questions as extensively as she could. She showed surprising patience and teaching capabilities, as following her answers, Liora felt that she had gained a lot, whether it was regarding the Crucible ranking, or other ranked devils. Most importantly, though, she gained information regarding the two devils ranked at the very top of the Crucible ranking. These two devils, titled Unknown and Blasphemer respectively, had two extraordinary yet contrasting reputations. Blasphemer, the second-ranked devil, was quite notorious. Although his strength was acknowledged by almost everyone and admired by many, his temperament attracted the scorn and contempt of the other ranked devils. This was because the blasphemer was a unique devil who liked order. That's right. According to the torturer, the blasphemer was a person who loathed chaos and evil, having made an oath to restore order to the demon world. Many devils mocked him secretly, but, of course, they didn't dare to say anything to his face. After all, his strength was still there, and he was arguably the second strongest in the entire Crucible. As for the first, it was a devil referred to by others as Unknown. Unlike the blasphemer, who was quite well known, the Unknown's true identity was a mystery. No one knew their gender, age, bloodline, or anything about them. In fact, the other ranked devils didn't even know how they managed to get to the first place of the Crucible ranking. No ranked devil had ever seen them before, nor had any information regarding them spread. It was as if the unknown was merely a rumor, a story for devils to talk about. Yet, the fact that their name remained at the very top of the Crucible ranking meant that they indeed existed. One person who's extremely mysterious and another who seems to have a loose screw. Liora commented as she listened to the torturer's explanation. Of course, she was just joking. She understood that although the so-called blasphemer seemed strange, preferring order over chaos and good over evil, this should be a reflection of his bloodline. Although the existence of a bloodline that went against the very nature of the demon world was quite intriguing, it was actually perfectly normal. The will of the demon world didn't differentiate between such things. Perhaps for it, order was merely another aspect of chaos. Gathering her thoughts, Liora's focus shifted back to reality. Or rather, to the torturer lying before her. "Lord, do you want to?" Scurry on the side paused and made a slashing gesture against his neck, his intentions obvious. Before Liora could reply, though, the torturer, who had given her some time to think, hastily rose to her feet. The metal chains clanged as they struck against her limbs and held her in place. But she ignored the sharp pain and spoke in a hurry. "Dude, don't kill me. Don't you want to find other ranked devils? I can help you," she pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Unfortunately, Liora didn't show any pity when facing her. She just glanced at her coldly and asked in a straightforward manner, "What do you mean? I'm quite close to several other ranked devils. We trade with each other every other month," the torturer explained, and as if afraid that Liora would refuse her offer, she added, "One of these devils is ranked 35th. I've heard that he has a close relationship with the blasphemer. Aren't you looking for him? They might have clues about him." Not surprisingly, her words proved quite tempting to Liora. Although she could guess that the torturer might have other thoughts, hence making this sudden offer, what she said was true. She was indeed looking for the top 2 ranked devils. She understood that for one to leave the Crucible through the Crucible ranking, one had to not only reach the first place, but also remain there for 12 consecutive months. This meant that even if one happened to get lucky and obtained enough slaughter points to reach first place, they'd still have to possess enough strength to defend their ranking. Otherwise, not only would reaching first place not help them, but it would also be life-threatening. As such, Liora's goal of reaching first place went against the goals of the 2 devils above her. No matter what, the 3 were destined to fight, unless one chose to back down. But would any of them do such a thankless thing? Liora strongly doubted it. In the end, after a bit of thinking, Liora accepted the torturer's offer. Even though it was risky and potentially dangerous, she felt that the benefits far outweighed the disadvantages. Granted, she still didn't trust the torturer. Many devil runes shone on the surface of the torturer's body, shimmering with brilliance before fading away. At the same time, a faint voice echoed directly in her ears. "This is a special array I prepared for you. As long as I wish to, I can have it explode, killing you instantly." Liora casually explained and patted her gently on the shoulder. "But you don't have to worry. You're far more useful alive than dead. As long as you don't make any mistakes or have second thoughts, you will most likely be fine." Although her words were meant to comfort her, Liora's frosty voice and expression made it difficult for the torturer to truly feel safe. However, unable to do anything, she could only nod her head repeatedly, as if she really believed her words. Seeing her being so obedient, Liora, who originally wanted to find some faults and intimidate her, sighed. "Why do these guys never act according to the script?" she complained inwardly, but on the surface, her expression remained unchanged. "When are you going to meet the ranked devils again?" "Where?" she asked. "We usually gather at the start of every other month, so in less than a week. As for the meeting's location, we usually alternate between each devil's lair. This time, the meeting will take place here, in the City of Pain." As she said this, the torturer took out a batch of letters and handed them to Liora. Briefly going through them, Liora saw that they were invitations to the so-called ranked devil gathering. Each letter had a title and name impressively written at the very top. Liora couldn't recognize any of them, but thankfully, there was a small number right beside them, indicating their respective rank. 79th, 54th, 35th. There was no devil in the top 30 of the Crucible ranking, but this was to be expected. Unlike idle devils like the torturer, who were wasting their time having fun, most powerful devils were busy growing stronger, hoping to eventually leave the crucible. "Is there anything else?" Liora questioned as she returned the letters to the torturer, who shook her head briefly before pausing. "My lady, are you sure that we can deal with all these people? If not, I fear that you might be in danger." Just when she was in the middle of her speech, a palm landed on her right cheek, interrupting her. The palm didn't hurt her, but gently brushed against her skin before lightly patting it a couple of times, as if petting her. "You don't have to worry about my well-being. Worry about yourself instead," Liora said in a calm voice, her crimson eyes reflecting those of the torturer. Although her eyes were soft and her voice gentle, the torturer couldn't help but shrink back when she heard this, fear washing over her once again. Since that day, the torturer's character took an 180 turn. Perhaps she was afraid that she would end up in Alpha's hands again, or perhaps she was simply afraid that Liora would kill her. But no matter why, from that day onward, her willingness to serve Liora had seemingly surpassed that of Alpha, nearly matching that of Scurry. Not only did the torturer take the initiative to give Liora the Gothic castle, but she also gifted her the entire city of Pain, claiming that she was merely managing in her stead for now. Liora didn't comment on the torturer's sudden change of attitude. Whether she was truly loyal or she was just pretending, time would let her know sooner or later. Under this strange tacit understanding between the two, time quickly went by. Day and night alternated, and before long, almost an entire week had gone by. Seated on a throne at the center of a large hall, Liora sat with her legs crossed before her, her gaze focused on the many pools of blood on the ground in front of her. One of these pools exuded a freezing temperature, causing ice to form around it, while others boiled like magma, squirmed eerily, or even devoured the floor beside them. Obviously, this was not ordinary blood, but devil blood that Liora had specially requested the torturer to collect. As for the method she used to achieve this goal, Liora neither cared nor asked. Glancing at the many blood pools that had just been delivered, Liora didn't hesitate for long. Rising to her feet, she approached the one closest to her, and after leaning down slightly, she submerged her hand below it. Her actions instantly caused an intense reaction. The crimson veins covering the myriad devil's armor twisted violently, and, like a pack of hungry wolves, pounced on the blood in front of them. The blood surface gradually lowered as the crimson took mouthful after mouthful, and, in the blink of an eye, the entire pool vanished. Liora watched this scene unfold with a composed expression. After the blood had completely disappeared, she walked toward another blood pool and did the same. One after another, the many pools were soon emptied, unable to withstand the rate at which she devoured them. But, as a result, the black color of the myriad devil's armor seemed to have deepened, a faint tinge flashing on its surface. Yet, when Liora paid attention to her own changes, she discovered that the improvement of her defenses had been quite limited. The essence of young devils can no longer enhance the myriad devil's armor. This is true for even the blood of ranked devils. Perhaps only by devouring the blood of lesser devils can it progress further. But this makes sense. My defenses are equivalent to those of a lesser devil. If I could continue improving them through devouring the blood of weak creatures, this ability wouldn't have cost so few evolution points. Of course, this didn't mean that Liora had obtained no benefits. As she opened her system panel, Liora's gaze shifted to the abilities column, and following a move of her mind, a short description appeared in her field of vision. Myriad Devil's Armor. Effects. Evolution. As a result of having devoured the blood and flesh of a large number of flame-based devils, you've gained a small amount of immunity to fire damage. You've gained a small amount of immunity to ice damage. You've gained a small amount of immunity to shadow damage. You've gained a small amount of immunity to poison damage. You've gained a small amount of immunity to lightning damage. Current potential, lesser devil further upgrades require evolution points. Before her, a long list of different evolutions unfolded. These evolutions were the result of a seemingly worthless part of the myriad devil's armor's gluttony effect. It could evolve based on the material it consumed. Although these evolutions didn't enhance Liora's strength much, their effect was still fairly noticeable overall. In fights, even the most minuscule change can bring unexpected effects. Perhaps, these small amounts of immunity can be the deciding factor one day. Liora pondered, satisfied. Closing the system panel, she walked back to her seat, ready to continue her research on the mysterious blood. Just then, though, her expression changed. Lifting her head, Liora stared blankly at the space in front of her, and her gaze seemed to penetrate straight through the castle's stone walls, landing on the city outside and surveying it. As she was about to investigate further, a loud knock came from the stone doors sealing the hall. "Enter," she spoke, and following her order, the door swung open and the torturer walked into the room. Approaching her, she slightly lowered her head and spoke. "My lady, the ranked devils are starting to arrive. I came to ask you for your instructions," she stated, her eyes wandering around the floor amidst her nervousness. Liora was not surprised by her words, having already noticed several demonic auras converging toward the city of pain. These auras were very strong, surpassing pretty much every devil she had met apart from a select few. As such, their identity was clear to her. Seeing that the torturer remained silent, as if awaiting her next command, Liora rose from her seat and approached her with steady steps. Stretching her hand, she gently patted her on the shoulder and spoke in a deep voice. "You can wait for all the ranked devils to arrive before bringing them here. You don't have to mention my existence," she instructed, and in response, the torturer weakly nodded her head. Following another respectful salute, she turned around, seemingly in a hurry, and exited the hall. The moment the torturer stepped out of the room and closed the door behind her, her body froze while her face instantly lost its color. Her knees trembled, and the bones all over her body made a continuous, eerie cracking sound, as if they had all burst into fragments. Subconsciously, she opened her mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood that splattered across the ground. Staring at her own devastated reflection on the floor, a trace of hatred and cruelty flashed in her bloodshot eyes. But the torturer quickly hid it, regaining her obedient and harmless look. After waving her hand and cleaning up the blood on the floor, she walked away with her back straightened, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, inside the hall, Liora glanced casually at the place where the torturer originally stood. There, two deep pits had unknowingly formed, one on each side of where her feet had been just earlier. At the outskirts of the city of pain, a strange scene was quietly unfolding, unbeknownst to everyone else in the crucible. Several ranked devils, who should have been cruel and unyielding, gathered together, greeting each other like close friends who had not seen each other in a long time. At the center of the gathering stood a beautiful lady, who personally took action to receive the guests. "Lady Torturer, you're as beautiful as always," a male, bear-like devil praised her, though he still remained a couple of steps away. Torturer had long been used to such situations and didn't pay much attention to his actions. Letting out what could barely be described as a smile, she lightly brushed her fingers against his shoulder and gestured for him to go in. As time passed, more and more devils gathered, until finally, their total number reached more than a dozen. "Now that everyone is here, why don't we convene the meeting?" One of the devils spoke, earning the agreement of most around them. However, unexpectedly, Torturer didn't agree. With a smile on her face, she lightly shook her head. "This is not a suitable place. Why don't you all follow me to my castle?" she proposed, and although the devils were somewhat caught off guard, none refused. To them, it didn't matter where the meeting was taking place, but whether they could benefit from it. Seeing their agreement, the torturer turned around and led them toward the center of the city. As she arrived at the Gothic castle, the many patrolling guards immediately knelt down and saluted respectfully, as if afraid to raise their heads. "Torturer, why don't you give me a few of your toys?" Behind her, one of the many devils, with a disgusting, ant-like head, suggested, green saliva dripping out of his mouth as he stared at the many guards. The torturer didn't rush to refuse his offer, instead choosing to remain silent. "Don't worry. Haven't you been looking for new prisoners to have fun with? I've brought a few with me." The ant devil laughed hoarsely, his voice containing a hint of temptation. At any other time, the torturer would have been excited by this offer, but being in her current predicament, she managed to remain composed. While the ant devil and the torturer were negotiating about the prisoners' exchange, the group's steps didn't stop. After navigating through the shadowy corridors of the castle, they soon reached its deepest end, arriving before a massive stone gate. Signaling the devils to stop, the torturer stepped forward, placing each of her hands on the massive circular handles and pulling them back with all her strength. With a loud screech, the stone door shook violently before it slowly opened, revealing the dark hall hidden within. "Follow me," said the torturer as she walked into the room. Behind her, the devils exchanged a brief look and, with tacit understanding, walked in together. One by one, they stepped into the room. Seeing that there were no changes, the weaker and more cautious among them breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that their previous worries had been unnecessary. Yet, the moment the last person entered the room, a dazzling black light shone on both sides of the heavy stone door. Before any of the devils could react, a thunderous roar resounded as it shut on its own. At the same time, the shadow of the only object in the room, a large throne, rippled like blank ink, and an unfamiliar figure jumped out of it. The woman, with long scarlet hair and crimson eyes, observed the devils for a brief second before taking her seat on the throne. From the moment the devils stepped into the room to the unfamiliar woman's appearance, less than a second had passed. However, the bear devil was surprised to find that the unfamiliar woman was not intimidated at all by his words. She still sat silently on the throne, leaning her head against her hand and staring at him. The bear devil didn't know why, but even though her eyes were emotionless, he felt as if he could see mockery, disdain, and contempt hidden within them. He had seen such eyes before, when he was still a newborn and had just entered the crucible. Back then, it was the owner of such a pair of eyes that had severely humiliated him, making him wish for death to arrive every single day. Recalling those painful memories, fury ignited within the bear devil, and opening his mouth, he let out a deafening, frenzied roar. His body grew, turning into a bear monster more than 10 meters tall with red fur, and he lunged at Liora. Standing behind him, the other ranked devils were shocked. They didn't understand what was going on with the bear devil and why he had such an intense reaction. Still, they opened their eyes, wanting to see whether the unfamiliar woman would be able to parry his attacks. Facing the bear devil's charge, Liora didn't even get up from the throne. A massive axe formed in her free hand with a move of her mind, and after she weighed it briefly, she brought it down with all her strength. The air around trembled, and a sense of oppression spread in the room, while her figure seemed to become larger, filling the entire hall. But the bear devil seemed to have lost his mind. Despite the clear danger, he didn't try to dodge or defend, but rushed forward in a straight line, like a mindless beast. Blood flowed to his head, dyeing his hazy eyes red, as he raised his paws and met the axe in the air. For a moment, time seemed to have stopped in the hall. The devils held their breath and stared at their confrontation, waiting eagerly for the result. However, contrary to their expectations, the battle between the two didn't last for long. The moment the axe fell on the bear devil, it instantly penetrated through his fur and flesh, cutting off his two paws before rushing toward his torso. Blood splattered as pain assaulted the bear devil's mind, causing the haze in his eyes to retreat. In shock, he opened his mouth in an attempt to beg for mercy, but it was already too late. With a loud bang, his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Just when silence filled the room and the devils were trying to make sense of this shocking turn of events, the torturer suddenly moved. Two thick black metal chains appeared in each of her hands, one of their ends wrapped tightly around her wrists, and she swung them forward. Her target was not any of the ranked devils, but Liora. The metal chains around the torturer's hands whistled through the air, creating loud sonic booms along their way. Although they seemed to be made of ordinary metal, this effect, coupled with the powerful aura they exuded, made it clear that they were a pair of formidable weapons. Their speed was fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived before Liora, attacking her from both sides. At this time, the bear devil had just collapsed to the ground, and Liora had yet to retract the giant axe in her right hand. Facing the torturer's unexpected blow, she seemed to have no time or a way to defend herself. However, Liora showed no trace of panic. With a move of her mind, the axe in her hand melted back into shadows. While she raised the hand she was leaning on to meet the fierce metal chains. Two loud screeches soon spread throughout the large hall as the chains collided with Liora's myriad devil's armor and bounced right off it. Taking advantage of the momentum, the torturer didn't continue her assault but retreated behind the other ranked devils. She turned to look at them and urged, "What are you waiting for? Can't you see that she is our enemy? She is the newly risen devil, Crimson Maiden. She spoke harshly. Facing the torturer's speech, Liora neither denied nor confirmed that notion. Instead, she calmly shifted her gaze toward her, as if examining her for the first time. I'm wondering, aren't you worried about losing your life? Didn't I already tell you that I've placed a restriction on you? She couldn't help but ask, unable to hide her doubts. In response to her questions, the torturer, who had always shown an obedient and submissive look, let out a mocking laughter. Do you think that I'm really an idiot? I've already inspected my body. There are no traces of devil runes or arrays on me, she said proudly, regaining her original attitude, the one she showed while torturing the helpless prisoners. Obviously, everything she had shown so far was merely an act. No one could tell whether this act began when she found herself kidnapped or after she left the darkroom. Faced with her rude remarks, Liora didn't lose her composure. Turning her head to look at the now-dead bear devil, her eyes flashed with a rare trace of pity. If her guess was correct, the only reason he lost his mind earlier and charged at her like that was because of the torturer's influence. Liora didn't know whether the torturer had just now influenced him or if it had been part of a long plan of hers. But at the same time, she didn't care enough to ask. The torturer believed that she had only mentioned the restriction to intimidate her, but she was clearly mistaken. Staring at the self-assured torturer, Liora still didn't get up from her seat. Instead, she slightly parted her lips. The next moment, a powerful wave burst from her mouth as countless garbled, inexplicable words spread throughout the hall. It was as if they came from a broken radio or from an unintelligent monster that was just learning to speak. Facing what could only be described as a sonic attack, the devils in the room raised their guard. Having learned of Liora's identity as the third-ranked devil, they no longer dared to underestimate her. But surprisingly, as the distorted sounds echoed in their ears, they didn't feel pain. Only a slight tingling sensation on their forehead, just when they were wondering why her attack was so weak. Though, someone noticed that the torturer had changed. Unlike the others, the torturer was far from calm, as if specifically targeted. Countless devil runes emerged from deep within her flesh and took root on her skin before transforming into tiny mouths. These mouths soon opened, and from within, many unintelligible words came out. Matched with Liora's tongue of the abyss, it seemed like an uncanny symphony was being performed. The eyes of the torturer flashed with fear as she felt an invisible hand reaching deep within her body and grabbing her soul. Then, its fingers closed and it gave her soul a gentle squeeze. No, don't. The torturer had no time to finish her words as her soul exploded into pieces. As if they had lost their target, the many mouths on her body retreated, while Liora's lips closed again. With these, the otherworldly sounds in the hall vanished in an instant, the only evidence that they had ever existed being the torturer's cold corpse. The many devils in the hall were horrified. If Liora's earlier killing of the bear devil had shocked them, then the strange manner in which the torturer died brought them terror. The small confidence they had about cooperating to deal with Liora instantly disappeared. No one could understand how she had slain the torturer, and none of them was willing to give it a try. Countless thoughts raced through the devils' minds as they wondered what they should do. Before most of them could decide, though, a devil among them took the initiative and stepped forward. "May I ask, is Your Excellency the Crimson Maiden?" The ant devil, who had remained silent all this time, was unexpectedly the one to step forward. Seeing this, the other devils were relieved. With the ant devil's strength and identity, he was the most suitable person to represent them. After all, not only was he the 36th devil in the Crucible ranking, but he was also a close friend of the Blasphemer, the second-ranked devil. With him taking the lead, the chances of the Crimson Maiden going crazy and slaughtering them all would decrease, albeit slightly. Hearing the ant devil's question, Liora nodded her head in agreement. The ant devil was not surprised by her answer. He already had doubts the moment his eyes fell on her, since Liora's appearance was surprisingly suitable for the title Crimson Maiden. The fact that she was easily able to kill the bear devil and the torturer only served to reinforce that idea, making him even more certain. "I wonder what's the matter with Your Excellency gathering us here? I believe that someone of your status and strength wouldn't be idle enough to merely discuss with us." The ant devil spoke, his voice respectful yet confident. He understood that although Liora killed the bear devil and the torturer, Both acts were instances of self-defense. He guessed that she didn't have any malicious intentions, but was instead planning to request them to do something for her.